Chapter 171, Arriving in a New World Part 1. Bravos, midday the sun hung high over the lagoon city, its pale light struggling to pierce the gray veil of clouds that so often shrouded Bravos. The Titan's shadow stretched long across the outer harbor, but deeper in the city, where canals narrowed and alleys twisted like tangled rope, the day's brightness barely touched the stones. It was the hour when merchants haggled over silks in the purple harbor, when water dancers practiced their forms on rooftops, and when those who preferred shadows to sunlight kept to their business in the warren of streets behind the secret stairs. In one such alley, tucked between a crumbling brick warehouse and a house of ill repute that had seen better days, a girl moved through the Bravosi streets like a shadow, her ragged clothes blending with the gray stone and murky canals. A pigeon pecked at something rotten near a drainage grate. She drew her sword, thin, precise, and with one swift motion took its head off. She picked up the pigeon by its feet and continued down the alley, her prize dangling beside her. Footsteps echoed behind her. 3 men. "Hey you!" She stopped and turned point. One of them pointed at the pigeon. "What have you got there?" She said nothing. Just watched them with cold eyes. The 3 exchanged looks, chuckled, and took a few steps closer. "Turn around and go," she said. They didn't. One smirked and they stepped forward again. Her hand went to her waist, pulling the slender blade free. "Turn around and go." "That's a nice little sword," one of the thugs said, his grin widening. "Worth 100 pigeons, a sword like that." All 3 drew daggers. She showed no fear. "Nothing's worth anything to dead men." Just then a figure appeared behind her, a black elderly man in gray robes, his face weathered and calm. The thug's eyes went wide. One turned and ran first, his voice cracking. "Quickly! Go! Go!" The others scrambled after him. The girl turned to face her rescuer, but before she could speak, the air above the alley shrieked. A shimmering rift tore open 10 feet above the ground, blue light bending unnaturally around its edges. With a heavy thud, a body slammed down directly onto the elderly man, pinning him face first into the wet stone. The girl froze, her hand tightening around her sword. One moment she'd been cornered by thugs and saved by the old man she saw yesterday at the entrance of the House of Black and White. The next, a boy in strange clothes had fallen from the sky and used her rescuer as a landing pad. Jacob groaned, rubbing the back of his head as he sat up on the old man's back. "System, why does dimensional travel hurt? My head is killing me." "Bear with it, host. The first time you traveled, you lost consciousness, remember? This is progress." He rubbed his temples and squinted at the damp alley. "What did I land on?" He looked down, realized he was sitting on a person, and scrambled to his feet. He reached down and hoisted the elderly man up by his robes. "Sorry. I fell from." He paused, glancing at the solid stone roof far above. "I fell from there. Bad luck, right?" The elderly man adjusted his robes with an eerily calm expression. Jacob asked, "System, which world is this?" "Game of Thrones. The start of Season 5. "Game of Thrones?" Jacob's eyebrows shot up. "I don't remember that show that well. I only started watching it because I thought it was about werewolves when I heard them calling the Starks wolves in a YouTube clip and saw the dead direwolf with her pups. But then I learned about dragons and kept watching. It wasn't that good. Every character I liked died of stupidity. I even skipped some seasons and episodes entirely, but this is going to be fun," he grinned. "I'm definitely going after Sansa and maybe Daenerys. If I remember correctly, at the start of Season 5, Sansa was with Littlefinger. I should find her before her wedding with that bastard Ramsay." Jacob finally turned his gaze toward the small, dirty girl standing nearby. He recognized the needle-thin sword and the defiant spark in her eyes immediately. "Arya Stark. Since she's probably going to be my sister-in-law, I'm not letting her join those creepy face thieves." He looked back at the elderly man, whose face was beginning to shift into the familiar, half-red, half-white features of Jaqen Hagar. Jacob felt a cold, disgusting sensation emanating from the man. "I feel something evil in this guy, just like that wizard Richard and the 7 witches I killed before," he thought. "It's probably the aura of the creature the faceless men worship and call the many-faced god. But I know better, that thing is just like the Yeti I fought before. A demon that lends its face-changing magic to humans in exchange for human sacrifices. That thing is no god. And what they call Lawler, the Lord of Light, is no god either. He's a demon who lends his powers in exchange for human sacrifices too. I'll probably have to fight both of them eventually. Even if I don't go after them, they'll definitely come after me when they sense my power. Just then, a system window appeared before his eyes. Quest available. Host can sign in after stopping Jaqen Hagar from accepting Arya Stark as a trainee and turning her into a no-one. Jacob thought happily, I was going to do it anyway. It's like they said, when it rains it pours. Jacob glared at Jaqen, his voice turning cold. Get lost. I don't like the feeling I'm getting off of you. Jaqen tilted his head, his voice a smooth, haunting whisper. A man has no business here. A girl belongs to me, Jacob interrupted. I'm new here and I need a guide. Jaqen's hand moved toward his waist, but before he could reach for a hidden blade or a poison dart, Jacob appeared in front of him in a blink and caught his wrist. Let me give you a piece of advice, Jacob said. If you don't want your little cult to be destroyed, you'd better stay out of my way. Then he punched Jaqen, a simple, casual punch delivered with terrifying physical force. The blow connected squarely with Jaqen's jaw. The legendary assassin was sent flying backward until he slammed into a pile of wooden crates at the end of T. He didn't get back up. Jacob shook out his hand and turned to leave. Come on, little girl. I don't know why you want to join those creepy face thieves, but you shouldn't. They'll make you forget who you are and turn you into a puppet. They'll make you kill innocent people. They'll torture you and call it training. And if you fail to assassinate a target, they'll kill you without mercy. He walked out of the alley. Arya recognized Jaqen, but she just stared at his unconscious form, then at the boy who had just swatted a faceless man like a common fly. She didn't know who he was or how he'd fallen from the sky, but she knew power when she saw it. And she wanted it. Wait, she called out, scurrying after him. I can take you wherever you want, and I can be your attendant. But in exchange, I want to learn to move as fast as you. I want to be strong enough to punch a man and send him flying like you did. That's my price. Jacob paused at the mouth of the alley, looking back at her with a smirk. Sure. But before I make you strong, we have to find someone. He glanced back at Jaqen at the other end of the alley. Now isn't the time to face whatever creature is behind the faceless men. Let's wait until it reveals itself. Maybe I can get a quest from the system to kill it. Just then, a system window appeared. You have completed the quest successfully. You may sign in now, host. Jacob said in his mind, System, sign in. Quest sign in successful. Rewards obtained, 2 million gold dragons plus 1 million silver stags. Note. To put this in perspective, with 1 million gold dragons alone you could military power, fund a 10,000-man army for a full year, or hire a pirate prince with 24 ships for nearly 3 years. Lands and estates, build 160 to 200 decent castles, or purchase over 6,600 houses. Equipment, outfit 250,000 knights in full plate armor, or buy 1 million riding horses, or 2,000 high-end war horses. With 2 million your financial foothold in Westeros is that of a great house. Exchange rate, 1 gold dragon equals 210 silver stags, 1 silver stag equals 56 copper pennies. 2. House attire and sigil. House name, Alexander. Sigil, a black dragon's head with burning red eyes on a crimson field, surrounded by golden stars. Black dragon head, represents your true nature. Crimson field, represents passion, blood, and the slaughter you will deliver to anyone who threatens your family. Golden stars, 1 for each wife. Motto, family first. You can always change it if you want, host. Wardrobe, the system provides Westerosi-style attire for you and your family, noble cuts in rich fabrics, velvet, wool, silk, leather, dyed in your house colors. Garments are enchanted to fit anyone who wears them, resist wear, stains, and blade slashes and arrows. Enchanted blades and arrows might still penetrate them, so be careful, host. 3. An enchanted map of the Game of Thrones world, a detailed map of the known world. It's waterproof, fire-resistant, and unterrible. Jacob read the rewards and thought, nice. All 3 rewards are good. I still need to change my clothes and I'll see what that sigil looks like. As for the motto, I like it very much, so I won't change it. And I really need the map. I need to learn more about this world because I really was just skimming through episodes. As they stepped out into the streets of Braavos, Jacob looked around. This place is like Venice. He smiled. I'm going to have fun in this world. He took a deep breath and said aloud, not as bad as I thought it would be. Arya caught up to him. What's not bad? Jacob said, the smell. I was expecting Bravos to smell disgusting, but it's tolerable. Just the smell of sea and fish, spices and blood from the fish market. Not as bad as I imagined a medieval place would be. Arya looked around. Yeah, this place doesn't smell bad compared to other places. She glanced at him. By the way, what's a medieval place? Jacob said, it's just what we call places like this in my hometown. He started walking. Now, little girl, let's go taste the food of Bravos. Arya scowled. Stop calling me a little girl. You don't look much older than me. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Well, how old are you? Arya said, I'm 16 name days old. You're lying. Arya hesitated. 15. You're still lying. You look 14 to me. Arya sighed. All right, I'm 14. But I'm almost 15. What's your name? Arya said, A.R. Ari. You can call me Ari. Jacob looked at her. No last name? Arya shook her head. No last name. Jacob smirked. You're lying again. I'm not. Jacob crossed his arms. I have powers that allow me to know when someone is lying. And you don't sound or look like a lowborn girl. If you were, you'd have started calling me M-Lord by now. He smiled. I think you're a runaway princess or something like that. Arya hesitated, then said, I'll tell you my name when I trust you enough. Jacob nodded. Fair enough. Arya looked at him. How about you? Can you tell me your name and where you're from? Jacob said, My name is Jacob of House Alexander, protector of women and the king of harem. He coughed. Ahem ahem. I mean king of Sarandel. Arya gave him a doubtful look. Never heard of Sarandel. Where is it? Jacob smirked. Sarandel isn't a place no map can mark and no man can reach. It's not in Essos nor Westeros's ground, it's where reality meets fantasy, a paradise floating in a dark, empty sea. None enter without my consent. Arya rolled her eyes. Did a maester write that for you? Just say none of your business like a normal person. She gave him a look. But apparently you're not normal. You're wearing weird clothes I've never seen before. You appeared out of nowhere from a dark hole in the sky. Jacob raised an eyebrow. You saw that? Arya nodded. Of course I did. There was a loud sound of tearing in the air when that black hole appeared. Did you think I'd believe what you told Jacqueline, that you just fell from the roof? She crossed her arms. How did you do that? Jacob said, That's a secret. Now enough questions. Take me to a nice tavern, or probably an inn, so we can spend the night there. I'm starving and I want to try the food of Bravos. Arya looked at him warily. What do you mean by we? I'm not sleeping with you. I only said I'd be your attendant. Jacob looked her up and down and snorted. You think too much, you stupid kid. I have no interest in you. With my looks, what kind of woman do you think I can't get that I'd desperately lust over a little kid like you? Arya glared. Well, you look like a pervert to me. And you said you're the protector of women and the king of harem. You think I didn't hear that? Jacob shrugged. I'm not going to lie, I love women. But not little kids like you. I'm a pervert with standards. Arya's glare didn't waver. I'll believe you for now. But if you try something weird, I promise I'll cut your cock and feed it to the dogs. Jacob smacked the back of her head. That's enough. I said I have no interest in you and I won't touch you, I mean it. He glared at her. And one more thing, never threaten me again. I hate that. Arya rubbed the back of her head. Did you have to hit me that hard? Jacob smirked. I didn't hit you hard. That was just a gentle pat to remind you to behave yourself. Arya scowled. Gentle pat, my ass. I have a bump on the back of my head. Jacob's smirk widened. That's just to remind you to be more respectful to me. You're my attendant, remember? Arya said nothing. She walked to some passers-by, asked for directions to an inn suitable for nobles, and then led Jacob there. Jacob booked 2 adjoining rooms, and then he and Arya went downstairs to the common room. He ordered the signature dishes. Soon the innkeeper brought them emperor crabs, eels, beef and mutton and exotic fruits, peaches, melons and fire plums. Arya stared at the table full of expensive food. Do you even have the money to pay for this? And even if you did, you ordered too much. It's a waste. Jacob tasted the crab and nodded. Not bad. He looked at Arya. Dig in. Don't worry about the money. He waved to the innkeeper. The innkeeper, who had been hovering nearby, approached. What can I do for you, my lord? Jacob reached into his pocket as if pulling out coins, then produced 2 gold dragon coins from his pocket dimension. He handed them over. Is this enough to cover the food and the rooms? The innkeeper's eyes widened. He smiled broadly. Yes, my lord. More than enough. Jacob waved a hand. All right. You can leave. The innkeeper hesitated. Do you want some wine, my lord? Jacob shook his head. No. After the innkeeper left, Jacob and Arya began eating. Arya couldn't help but ask, You said you're a king. Do you have an army? Jacob swallowed his food. An army? No. I don't have an army. I alone could kill an army of tens of thousands of men in moments. Arya gave him a skeptical look. You're just bragging, right? I mean, even dragons can't kill tens of thousands of soldiers if they're well armed and have weapons against them. And you're just human. You said you could do it in moments. I don't believe it, even if you know some magic. Jacob shrugged. One day you'll see how strong I am. He took a bite of beef. By the way, you don't seem surprised about magic. Have you seen it before? Arya nodded. Yes. I've seen the Faceless Men's magic. I met a witch before. I also traveled with the Brotherhood without banners. I saw a trial by combat between the Hound and Beric Dondarrion. I saw Beric's sword ignite with fire. And after he was fatally wounded by the Hound, I witnessed Thuras of Myr use a magic they call the Last Kiss to heal Beric from the brink of death. She looked at him. Is your magic like theirs? Jacob shook his head. No. I don't need to borrow my powers. My powers belong to me. The witch you met, the Faceless Men and the Brotherhood without banners are just humans who borrow powers from some kind of supernatural creature. In exchange, they have to pay a price, and the price is always something bad. Selling their souls, their bodies. Human sacrifices. Arya frowned. The creature you're talking about is their god. The Lord of Light. Jacob shook his head again. The Lord of Light, also known as R'hllor, is no god, Aerie. Arya asked. Don't you believe in him? Or in one of the old gods? Jacob said, I do believe in God. Just not R'hllor or the false old gods. I believe in the real and only God, the first who existed eternally before all creation, with nothing before him. The source of all existence. The creator who created everything and wasn't born or created. A God who doesn't need anyone's help. If he wants something, he simply wills it and it is. He met her eyes. I believe only a God like that is worth worshipping. That's my belief. Arya was quiet for a moment. But the Brotherhood without banners and that which believe R'hllor is a god. Jacob asked, How about you? Do you believe he's a god? Arya shook her head. No. I don't believe it. When I was with the Brotherhood without banners, they sold a friend of mine to that witch. They claimed they did it because R'hllor wanted the boy, but I know they did it for the gold. Jacob nodded. Do you remember the faceless man I just punched? I felt a familiar feeling from him, a feeling I felt from a wizard and some witches I dealt with before. Arya leaned forward. What kind of feeling? Jacob's expression darkened. A disgusting feeling. Like they're unnatural. Evil. Every part of me was screaming to kill them the moment I saw them. It's like a primal instinct, as if nature itself wants them dead. Arya asked, Did you ever find out why you felt that way about that wizard and those witches? Jacob nodded. I did. It's because they had a contract with a demon to gain their magical powers. But in exchange, they had to sacrifice humans to that demon. They slaughtered babies and virgin girls no older than you. They performed other barbaric rituals, terrible things I don't even want to remember. Arya's voice was quiet. Did you kill them? Jacob smirked. Yes. I killed them all. I even killed the demon that was behind them after they summoned it. It was a horrible creature, like an ape or a monkey, but more than 10 feet tall, and it could control ice powers. Arya's eyes widened. So, do you think that what the Faceless Men call the many fac? Ed God and R'hllor are just demons? Jacob took a bite of his food. Yes. I'm sure they're demons. He chewed thoughtfully. I'll probably have to fight them one day. Chapter 172, Arriving in a New World Part 2. Jacob decided to walk around Bravos after he finished his meal. He went upstairs to his room and took a look at the clothes the system had given him as rewards, now stored in his pocket dimension. There were many, all kinds of styles for both women and men, that he chose one he liked, a finely crafted, form-fitting outfit that blended nobility with a martial edge. The material looked like dark, scaled leather resembling dragon hide, with red and golden accents running along the seams and edges. At the center of the chest sat a circular sigil featuring a fierce dragon's head with glowing red eyes, giving off a subtle, fiery glow. A flowing red-lined cape completed the ensemble, adding a regal presence. Jacob put the outfit on. Then he took his sword Griffin from his pocket dimension and hung it on his waist. He admired himself in the room's mirror. Not bad. He glanced at the cape behind him and smirked. I feel like a superhero now. After admiring his new clothes one more time, he knocked on the wall and called out loud, Ari, come to my room. Soon Arya knocked on the door. Jacob opened it, and Arya's eyes went wide at his clothes. Jacob smirked. What do you think? I look like a king now, right? Arya nodded. Yeah. And your clothes look really good. I'm a little jealous. But where did they come from? They appeared just like this. Jacob smirked and extended his hand. With a thought, an outfit that mirrored his design, but without the cape, materialized in his hand from his pocket dimension. Arya frowned. You still haven't told me where they came from. Jacob shrugged. I can store things in a spatial dimension. Anyway, don't worry about that too much. He waved his hand and cast the cleaning spell on Arya. Arya saw a white light surround her body and panicked. What did you do to me? Jacob said, relax. It's just a cleaning spell. Arya relaxed. After the light faded, she felt fresh and clean like never before. Even her clothes had become spotless. She wanted to ask more questions, but Jacob stuffed the clothes into her hands. Okay, go put these on. Don't worry about the size, they'll adjust to your body after you put them on. You're one of my people now. You can't go around looking like a beggar and embarrass me. Now hurry up. I want to go for a walk. Arya didn't say a word. She liked the clothes very much, so she took them and hurried back to her room. Half an hour later, she returned. Jacob shook his head. Women are all the same. It doesn't matter their age or which world they're from. Arya ignored the jab. How do I look? Jacob crossed his arms. You look half an hour late. Arya smiled. That's because I really love these clothes. I don't like dresses or girly clothes. These are more to my liking. And out of curiosity, I tried to stab them with my sword, but I found out I couldn't penetrate them. Jacob said, Oh, I forgot to tell you. The clothes I'm wearing and the ones I gave you are enchanted to fit anyone who wears them, resist wear, stains, and blade slashes and arrows. But you should be careful, they don't work against enchanted swords and arrows. Valyrian steel might penetrate them. He walked out of the room. Now let's go for a walk. As they walked outside the inn, everyone stared at them and gave way. Jacob didn't care. He simply admired Braavos, the shimmering canals, the buildings, the distant sound of water lapping against stone. Arya glanced at him from time to time, hesitating, until he said without looking at her, What do you want to ask? Arya took a breath. Why is the sigil of your house a dragon? Are you related to the Targaryens? Or are you just mocking them, like the other houses that use dragons in their sigils? Jacob said, Neither. And if you stick with me, you'll find out. Arya said, Okay. As long as you make me strong, I'll stick with you. And once I take my revenge, my sword and my life will be yours. Jacob asked, as if he didn't already know, revenge? Arya's jaw tightened. I'll tell you about it when I tell you my name. She changed the subject. Have you seen a dragon before? Jacob laughed, a loud, genuine laugh. You're talking to one, he thought. Arya frowned. Why are you laughing? Do you think they're extinct? Jacob finally stopped laughing. No, that's not it. I just thought of something funny. He stopped walking and looked out at the sea. Haven't you heard? Somewhere in Essos there's a dragon queen. She has 3 dragons. Her name is Daenerys Targaryen. Arya's eyes widened. Really? Jacob nodded. Arya's voice quickened with excitement. Is she the person you're looking for? Do you know her? Jacob started walking again. I don't know her. And I definitely want to meet her. But now isn't the time. Right now I'm going to Winterfell to look for a girl named Sansa Stark. Arya stopped dead. Her hand went to her sword. She stared at him warily. Why are you looking for her? Jacob turned back to her and chuckled. You seem to know her. Either she's on your revenge list or you care for her. Which is it? Arya's voice was hard. Tell me what you want from her. Jacob's expression was calm. You've been asking questions since we met, and I've answered them patiently. It's time to answer some of mine. Arya just stared at him, silent. Jacob shrugged and started walking again. If you don't want to talk, I'm not talking either. And you can remove your hand from your sword. That thing can't hurt me. And if you draw it, I will not show you mercy. Arya sighed. She remembered she couldn't win against him. She couldn't even run if she wanted to. She decided to trust him. She walked to his side and asked, "Can you at least tell me if you're trying to harm her or not? Then I'll tell you my relationship with her." Jacob said, "What if I lied to you?" Arya met his eyes. "I don't believe someone as strong as you would lie to a weak girl like me." Jacob smiled. "You're right. I will not lie to a little girl. I will not harm Sans. Hey, I just heard that she is beautiful and I like beautiful women. I plan to find her and propose marriage." Arya blinked. "That's it?" Jacob nodded. "That's it. Now your turn." Arya looked around, then lowered her voice to a whisper. "My name is Arya Stark. Sansa is my sister." Jacob looked at her for a moment, then turned and continued walking. "Is that so? Then we'll be family in the future." Arya studied him for a moment, then sighed in relief when she saw that he didn't care she was a Stark. "If she agrees to marry you." Jacob smirked. "She will. With how handsome I am, no woman can resist falling in love with me at first sight." Arya snorted. "I didn't." Jacob glanced at her. "You're not a woman. You're a kid." Arya flipped him off. He just shook his head and laughed. Arya said, "You said you're going to look for Sansa in Winterfell, but isn't she in King's Landing?" Jacob shook his head. "No, she's not. I have news that she's now with Littlefinger, thinking she's safe. But what she doesn't know is that Littlefinger will betray her and sell her to the Boltons." Arya's face hardened. "Then we need to find her soon." Jacob asked, "How long would it take to sail from here to White Harbor?" Arya frowned. "I don't know. It took me a moon's turn to sail from Saltpans to Bravos. I only arrived yesterday." Jacob said, "That's too much time. But I have a solution." Arya's eyes lit up. "Then when are we going?" Jacob said, "Tomorrow. She's still safe for now, so there's no hurry." As they continued walking, Jacob asked, "So, your revenge is against the people who killed your father in King's Landing, and your brother and mother at the Red Wedding?" Arya's voice was cold. "Yes. I will kill them all. Every last one of them." Jacob nodded. "Then you have to work hard. That's a long list of people to kill." Arya said, "It is. So when are you going to teach me?" Jacob smiled. "When your sister says yes to marrying me. So you should help me convince her." Arya smirked. "That won't be hard. Her head is filled with love and girly dreams, at least that's how I remember her. She was obsessed with songs and romantic stories. She trained her whole life to be a good wife and maybe a queen. You just need to show her that you're strong and wealthy and she'll be willing to marry you." Jacob's expression grew thoughtful. "She's probably changed from the girl you remember. After all, she had to survive alone in King's Landing for years, surrounded by her enemies." Arya sighed. "You're right. I've changed too." With that, Arya fell silent, probably thinking about the past. Jacob didn't bother her. They walked around Bravos until nightfall, watching the lights flicker on across the canals, listening to the distant songs of sailors and the soft lapping of water. Then they headed back to the inn. After eating, they went upstairs, each to their own room, and slept. Chapter 173, Across the Narrow Sea. Jacob woke up the next morning. He cast a cleaning spell on himself, feeling instantly fresh, put on his clothes, then woke Arya in the next room. They both had breakfast and left the inn. They walked through Bravo's winding streets. Jacob thought, "Should I fly to White Harbor? Use my water control? Summon Saphira or Iera, the Wyrm?" He shook his head. "No. If I summon Saphira or Iera, the girls will notice and want to come too. But it's not time yet, not until I've met Sansa." Just then, a system notification appeared before his eyes. Location sign-in available. Host can sign in after standing on top of the Titan of Bravos. Jacob's eyes lit up. He placed his hand on Arya's head beside him, and they both vanished, scaring the nearby people who looked around in panic. Jacob and Arya appeared on top of the Titan's head. Arya screamed and hugged Jacob's arm tightly. "Aya!" What happened? How do we get here? Jacob looked down at her with a smirk. I thought you were fearless. But you're just a scared little girl. Arya's grip didn't loosen. Is this your magic? Jacob said, it's one of my abilities. It's called teleportation. Arya's eyes widened. Can you teach it to me? Jacob shook his head. No. This can't be taught. Arya didn't press. She looked around at the endless sea, at the sprawling city below, and breathed, I can see the whole city from here. Jacob focused on the system. System, sign in. Location, sign in successful. Rewards obtained, 1 flying carpet, Aladdin non-sentient variant, a woven, tasseled flying carpet that operates via mental command. The user thinks a direction, up, down, forward, stop, left, right, and the carpet responds instantly. Can grow or shrink to hold 1 passenger or multiple. Flies at impressive speeds. Silent in flight. Completely unbreakable and indestructible, cannot be torn, burned, cut, soaked, or damaged. Can only be controlled mentally by you, host, and people who share your soul bond. Point 2. The Emberheart Bow, an indestructible legendary recurve bow carved from the bone of a true dragon. Without bonding with it, the bow is impossible to draw. Once bonded, the user can create arrows made from their own elemental powers, fire, ice, lightning, wind, or any other elemental ability they possess. These elemental arrows strike with triple the normal power of the user's base elemental attack. Point 3. Skin changing. Game of Thrones, the ability to enter the mind of an animal or human, perceiving the world through their senses and controlling their body completely. The stronger the user, the more animals and even humans they can control simultaneously. Note, while skin changing, the user's physical body becomes completely catatonic, unmoving, unresponsive, totally vulnerable. If the animal body is killed while the user is inside, the user's consciousness dies with it. Cannot control beings with stronger wills than their own. Jacob read the first reward. Nice. I'll use the flying carpet to cross the sea. He read the second reward and thought, that bow is a good weapon, but it's not for me. It's more suitable for Allison. He read the last reward and frowned. That's not an ability, that's a liability. Even Melissa has a better version. She can control animals without being catatonic and totally vulnerable, and she doesn't die if the animal is killed while she's controlling it. He addressed the system. System, exchange that waste of an ability for coins. You can sell the skin-changing ability back to the system for 1 million coins, host. Do you wish to proceed? Jacob's eyes narrowed. Hold up. Why is it so cheap? I remember selling you Naruto's perverted technique for 10 million. The system sounded again in his head. Do you wish to proceed, host? You're ignoring my question, Jacob thought, a smirk tugging at his lips. But it's good to hear your voice again, Nex. And yes, proceed. Transaction complete. 1 million coins have been added to your balance. And I prefer you call me system, host. Fine, fine. Just don't give me the silent treatment again. I really missed your voice these past 2 months. Jacob pulled the flying carpet from his pocket dimension and enlarged it enough to carry him and Arya comfortably. He stepped onto it and sat down. Arya, let's go. Arya, who had been staring with her jaw wide open at the hovering carpet, finally snapped back to her senses. She climbed onto the carpet and sat next to Jacob. She didn't ask any questions. She was already getting used to Jacob's magical powers. Jacob took out the map of the Game of Thrones world that the system had rewarded him. He felt an immediate connection to it, and with a thought he communicated with the map. He thought about going to White Harbor. A blue route line appeared on the map, stretching from Bravos to White Harbor, with a location indicator showing Jacob's position. This map is more useful than I thought, Jacob mused. He pulled out 2 pairs of sunglasses and handed one to Arya. Put these on. Arya took the sunglasses and looked at them, puzzled. What are these? Jacob said, they're to protect your eyes from the wind while we fly. They're called sunglasses. You put them on like this. He demonstrated, slipping his own pair on. Arya put hers on and saw the world in a darker shade. She smiled. Cool. Jacob smiled as he watched Arya look around with a childish grin on her face. All right, hold on to me and be careful you don't fall. Arya hugged his arm. With a mental command, Jacob made the carpet lift off and fly toward White Harbor, following the route line on the map. Jacob made the carpet fly slowly, letting Arya enjoy the view. As they flew high above the narrow sea, Jacob asked, Tell me, Arya, do you know what kind of creatures live in this sea? I don't mean fish, I mean creatures like dragons. Arya shook her head. No, I don't know. But I heard stories from old Nan back in Winterfell. A wistful smile appeared on her face. She used to tell us about sea monsters, krakens, and sea dragons. But those are just myths. I mean, maybe the sea dragons are real, but no one has ever seen a kraken before. I loved old Nan's stories. My dream was to see all the things in her stories, but the only thing I ever saw from them was the Titan of Bravos. Jacob asked, didn't you ever see a direwolf? After all, they are the sigil of your house. Arya's smile softened. Oh, I did. I even had one of my own. Nymeria was her name. I wonder if she's still okay. Jacob said, what happened to her? Arya's expression darkened. I let her go near the Trident River on the road from Winterfell to King's Landing. Nymeria bit Joffrey to defend me during a fight. Knowing Cersei would have her killed as punishment, I forced Nymeria to run away. I even had to throw rocks at her to make her leave, so she wouldn't follow us back to the camp. She sighed. She must hate me. Jacob rubbed her head gently. No, she doesn't hate you. You let her go to protect her, and she must have felt that. How about we look for her when we save Sansa? Arya nodded. Okay. But what are you going to do about the Boltons? Jacob thought for a moment, then smiled. First, we save Sansa. Then I plan to go to the Wall. There's a free folk army there waiting for me to conquer. I can't be a king without an army, can I? Even though I don't need them. After that, we will deal with the Boltons. Arya frowned. Free folk? You mean wildlings? Jacob said, they call themselves the free folk, Arya. Arya's voice was doubtful. But they're savages. Bloody-minded giants, slavers, even cannibals, who drink blood out of polished skulls. Jacob shook his head. Those are just scary bedtime stories. Sure, there are bad clans among them, cannibals even. But most of them are good people. Better than the people of Westeros, in fact. They're just trying to survive in frozen, barren lands and protect their people from the White Walkers. Arya's eyes widened. Are White Walkers real? Jacob nodded. Yes. They're very much real. They have a massive army called the Army of the Dead. They have mindless whites as foot soldiers, reanimated giants and animals for brute force, and White Walker generals who command them with magical ice blades. All led by the strongest of them all, the Night King. The Army of the Dead's goal is to destroy all life. Arya paled. Her hands trembled slightly. Jacob smiled reassuringly. Don't worry too much. For me and my family, those things are just an army of weaklings waiting for us to play with. But that's for later. Right now I want to meet your sister. Arya asked, are all the members of your family as strong as you? Jacob said, not as strong as me, but they're all powerful, especially my wives. Arya's eyebrows shot up. Wives? You have more than one. She stopped. Oh, I forgot. You said you're the king of the harem. Jacob laughed. One of them is actually like you, a tomboy. She hates women's clothes. She cut her hair short. She likes to fight and kill. I think you two will get along and become very close friends. Arya's eyes sparkled. Then I'm looking forward to meeting her. Jacob said, all right. I'm going to use more speed. He waved his hand and a telekinetic shield surrounded the flying carpet. Then, with a thought, he pushed the carpet to its full speed. The carpet accelerated instantly, breaking the sound barrier and reaching Mach 2. Arya screamed and closed her eyes. Aya! Too fast, too fast. We're going to die. Jacob laughed. Relax. We're taught all. Why safe? You can open your eyes. Arya opened her eyes but still clung to Jacob's arm like her life depended on it. Slowly, as they raced across the sky, she relaxed and began to enjoy the flight. Jacob said to the system, System, daily sign-in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained, 180,000 coins 2, hot dogs x 1003 tinderbox, a small steel box containing flint, steel striker and charcloth. Starts a fire in any weather with a few sparks. Jacob read the rewards. At least the hot dogs are good. He pulled out a few hot dogs and handed 2 to Arya. Then he took out 2 Fanta cans. He started to hand her one, then paused. Wait, you're not feeling sick, are you? Like you want to vomit? Arya shook her head. No. Jacob smiled. Good. He handed her the can. Arya looked at the can, turning it over in her hands. What is this? Jacob showed her the tab. You pull this little ring here. Watch. He opened his own can with a crisp hiss. Arya copied him, jumping slightly at the sound. She peered inside at the bubbling liquid, then sniffed it cautiously. It's called soda, Jacob said. Go ahead. Take a sip. Arya took a small sip. Her eyes went wide. It's sweet. And bubbly. It tickles my tongue. Jacob grinned. That's the carbonation. Do you like it? Arya took a longer drink, then nodded vigorously. Yes. Very much. Now try the hot dog, Jacob said, biting into his own. And before you ask, it's just what it's called. There's no dog meat in it. It's beef. Arya examined the hot dog, the soft bun, the sausage inside. She took a bite. Chewed. Her expression shifted from curiosity to delight. This is amazing, she said, her mouth still half full. She finished her 2 hot dogs and 4 more bites and immediately asked, Can I have another? Jacob laughed and handed her 2 more. She ate them just as quickly, washing each bite down with Fanta, a look of pure bliss on her face. They reached White Harbor in an hour. Jacob didn't land, he flew the carpet straight past the city. Arya looked down. Where are we going now? Jacob said, Moat Cailin. We'll meet Sansa there before she goes to Winterfell. He smirked and glanced at Arya. Littlefinger is with her. You can have him. But don't give him a quick death. Make him beg first. Make him feel hopeless before you end his miserable life. Arya's expression hardened. I'm not clear on what part he played in my father's death, or if he was even involved. Jacob's smirk didn't fade. Oh, he had everything to do with your father's death. He planned it. Arya's voice was sharp. How do you know? Jacob said, Let's just say it's one of my powers. I know things. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself when we meet him. Arya studied him for a moment. Why do you hate him so much? Did he do something to you or your family? Jacob shook his head. No. I've never met the man. I just hate people like him. Politicians. Arya frowned. What are politicians? Jacob's voice was cold. Schemers who will do anything to reach their goals. It took them only 3 minutes to reach the ancient, ruined fortress of Moat Cailin. They landed inside its crumbling walls. Jacob looked around at the overgrown stones and broken towers. Now we wait. Your sister should appear any day now. He smiled. But let's get comfortable. He found a relatively flat, open area inside the fortress and pulled the capsule house from his pocket dimension. He tossed it. The capsule hit the ground with a soft thunk and exploded outward in a cloud of white smoke. When the smoke cleared, a beautiful 2-story house stood in the middle of the ancient ruins. Arya, despite all the abilities and wonders Jacob had already shown her, stood frozen, her mouth hanging open. It came from nowhere. Jacob smiled. Let's go inside. He led her into the house. For the next couple of hours he showed her around, the living room, the kitchen, the bedrooms, the bathroom. He explained how the lights worked, how the refrigerator kept food cold, what the television was for. Arya listened, fascinated, touching everything, asking endless questions. Jacob answered each one patiently, watching as the hard-faced girl slowly began to look like a child again. Chapter 174, Swamp Puppies. Arya woke up in her bedroom in Jacob's capsule house. She rubbed her eyes, climbed out of bed and made her way downstairs. The first floor was empty, but breakfast waited for her on the table. A bowl of cereal, sausage and eggs, toast, and chocolate muffins. She turned on the TV and watched Tom and Jerry, laughing as she ate. When she finished, she went outside to look for Jacob. She searched the ruined fortress until she heard a loud, deep roar. She followed the sound and found Jacob outside the large front gate, playing with 3 massive alligators, the creatures her world called lizard lions. She stood at the gate, her mouth hanging open, her eyes wide. Jacob was dominating the 3 beasts with an easy smile on his face. 2 of them performed tricks fearfully. One stood on its hind legs, the other cowered while rolling over, both showing clear terror with lowered heads and submissive postures. A much larger, more aggressive lizard lion was desperately trying to escape, roaring with its mouth wide open, claws deeply dug into the muddy ground, its body straining forward. Jacob had casually grabbed it by the thick tail with one hand, effortlessly holding it back as the creature thrashed, kicking up dirt and splashing muddy water. Arya finally found her voice. She called out from the gate, not daring to get closer. Jacob? What are you doing? Jacob turned to her. Oh, Arya, you're awake. I was bored. We've been waiting for Sansa for 3 days now, and she still hasn't arrived. So I went for a walk and made some new friends. Arya stared at the massive reptiles. Friends? You're calling lizard lions friends? Jacob shrugged. Yeah. They tried to eat me first, so I had to give them a little beating. Now we're friends. He glanced at the largest one. Well, except for Bowser. He's still trying to run away. Jacob released the tail of the larger lizard lion, teleported above its head and kicked it hard, driving its head deep into the mud. He landed in front of the dazed creature and released a tiny fraction of his dragon aura. People in Florida say that gator meat tastes like chicken, he said calmly. So behave yourself, or I don't mind making some gator nuggets out of you. The large lizard lion shivered and lay still, ceasing all resistance. Jacob smiled. Good. Now roll over. The lizard lion seemed to understand. It rolled over. Jacob smirked. Good boy. He looked at Arya. Arya, do you want to play with these swamp puppies? He pointed at each one in turn. This is Bowser. The one standing is Leatherhead. And the one playing dead is Wally Gator. Don't worry, they won't hurt you. Arya shook her head firmly. No. I'm good. Jacob shrugged and pulled out some skyr buffalo meat. He tossed it to the 3 lizard lions. Eat. And don't fight. The 3 creatures, even the one playing dead, ate the meat. Then they all stood on their hind legs, rolled around and lay submissively in front of Jacob, looking up at him with longing eyes. Jacob laughed. You guys are very smart. He took out more skyr buffalo meat and fed them, then walked back to Arya. The 3 large lizard lions followed him and lay down a few meters away, like well-behaved giant puppies. Arya stared at Jacob. Just how strong are you? Jacob winked. You'll find out one day. Arya let it go. By the way, are you sure Sansa isn't already in Winterfell? Jacob glanced at the system notification that had appeared when he woke up. System notification, quest sign-in available. Host can sign in after saving Sansa Stark from her tragic marriage to Ramsay Bolton by stopping Peter Baelish from taking her back to Winterfell. You can meet her at Moat Cailin. Time remaining for Sansa to arrive at Moat Cailin, 31 hours. He dismissed the notification. I'm sure. She'll pass through here today or tomorrow at the latest. He looked at Arya for a long moment, his expression thoughtful. I've been with her for 4 days now. She's mature beyond her age, but a life like hers will do that to a person. Still, sometimes she forgets herself and acts like a normal 14-year-old girl. And I remember from the show that she's fiercely loyal. I think I can trust her. It's time to make her strong. Arya caught his gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Jacob drew his sword. Stand in front of me. Arya wasn't afraid. She stepped forward and stood before him. Do you finally want to teach me? Jacob shook his head. No. I want to knight you. Are you willing to be my Kingsguard? You only need to swear loyalty to me. I will not restrict you if you want to hold land, marry, or have children. And you can keep calling me by my name, no need for your grace or my king. Arya asked, What about my revenge? Jacob said, You can still have your revenge. Arya pressed, And will you teach me to become strong? Jacob met her eyes. I will make you strong. Arya nodded. Then I agree. She started to kneel, but Jacob stopped her. Don't kneel to me. I don't like that. Arya straightened. I swear to be loyal to you. Jacob raised his sword and placed the flat of the blade against her right shoulder, then her left. He lowered the sword and looked her in the eye. Arya of House Stark, he said solemnly, from now on you are one of my people, a knight of Sarandel, and my Kingsguard. A flicker of pride appeared in Arya's eyes. But she smirked and said, I know you're inhumanly strong, but I'm not so sure you're a real king. Jacob sheathed his sword and smiled. Oh, you want proof? Arya nodded, still smiling. Jacob's smile turned dangerous. Then, to Arya's sudden terror, he released a fraction of his dragon aura. His eyes glowed red, vertical slit pupils cutting through the crimson, and he let out a low rumbling growl that vibrated inside her chest before she even heard it. When he spoke, his voice was deep and monstrous. This is your proof, Arya. So never betray me. Because if you do, I will not show you mercy. The 3 lizard lions nearby whimpered and shivered in fear. Arya's legs gave out and she fell to the ground. But despite her terror, she stubbornly raised her head and looked Jacob in the eyes. I swear I will never betray you, she said, her voice shaking but firm. I'm not a traitor. I never will be. Jacob's eyes returned to normal. He restrained his aura and extended a hand to help her up. He smiled and winked. Sorry about that. But you asked for it. Arya took a deep breath, calming her still racing heart. What exactly are you? Are you even human? Jacob said, well, kind of. Tell me, Arya, do you know about shapeshifters? I don't mean people who can enter the minds of animals, I mean people who can turn into animals. Arya nodded. Yes. But that's just a myth. People used to say my brother Rob could turn into a wolf, but that wasn't true. Jacob said, where I'm from, creatures like that are real. They can turn into wolves, lions, birds. Some of them can control fire and lightning. Krakens are real. Wyrms are real. All kinds of supernatural creatures are real. He paused. And I am a supernatural creature too. Arya asked, what kind? Jacob rubbed her head. It's better to show you. So let me keep some mystery. Wait until that day comes. Arya persisted. But can you tell me where you're from? Jacob met her eyes. I'm from another world. Arya's eyebrows rose. Is your world like the Lord of the Rings movie we watched yesterday? Jacob shook his head. No. My world is like the world of Tom and Jerry. We have cars and advanced technology. I'll take you there one day to visit. He pulled out a vial of Mirakuru and held it up. Now, as my first night, you can't go around being a weakling and embarrassing me. It's time to make you stronger. He handed her the vial. Go to the bathroom and lie down in the tub. Drink this potion. It will make you strong and give you super healing. Your body will become hot, and you'll sweat a lot during the process. Once your body finishes absorbing it, come out, and I'll spar with you to help you get used to your new strength. Arya took the vial and examined the green liquid inside. What's super healing? Jacob explained, your wounds will heal in seconds. Broken bones will mend in a minute or two. You'll never get sick again. He held up a finger. But you can still be poisoned, so be careful. Arya nodded and headed back to the capsule house. She went to the bathroom, removed her clothes, and drank the Mirakuru. Her body grew warm. Her skin flushed red. She began to sweat, but felt no pain. Jacob waited outside. He pulled a chair from his pocket dimension, sat down and thought, system. Sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained, 1 5 coins 2, New York-style pizza X603, Zatanna Zatara's stockings, still warm. She just took them off after a performance. Enjoy, host. Jacob shook his head. Again with the perverted rewards. How many times have I told you? I'm not into women's dirty underwear. And I can't even sell it back to you since it's just a daily reward. He sighed, took the stockings from his pocket dimension without touching them, and shot a fireball from his hand, burning them to ash. Then he pulled out a pizza box from his pocket dimension and started eating. After finishing the pizza, he burned the box and began playing on his Game Boy, waiting for Arya to finish absorbing the potion. Chapter 175, A King Worth Following. It took 2 hours for Arya's body to absorb the Mirakuru completely. She clenched her fist, feeling her immense new strength. Then she tried to get out of the bathtub, but used too much force and ended up crashing face first into the wall. She rubbed her nose. Ouch! That hurt. She dressed carefully, walking slowly and deliberately, trying not to use too much force until she got outside the capsule house. Once outside, she grinned and used her new super speed to rush to Jacob. Jacob was playing his Game Boy when he heard someone running toward him. He looked up and saw a blur heading fast in his direction. He smiled, put the Game Boy in his pocket dimension, and Arya crashed into him, hugging him tightly. Thank you, she said, her voice muffled against his chest. Thank you so much for making me strong. Jacob patted her back. You're welcome. After a moment, Arya let him go. She drew her sword and smiled. Okay. Let's spar. Jacob shook his head. Put that away. I have a sword, but I don't know any fancy sword moves. I only know how to use it to kill. Let's spar without weapons so you can learn to control your new strength. Arya sheathed her sword. Okay. Then she attacked. Jacob grinned and punched her hard, sending her crashing into the fortress's brick wall. The impact knocked the air from her lungs. Arya stood up and grinned. She didn't complain or show fear. She charged again. And again. Jacob didn't go easy on her. He beat her badly, even breaking one of her arms. But Arya didn't scream. She just hissed, watched her arm heal in less than a minute with excitement and kept attacking. After 2 hours, Arya finally lay on the wet, muddy ground, beaten and breathing heavily, but still smiling. Then she started crying. She began reciting names. Cersei Lannister. Walder Frey. The Mountain. Meryn Trant. She repeated them over and over, her voice cracking. Cersei Lannister. Walder Frey. The Mountain. Meryn Trant. Cersei Lannister. Walder Frey. The Mountain. Meryn Trant. She looked at the gray sky, tears streaming down her face. Now I have the strength to kill you all. Jacob crouched down beside her. Is that your revenge list? Arya wiped her eyes and sat up. Yes. Jacob asked, what about Roose Bolton? I heard he killed your brother Robb. Arya's jaw tightened. He's on my list too. Jacob nodded. Let's start with Littlefinger first. Then, after we conquer the Free Folk, I'll call my family and we'll take back Winterfell together. Arya looked at him. With your strength, do you really need an army? I could probably take Winterfell alone with my new strength now. And you're way stronger than me. Jacob smirked. It's not about taking Winterfell back. It's about having fun. I want to command an army. My family will definitely want to have fun and participate in a medieval-style war. If I used my full strength, I could take Winterfell and become the new king of the 7 kingdoms in a day. But that would be boring. I want to have a large army. I want to play with those arrogant nobles. I want to lead an army and fight in wars. I don't get to do that in my world. Arya smiled. That sounds fun. I'm in. She paused. By the way, is your end goal the Iron Throne? Jacob thought for a moment. I'm not sure yet. Being the king of the poor and miserable people of Westeros is a lot of responsibility. It sounds like a lot of work. I'd have to take care of millions of people. He shrugged. Let's wait until my family gets here. Then I'll decide. But I'll probably go for the Iron Throne and become a hands-off king. Just then, Jacob tilted his head and closed his eyes, focusing on listening. Arya tensed. What's wrong? Jacob held up a hand. Shush. He listened for a full minute, then opened his eyes and looked north. About 8 or 9 miles that way. A company of about 200 Bolton men is heading our way. Arya's eyes widened. How do you know? Jacob pointed at his ears. Super hearing. Arya didn't panic. What should we do? Jacob shrugged. They won't be here for another 3 hours. Let's wait for them. His voice turned cold. The Boltons are famous for their ancient practice of flaying their enemies alive. And they don't do it as punishment, they do it because it's a source of pride. They even made their sigil a flayed man. He smiled, an evil, dangerous smile. So once they get here, we'll deal with them. And none of them will leave this ruined fortress alive. Arya mirrored his smile. My thoughts exactly. Jacob stood. All right. Let's eat and wait for them to arrive. They returned to the capsule house. After Jacob cast a cleaning spell on them both, they stepped inside. The lizard lions followed close behind but remained outside, waiting for Jacob. 3 hours later, the Bolton soldiers arrived at Moat Cailin. They carried banners bearing the flayed man, a red figure hanging upside down on a white X-shaped cross over a field of black. Jacob and Arya stepped out of the capsule house. Jacob tossed a few pieces of skyr buffalo meat to the 3 lizard lions. Go kill the soldiers at the gate. The 3 giant creatures seemed to understand. They lumbered toward the north gate, following the sound of the Bolton men. The soldiers had arrived to relieve the previous garrison, the one that had left 4 days ago, the day before Jacob and Arya had arrived. They were just entering the large gate when they saw 3 massive lizard lions walking toward them. The largest was about 30 feet long, the smallest was 23 feet. One soldier shouted, "Watch out! Lizard lions!" Another cried, "They're too big. I've never heard of lizard lions this size. Didn't they say they're only as big as lions?" Their commander barked orders. Form a line. Shields up. Spears forward. Don't let them flank us. Archers, aim for the eyes. The soldiers scrambled into formation, their training taking over despite their fear. The 3 lizard lions charged. They were fast, terrifyingly fast for creatures their size. Each bite killed a man. Their scaly, armored hides turned aside swords, arrows, and spears that struck their backs, though their softer underbellies remained vulnerable. Jacob and Arya watched from a distance, not yet participating. The three giants were already doing bloody work. Arya asked, "I heard about lizard lions from old Nan's stories, but she didn't say they could get this big. Where did you find them?" "I wanted to ask earlier, but I forgot." Jacob shrugged. "I was bored this morning, so I went deep into the swamps a few miles from here. A small lizard lion tried to eat me. After I dealt with it, I went looking for the biggest ones I could find to kill time. I found these three with one of my abilities, pulled them out of the swamp and brought them here to play." Arya gave him a look. "You're weird. That's your idea of killing time." Jacob smirked. "Actually, I was trying to find a swamp dragon. Unfortunately, I found none, only some large snakes and these guys. The snakes were too small. Only 20 feet long. I wasn't interested." Arya stared. 20 feet is small? Jacob nodded and turned his attention back to the fight. Arya focused on the fight too and stopped asking questions. For 40 minutes the soldiers fought the lizard lions. They managed to wound the creatures by stabbing their soft, unarmored bellies. But the cost was steep, 40 men dead, more than 50 severely wounded. Jacob glanced at Arya. "Go have fun. But be careful. You're not invincible." He gestured to her clothes. "Your outfit won't be penetrated by normal weapons, but your neck and head aren't protected. If someone cuts off your head or shoots an arrow through your skull, you'll die." Arya nodded. "I'll be careful." Jacob pulled a combat knife from his pocket dimension and handed it to her. "Take this. It's more useful than your rapier." Arya took the knife, weighing it in her hand. "Nice dagger." "Thanks." Then she shot into the group of soldiers and began massacring them. She moved with blinding speed, slicing throats, stabbing eyes, driving the blade into necks. One soldier shouted, "Watch out! There are." He didn't finish. Arya stabbed him through the ear and he dropped dead. Jacob walked toward the now dying lizard lions. With a wave of his hand, he used his telekinesis to kill all the soldiers who were still stabbing them. The remaining soldiers panicked. One screamed, He's a sorcerer." An archer loosed an arrow at Jacob. With a flick of his finger, Jacob sent it flying back into the archer's skull with his telekinesis. Jacob pulled the spears from the lizard lions' bodies and used his healing touch ability. A warm white light enveloped the three creatures, closing their wounds, restoring their strength. Within moments they were fully healed. Jacob smiled at them. "You did a good job. Go stand aside. I'll reward you after I deal with these idiots." The three lizard lions obediently moved to the side. Jacob drew his sword, Griffin. He poured energy into the blade, and a cold blue flame ignited along its edge. Then he attacked. He was faster than Arya. More cruel. Every swing of his sword tore through armor and weapons alike, cleaving bodies in half with wounds that burned and froze at the same time. The Bolton men tried to run, but Jacob appeared in front of them, again and again, and slaughtered them without mercy. Arya killed one last man and stopped. She watched Jacob cut through the escaping soldiers with an evil smirk on his face. She sighed. "He's easygoing and an idiot most of the time. Even with all his magical powers, I thought he was just a pretty boy." She watched him drive his sword through another man. "But it seems I was wrong. He's a monster. And he looks scary right now." She smiled. "But I like him like this. Kind to his friends. Cruel to his enemies. Only a man like that deserves to be my king." Soon all the remaining Bolton men lay dead. Jacob sheathed his sword and waved his hand. A giant lifelike fire serpent shot from his palm and burned the bodies to ash. He walked to Arya. "This is the first time you've killed so many people, isn't it? How are you feeling?" Arya smiled. "I feel great." Jacob cast a cleaning spell on both of them, cleaning the blood and gore from their faces and hair. Their enchanted clothes were already clean. Then he bought enough skyr buffalo meat from the system to fill the lizard lions' stomachs. He tossed it to them. "Remember, don't fight among yourselves." The three creatures, who had been hissing at each other, stopped and began eating without fighting. Jacob rubbed Arya's head and led her back to the capsule house. "Let's go watch a movie or something." Arya grinned and walked beside him. "Let's watch Tom and Jerry. I love Jerry, but I want to see if Tom will ever win against him." Jacob looked at her, at the childish smile on her face, and shook his head with a laugh. Chapter 176, First Meeting. The next day, Jacob and Arya woke up and had breakfast. Then Arya went to train while Jacob played with the three lizard lions for a bit. Afterward he went back inside the capsule house, turned on the TV and started watching an animal documentary. Soon he fell asleep and didn't wake until Arya returned a few hours later. He checked the system notification and found that Sansa would arrive in 2 hours. He had a big lunch with Arya, and then the two of them went outside to the gate that faced the direction Sansa would come from. He took 2 chairs, sat on one and pulled a book from his pocket dimension, Moby Dick, and began to read. Arya sat next to him. Is Sansa really coming today? Jacob nodded. Yes. She'll be here in less than 2 hours. I can hear horses coming toward us 9 miles away. Arya sighed. I don't know how to face her. To be honest, I don't like her that much and she doesn't like me. She used to call me Horseface. We hated each other when we were in Winterfell. When Nymeria bit Joffrey to protect me, Sansa lied to King Robert, claiming she didn't see what happened to protect her engagement to Joffrey. And when father died, she was there, standing next to the Lannisters that day, wearing a pretty dress, watching them behead him. Jacob looked from his book to Arya. She probably stood there against her will, helpless, watching them kill your father. Arya's voice was hard. I'm not sure about that. Jacob said, then talk to her when she arrives. And remember, she's your sister. Give her the benefit of the doubt. I'm sure you've seen some bad things, Arya. You've been through a lot. But at least you were free. You traveled. You didn't get abused and live in fear. But she did. She was her enemy's prisoner. She had to live beside them, careful not to show her emotions, because that would get her killed or worse. She was probably tortured and abused but had to endure, to smile, to be obedient, just to survive. Arya's voice cracked. She didn't have to. She could have fought back. She could have killed Cersei and escaped. Jacob shook his head. Don't be stupid. Sansa isn't someone who likes to fight and kill like you. She was just a naive child who thought the world was a romantic story, that she was going to marry a prince, become a queen, and live happily ever after. He paused. I don't know what you remember about her, but she's not the girl you grew up with. Not after what she's seen. Not after what she's been through. Not after what they've done to her. So maybe you should hear her side of the story and be glad that your sister managed to survive, instead of being angry at her for things she was forced to endure, or things she said or did when you were both just kids at Winterfell. Arya's voice was quiet. You seem to know things about her. Jacob looked back at his book. I only know a few things. But with how cruel and crazy Joffrey was, I can imagine the rest. Arya didn't say anything more. She sighed and closed her eyes, thinking about the past. Wondering what would have happened if she had been in Sansa's place. Would she have survived? Would she have killed Cersei? Or would she be dead or broken by now? They didn't speak after that. Arya was deep in thought, and Jacob kept reading. An hour and a half later, Jacob closed his book with a sharp snap, bringing Arya back from her thoughts. They're here, he said. 14 of them. Sansa, Littlefinger, and 12 Knights of the Vale. Arya stood. Let's go. Jacob held up a hand. I want to meet her first. If you want to come with me, put on a mask. And there's no hurry. She knows Moat Cailin. When she sees it, she'll realize that Littlefinger is trying to take her back to Winterfell and sell her to the Boltons. I want her to realize he isn't her friend before I show up. Arya frowned. So you want to appear when she's most desperate and save her? Jacob smirked. Yes. That will help me gain a little affection from her. Maybe even make her accept my marriage proposal easily. You said she loves romantic songs and stories. He spread his arms. Then I'll be her knight in shining armor. Arya gave him a look. Are you going to tell her about your other wives? Jacob nodded. Of course I'll tell her. Arya asked. Does she have a choice? Will you let her go if she refuses to marry you? Jacob smiled. Of course I'll give her a choice. Either she marries me or she marries me. Arya rolled her eyes. That's not a choice. Jacob's smirk widened. Of course it is. Either she marries me willingly or I kidnap her. After all, that's what my kind does. We kidnap princesses. Arya stared. What? Your kind kidnaps princesses? Jacob shrugged. Yeah. Not just princesses, any woman we like. But don't worry. I'll try my best to charm your sister first. And with how handsome I am, I'm pretty sure she'll say yes. No woman can resist my charm. Arya snorted. You're a pretty boy, but I don't feel like you're irresistible. Jacob laughed. That's because you're not a woman. You're a kid. Arya flipped him off. Jacob just laughed and turned his gaze toward a distant mountain about 2 miles away. On its slope, Littlefinger appeared, holding Sansa's hand. Jacob pulled a white Venetian mask, one that covered the entire face, from his pocket dimension and tossed it to Arya. Wear this. And remember, when we appear next to Sansa, don't let her know who you are until I finish my talk with her. Arya put on the mask. All right, Jacob said. Now don't speak. I want to hear their conversation so I can choose the perfect time to appear. Sansa stood at the edge of a mountain, wearing a black dress and a black cloak. Beside her stood Peter Baelish. They both gazed down at the ancient fortress below in the distance, shrouded in fog. The wind blew, cold and damp, carrying the scent of rotting reeds from the surrounding marshes. Moat Cailin was a ruin in many ways, its towers crumbling, its walls weathered by centuries of war and neglect, but its position was undeniable. It sat like a jagged spine across the neck, the only dry path between the north and the south. Sansa's voice was hollow. That's Moat Cailin. Littlefinger nodded. Yes. A bit shabby, isn't it? You've been here before, Sansa said, on our way down to King's Landing. With my father. And Arya and... She turned to look at him. Where are you taking me? Littlefinger met her eyes. Home. Sansa's heart clenched. The Boltons have Winterfell. Littlefinger nodded slowly. Sansa looked at him, really looked. His eyes held no malice, only the calm certainty of a man playing chess with living pieces. And she now realized that she is just one of the many chess pieces in his game. Her voice was tight. The marriage proposal, it wasn't for you? Littlefinger shook his head calmly. No. Sansa's voice rose. Roose Bolton murdered my brother. He betrayed my family. Littlefinger nodded again. He did. Sansa pressed on. He serves the Lannisters. Littlefinger said, for now. Sansa shook her head. I won't go. Littlefinger's voice was soft. Winterfell is your home. Sansa kept shaking her head. Not anymore. Littlefinger insisted. Always. You're a Stark. Dyeing your hair doesn't change that. You're Sansa Stark. The eldest surviving child of Ned and Catelyn Stark. Your place is in the north. Sansa turned back to look at Moat Cailin. The fortress blurred before her eyes. I can't marry him. You can't make me. She looked back at him, her voice rising even more. He's a traitor. A murderer. Littlefinger remained calm. You're not marrying Roose Bolton. No, you'll be marrying his son and heir Ramsay. One day he'll be Warden of the North and, N.O. Sansa cut him off. No, you can't make me. Tears began falling freely from her eyes. I will starve myself. I will die before I go there. Littlefinger stepped closer and reached out to put his hand on her shoulder. Just then, 2 figures appeared out of nowhere. One caught Littlefinger's hand before it could touch Sansa's shoulder. The smaller one fell to the ground face first. Sansa and Littlefinger both startled. Sansa took a step backward, looking at the handsome boy who had appeared in front of her, out of nowhere, in shock. Littlefinger tried to free his hand. He couldn't. Jacob looked down at Arya, who was lying near his feet, refusing to get up. He gently kicked her. Get up. You're embarrassing me. And you ruined my heroic entrance. Arya finally stood and acted like nothing had happened. She stared at Sansa but didn't speak. Sansa looked at the masked girl for a moment, then back at Jacob, at the sigil on his chest that she didn't recognize, at his fine clothes, then back at his face. Littlefinger shouted to the knights, "What are you waiting for? Help us!" The knights who were on their horses charged. But just as they got within 3 meters, they froze, horses and all, unable to move, unable to make a sound other than strained groans. Jacob had used his telekinesis to freeze them in place. Littlefinger shouted again, "Why did you stop?" "I command you." Jacob slapped him across the face, hard. Littlefinger fell to the ground. Jacob's voice was cold. "Shut up. You're too loud." Then Jacob turned to Sansa with a charming smile. He took a step toward her and gently wiped the tears from her face. "You're as beautiful as I heard. But I heard your hair was red. You probably used berries and other natural ingredients to turn it black, right? That can be considered a stain." He smiled. "Let me see if I can turn it back to normal." He cast a cleaning spell on her. Sansa panicked as a white light enveloped her body. When it faded, her hair had turned back to its natural red, but she didn't realize it yet. She just felt fresh and clean. Jacob smiled as he admired her red hair. That's more like it. Red hair suits you better. It goes well with your beautiful blue eyes. Sansa looked at Jacob warily and took a step back. What did you do to me? Jacob shrugged. Nothing. I just returned your hair to its beautiful natural color. She took a strand of her hair and saw it had turned back to red. She looked back at Jacob. Who are you? Jacob smiled. I'm your future husband. Sansa's heart seized. Ramsay Bolton? Arya snorted a laugh. Jacob looked offended. He flicked Sansa's forehead. Sansa yelped and caught her forehead. Ah! She glared at him. Jacob said, that's for thinking I'm that psychopathic pig Ramsay. Look at me. He spread his arms. My handsomeness is out of this world. How could you possibly think I'm that bastard? Sansa's voice was wary. Then who are you? Jacob's expression softened. All right. Jokes aside. I know you're scared. Terrified, even. I can feel it. I can also feel anger and hatred from you, probably because Littlefinger just betrayed you and tried to sell you to the Boltons. He met her eyes. But you don't need to fear me. I mean you no harm. My name is Jacob. I came looking for you to propose marriage. Littlefinger sat up. Don't listen to him, Sansa. He's a sorcerer. A nobody who wants to use your name. I've never seen a sigil like the one on his chest. I've never even heard of it. Arya drew the combat knife Jacob had given her. She hadn't brought her sword, she'd left it in the house. She pressed the blade against Littlefinger's throat. Make another sound and I'll cut your throat. Jacob smiled at Littlefinger. I'll tell you what, Littlefinger. I can spare your life, but you have to leave alone. I came here for Sansa. I'm not interested in you. As for the Vale Knights, they will have to die. His voice hardened. So choose wisely. Leave and I won't kill you. Or stay and die. Littlefinger's eyes narrowed. Why would you spare a man who has no value to you? I've lived with liars and schemers my whole life. I'm a liar myself. I know a liar when I see one. Jacob shrugged. I'm no liar. As for why I'll let you go, it's simple. I want to show Sansa that you are not her friend at all. I want to show her that you're just using her. And when it comes to a choice between your life and hers, you will always choose your own life. He held up 2 fingers. So I'll give you 2 choices. 1, leave alone and I will not kill you. You can even take a horse. 2, stay and die. He paused. But if you choose to stay, I will respect you as a man of honor. I will let Sansa and the 12 knights go free, and I will not kill you until tomorrow. That way they will be a day's ride away from me. Littlefinger's voice was tight. Do I have your word? Jacob nodded. I swear I will keep my word. He looked at Arya. Let him stand. Arya removed the knife from Littlefinger's throat and stepped back. Littlefinger stood. He looked at the frozen knights. Then at Sansa. I'm sorry, Sansa. This man doesn't want to kill you, so you'll be safe. But if I stay, I will die. He met her eyes. Don't worry. I will find you. I will rescue you. Sansa's voice was flat. You can rescue me now. You only need to give up your life. Littlefinger's jaw tightened. I will rescue you. I promise. I will bring all the knights of the Vale. I will find you. Sansa cut him off. Thank you for all the valuable lessons you've given me, Lord Baelish. Especially the lesson about trust. Her voice was cold. I'm tired of your lies. She sighed. I'm tired of this miserable life of mine. Littlefinger opened his mouth to speak, but Jacob raised a hand. My patience is limited. You've chosen to leave. So get lost. Littlefinger didn't need to be told twice. He walked to his horse, glancing back at Jacob and Arya with every step. He mounted and rode fast, passing them and descending the mountain toward Moat Cailin. Arya stood beside Jacob. Are you really letting him go? You said he was responsible for what happened to my father. Jacob rubbed her head and smirked. Don't worry. I only promised not to kill him if he chose to leave. I never said I'd actually let him go. I'll keep my word, I won't kill him. His smile turned wicked. But I never promised you wouldn't kill him, did I? He's all yours. Just not until he confesses his crimes. Arya nodded. Okay. Should I go after him? Bring him back. Jacob shook his head. No need. Let him think he's escaped for now. I can bring him back anytime I want. He tilted his head. Besides, did you forget what's sleeping at Moat Caelan's gate? Arya's eyes lit up. She smirked. I forgot about them. I wish I could see the look on his face when he sees them. Chapter 177, Sansa's Decision. Jacob waved his hand, releasing the Vale Knights from his telekinetic grip. Don't do anything stupid. I'm not your enemy. But I will kill you if you attack me. As for Sansa, you don't need to worry about her. I mean her no harm. The knights looked to their commander, who sighed heavily and said, Stand down. For now. Jacob turned to Sansa with a charming smile. I'm Jacob of House Alexander, King of Sarandel, protector of women. I am the knight in shining armor, yes, the very one the songs tell about, though I must say the bards failed to capture my handsome appearance properly. He struck a pose. I mean, look at me. I'm so handsome that when I look into a mirror, my own reflection gets jealous. Arya snorted. Sansa's eye twitched. And what does a king of Sarandel want with me, my lord? Jacob said, I told you. I want to marry you. I want you to be my wife. And I promise you I will keep you safe. I will make you strong enough to protect yourself. And I will help you get your revenge. Sansa's voice was guarded. What do you really want from me? Is it my name? To conquer the North? Jacob shook his head. No. I can conquer the North without you. What I really want is you. I don't care about your name. Sansa pressed. Then how about you conquer the North first? Then I will marry you. Jacob smiled. No. Marriage first. As for conquering the North, wait until your other sisters get here. Sansa frowned. I only have one sister. And I don't even know if she's still alive. Her voice softened. I hope she is. I really hope she's found a safe place to live. Peacefully. Arya looked at Sansa but didn't speak. Jacob chuckled. Oh no. I'm not talking about your sister. I'm talking about my other wives. Sansa's eyes widened. You have other wives? Jacob nodded. Yes. And I won't lie to you, I will have more in the future. But don't worry. I treat all my wives equally. I treat them like queens. And they won't bully you or scheme against you. They will welcome you into the family with open arms. He smirked. Actually, I'm more worried about myself. Sansa's voice was flat. Having multiple wives is forbidden in Westeros. Jacob shrugged. Who cares about that? The strong make the rules. And I will change the rules of Westeros. Sansa looked at him for a long moment. And if I refuse to marry you? Jacob waved his hand. Sansa flew toward him with a startled scream. He caught her waist, held her close, and looked into her eyes. Then maybe I will have to kidnap you, beautiful. But don't worry, I will not force myself on you or abuse you. That's not who I am. I will show you how good I am, how good life with me could be, and win your love. Sansa didn't resist. Her face was unreadable. I don't have a choice, do I? Jacob sighed. All right, fine. I will not force you. I can let you go free, but you'll have to go back into hiding. Live in fear. Maybe someone else will sell you to the Boltons. Or the Lannisters. His voice softened. With me, you don't need to hide. You don't need to live in fear. You don't need to conceal your emotions. You can be yourself. You don't need to scheme to survive or get what you want. You can just live happily and leave the rest to me. And if someone feels unpleasant to you, you just tell me and I will kill them, but only people who truly deserve to die. I will not kill innocent people. And I can also make you strong. With powers like mine. Sansa's eyes narrowed. You mean make me a sorcerer like you? Jacob shook his head. No. I'm not a sorcerer. Where I'm from there are wizards and witches, but I'm not one. These powers are mine. And there are many people who have powers like mine. Some can change into animals. Some can fly. Some can use fire and ice to attack. Some can control plants. He released her waist. Tell me, Sansa, do you know about wargs? Sansa nodded slowly. Yes. I've heard stories. People who can enter the minds of animals. Jacob said, those are not stories. That's a real ability. And all the Starks have it. You just haven't awakened yours yet. He stepped back. Anyway, my powers are like that, they're mine. Sorcerers are just normal humans who usually borrow their powers from another creature. And in exchange, they have to sacrifice humans, or their own bodies, to that creature. He spread his arms. Now tell me your choice. Marry me and I promise as long as I'm alive I will keep you safe and happy. Or turn around and leave with the Vale Knights. I will not stop you. Sansa hesitated, her eyes searching his face. Arya, still wearing her mask, spoke. You don't have to worry that he will betray you. Unlike others, he really is just here for you. Not your name. Not the powerful houses that would ally with him if you married him. He doesn't need that. He can defeat an army by himself. Sansa turned to her. And who are you? One of his wives. Arya shook her head. No. I'm his Kingsguard. She looked at Jacob. Can I take off my mask now? Jacob nodded. Sure. Arya removed her mask and smiled at Sansa. Hello, sis. Sansa's hands flew to her mouth. Arya? Tears spilled down her cheeks. She rushed forward and wrapped her arms around her sister, sobbing, her body shaking. Arya stiffened in surprise, then hugged Sansa back. Despite herself, tears began falling from her own eyes. Jacob watched in silence. The Vale Knights stared in shock, realizing that Arya Stark was still alive. After a long moment, Sansa and Arya broke the hug. Sansa wiped her tears and smiled. I never thought I would see you alive, she said. But then again, if anyone could survive it would be you. She took Arya's hand. How have you been? Since the last time I saw you. Arya's voice was quiet. Not good. But it can't be as bad as you. Sansa smiled wistfully and said nothing. Arya asked, I heard you killed Joffrey. Did you? Sansa sighed. I wish I had. Arya's expression darkened. Me too. I was so angry when I heard someone else had done it. However long my list got, he was always first. Sansa tilted her head. Your list? Arya's voice was cold. Of people I'm going to kill. Sansa laughed, thinking it was a joke. Arya shrugged and laughed too. When the laughter faded, Arya hugged Sansa again. This time she was the one who initiated it. Sansa hugged her back fiercely. I missed you so much. Arya's voice was muffled against Sansa's shoulder. Me too. They broke apart and Sansa looked at Jacob. Who is he? Is he really a king? Arya nodded. He says he's a king. And I believe him. She paused. But to be honest, we've only known each other for 5 days. Still, I do trust him. He's an idiot most of the time. He's kind to me. He treats me like a sister, like Jon used to treat me, maybe even better. Her voice dropped. But I've seen how cruel he can be to his enemies. We killed 200 Bolton soldiers yesterday. Sansa's eyes went wide. 200 men? Just the two of you? Arya said, yes. Well, we had 3 lizard lions with us too. But make no mistake, Jacob could have killed those 200 men alone in a single attack. That's how strong he is. Sansa stared at Jacob wide-eyed. Jacob winked at her. Arya continued. You can trust him, Sansa. If he wanted to harm you or force you to marry him, he would have done it already. Even if the entire Vale army with their heavy cavalry had been with you, they couldn't have stopped him. Sansa was silent for a long moment. Then she said to Jacob, What's your goal? What are you planning to do with the North? Jacob said, My only goal right now is to make you my wife. As for the North, I'm planning to take it over and turn it into my own kingdom. Later, I'll probably take over all of Westeros. But I haven't really decided yet. Sansa looked back at her sister. Arya nodded. We're Starks. We look after one another. Trust me, Sansa. Agree to marry him. It will be the best thing that's ever happened to you. Sansa turned back to Jacob. You said that you will protect me. That you will give me a happy life. That you are the knight in shining armor. She began, her voice steady. The songs always forget that knights in shining armor are still men. And men. She swallowed. Men lie. Jacob did not interrupt. Sansa continued. Joffrey wore golden armor. He smiled at me and he gave me roses. And then he had my father's head cut off and made me look at it. Her voice did not break. Littlefinger cloaks himself in kindness. He tells me he loves my mother. He tells me he wants to protect me. But he was going to give me to the Boltons. She moved closer, not timidly but carefully, like a wolf testing a trap. Everyone who has wanted to marry me has wanted to use me. For my name. For my claim to Winterfell. She stopped a foot from him, her eyes holding his. So when you say you want to marry me for no reason but me, I want to believe you. Part of me, the stupid little bird who used to live in my chest, she wants to sing again. She drew a breath. Arya trusts you. And I want to trust you too. So here is what I will say yes to. I will say yes if you swear that you will never raise a hand to me. Swear that you will never let your family, or anyone else, abuse me or humiliate me. Swear that you see me not as a princess, not as a pawn or a key to a castle, but just Sansa. Swear that if you ever grow tired of me, you will never give me to another man to be used. You will let me go free. Or at least have the dignity to end my life with your own hands. She paused. If you swear all of that, then yes, Jacob of House Alexander. Yes, I will marry you. And I will try my best to be a good wife to you. That's the least I can do for saving me from a tragic life with the Boltons. Jacob met her eyes. I already promised you. But I'll do it again. His voice was low, earnest. I swear that I will never raise a hand to you. I swear that I will never let anyone abuse you or humiliate you. I swear that I only want you, Sansa. I don't care about your last name or what it means. If I want the North, I will take it with my own strength. He smirked and pulled her close, hugging her against him. And I swear that I will never ever grow tired of you. As for giving you to another man, that's impossible. I will kill any man who even looks at you the wrong way, let alone give you away. His voice dropped. When you know me better, you'll understand that I'm a very possessive and jealous man. And you'll laugh when you remember that you thought I might give you to another man. Sansa did not resist his embrace. Her hands were shaking, but her voice was not. Then I choose to trust you. And you will be the last man I ever trust. She held his gaze. Please do not make me regret it. Because I don't think I can live anymore if I am betrayed, Aga. Jacob listened to her heart. He knew she was telling the truth. Don't worry. I will not make you regret being with me. From now on, I will make sure you live a good, happy life. He kissed her forehead and hugged her tighter. You've been through so much, haven't you? I'd like to hear your story if you don't mind. I want to know the names of everyone who wronged you. I will make them beg you not for their lives, but for a merciful death. His voice softened. And I want to learn about anyone who has been kind to you, so we can repay their kindness. Sansa finally relaxed. She decided to trust him completely. She hugged him back and exhaled, a breath she felt she had been holding since King's Landing. Arya smiled. Good for her, she thought. I should listen to her story too. I resented her all these years. For her love of Joffrey. I hated her for standing with the Lannisters when they killed father. I thought she had betrayed our family for her beloved prince. Her expression softened. But it seems I was wrong. Jacob broke the hug with Sansa and smiled. Now let's play with Littlefinger. He's coming back. Sansa looked toward Moat Cailin and saw Littlefinger riding his horse fast toward them. Arya walked to stand beside Jacob and smirked. Looks like he met your 3 puppies. Jacob laughed and focused on the system notification that had just appeared after Sansa agreed to marry him. Quest, saving Sansa Stark from her tragic marriage to Ramsay Bolton successful. Do you wish to sign in, host? Chapter 178, The Second Female Knight. Quest, saving Sansa Stark from her tragic marriage to Ramsay Bolton successful. Do you wish to sign in, host? System, sign in. Quest, sign in successful. Rewards obtained, compulsion ability, the Vampire Diaries / the originals lock eyes with a target and give a verbal command they cannot refuse. Note, does not work on supernatural creatures with powerful mental resistance. Point 2, the cook pot of perfect meal, a cast iron pot that can cook enough delicious food for 20 people. It requires no fire, simply add good ingredients with the right amount of seasoning, and the pot will cook the meal perfectly on its own. Never burns, never undercooks, never needs stirring. Also cleans itself. Point 3, snowmobile. Jacob read the first reward and his eyes lit up. Great. I was about to torture Littlefinger to make him confess his crimes, but I don't need to do that anymore. With the compulsion ability, I'll just let him spill all his secrets. He read the second and third rewards and smirked. Love the cookpot. Can't wait to try cooking in it. As for the snowmobile, I guess it could be useful. Maybe I'll take Sansa on a date and we'll ride through the snow. Jacob dismissed the notifications and looked down the mountain toward Moat Cailin. Littlefinger was already riding back toward them. A few minutes earlier, at the gate of Moat Cailin, Littlefinger's horse galloped down the rocky slope, heading straight for the ancient fortress below. His mind raced faster than the hooves beneath him. Where did that sorcerer come from? I've never seen or heard about the sigil on his chest. And that girl in the mask, she moved way too fast. Like nothing I've ever witnessed. He gripped the reins tighter. But it doesn't matter. I'm alive. I chose to leave. He kept his word. Now I just need to reach Winterfell. Get the help of Roose Bolton. Come back. Eliminate him. Rescue Sansa. She's too naive. She'll believe whatever lies I tell her about why I ran. I can't lose her if I want to sit on the Iron Throne. She is the key to the North. A small, cold smile crept onto his face. Yes. I'll tell her I ran to gather an army. That I never abandoned her. That I love her. That I was coming back for her the whole time. She's just a scared, naive little girl. She'll believe me. Like she always does. Soon, Moat Caelan's south gate came into view. Littlefinger's smile evaporated. 3 massive lizard lions lounged directly in front of the gate. The smallest was easily 23 feet long. The largest looked like something out of a horror story, 30 feet of armored scales, teeth the size of daggers, and eyes that tracked his movement with cold, predatory intelligence. Littlefinger pulled hard on the reins. The horse reared, nearly throwing him. No, he whispered. No, no, no. The largest lizard lion, Bowser, though Littlefinger didn't know that, lifted its massive head and let out a deep rumbling hiss. The sound vibrated through Littlefinger's chest like a war drum. The other two rose to their feet. Littlefinger's horse panicked. It spun, bucked, and tried to flee back the way it had come. Littlefinger clung to the reins, his knuckles white, his carefully constructed composure cracking like thin ice. Easy, he breathed. Easy. The smallest lizard lion, Wally Gator, took a lazy step toward him. That was all it took. Littlefinger's horse bolted. It spun around and galloped back toward the mountain he had just left, nearly throwing him twice. Mud splattered Littlefinger's fine cloak. Somewhere behind him he heard the deep, rumbling hiss of the creatures. He knew, Littlefinger realized, his mind scrambling to piece it together. The sorcerer knew those beasts were there. He knew I would run toward Moat Caelan. He never intended to let me escape. He just wanted to humiliate me first. His horse stumbled. He nearly flew over its head but managed to stay on. Think, Peter. Think. You've survived worse. You've talked your way out of death before. You can do it again. But for the first time in years, Littlefinger's mind came up empty. Present, back on the mountain, Jacob looked at Littlefinger, who had just returned, his face pale, his fine clothes splattered with mud. Jacob smiled. Why did you come back? Did you regret your decision and decide to man up, give up your life to save Sansa? Littlefinger's chest heaved. He opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. His voice, when it came, was strained, but still controlled. Still calculating. No, he said carefully. I met 3 creatures at the gate of Moat Caelan. I barely managed to escape. He paused, his eyes narrowy. Ing. But you knew that, didn't you? You knew I could never truly escape from you. Jacob shrugged. I never asked you to escape toward Moat Caelan. You decided that on your own. You could have run south. He tilted his head, his smirk widening. So don't blame me for your bad luck. Littlefinger's jaw tightened, but he forced himself to stay calm. He was a master of the game. He had played lords and ladies, kings and queens. He had outmaneuvered the most powerful men in Westeros. He could outmaneuver a boy. Then are you still going to keep your word? Littlefinger asked carefully. You swore you would let me leave if I chose to leave. I chose. I left. Your word is your bond, isn't it? Jacob shook his head slowly. Sorry. You wasted your chance. You came back. Now you have to stay and confess all your crimes. He glanced at Sansa, then at Arya. I'm sure my wife and sister-in-law would really like to hear what you have to say. Littlefinger's face went through several expressions in quick succession: confusion, calculation, cold fury, and then, finally, a flicker of genuine fear. Then his eyes landed on Arya standing beside Jacob. He stared at her, the short hair, the sharp eyes. You, Littlefinger breathed. You are Arya Stark. Arya smirked, slow and dangerous. Hello, Littlefinger. We haven't seen each other since Harrenhal. Her eyes narrowed. I heard you were the one behind the death of my father. Sansa's head snapped toward Arya. What? Is that true, Arya? Arya nodded, her eyes never leaving Littlefinger's pale face. Yes. Jacob told me. And I believe him. Littlefinger's voice rose, sharp and desperate. He is lying. I loved your mother. I respected your father. He looked at Sansa desperately. Sansa, you know me. You know I would never harm you. I saved you from King's Landing. I risked my life to hide you, Jacob interrupted, his voice calm and cold. I believe your exact words when you betrayed Ned Stark, when you sneaked behind him and put a knife to his throat, were, I did warn you not to trust me. Littlefinger went white. Whiter than the snows of the far north that he knew then. He didn't know how the boy knew, but he knew. There was no talking his way out of this. No scheme. No lie. No betrayal he could spin into an advantage. He was caught. And if he didn't escape, he was going to die. From Littlefinger's reaction, both Stark girls knew that Jacob was telling the truth. Sansa was shocked. Arya was boiling with anger. Littlefinger whipped the reins of his horse, trying to flee. Jacob simply waved his hand, using his telekinesis to snatch Littlefinger from the horse and drop him to the ground. The horse kept galloping away. Jacob then took 3 chairs from his pocket dimension. Sansa, Arya, sit. I'll be right back. He looked at Arya. If Littlefinger tries to run, break his legs. Arya sat down with a smirk. It would be my pleasure. Sansa took her seat. Where are you going? Jacob turned and looked toward a distant ridge. There are 2 guys watching us from that mountain. They've been there for a while. I'll bring them here. He disappeared. Sansa looked around, then at Arya. Where is he? Arya teased. You just accepted being his wife and you're already worried about him? Sansa's cheeks flushed. No, it's not like that. I want to know how he disappeared. Arya shrugged. That's one of his abilities. And he'll be back. Jacob reappeared with 2 figures, dropping them unceremoniously to the ground. Arya finished. See? He's back. The 2 figures were a tall, strong blonde woman with short hair wearing steel plate armor, and a short man wearing leather armor. The woman was Brienne of Tarth. The man was her loyal squire, Podrick Payne. Podrick looked around, bewildered. How did we get here? Sansa's eyes widened. Lady Brienne? Brienne stood and looked at Jacob warily, then at Sansa and Arya. She didn't speak to them, she looked back at Jacob and drew her sword. Jacob looked at Sansa. Do you know her? Sansa nodded. Yes. She found me a few days ago. She told me she had been my mother's sworn sword. Before my mother died, she swore an oath to her, to find me and keep me safe. Arya added, I met her before too. She said the same thing to me. Jacob ignored Brienne and walked toward Sansa, passing close to the armored woman. Put your sword away. If you attack me, you're only going to get yourself hurt. Sansa spoke quickly. Lady Brienne, put your sword away. Jacob is my husband. Jacob sat on the chair between Sansa and Arya and caught Sansa's hand. I know I was gone for only a second, but did you miss me? Sansa blushed. No. Jacob kissed her hand. Really? I missed you terribly. I thought you missed me too. Sansa's blush deepened. She tried to pull her hand away. Let go of my hand. People are watching. Arya rolled her eyes. Seriously, you two? I thought you had changed, Sansa, but apparently not. You're still a lovesick fool. She gave Jacob a look. And you're corny. Jacob said, Shut up, you stupid kid. Arya snorted. Jacob looked back at Sansa and smiled. Now where were we? Sansa said, You were about to release my hand. Jacob did not release her hand. He interlaced his fingers with hers. I wasn't going to do any such thing. Brienne watched the exchange, then walked in front of Sansa. She laid her sword on the ground at Sansa's feet. Lady Sansa, I offer my services once again. I swear I will shield your back, keep your counsel, and give my life for yours if need be. Sansa looked at Jacob. He nodded. I know she's trustworthy and one of the strongest warriors in Westeros. He looked at Brienne and released a fraction of his dragon aura, focused solely on her. But first, I know you're no traitor. You're an honorable woman. But are you sure you can protect my wife? Even from the man who gave you that sword? If you had to choose between his life and Sansa's, are you sure you could always choose Sansa? Brienne shivered under Jacob's aura, but she met his eyes without hesitation. I will always protect Lady Sansa and Lady Arya. I will gladly give my life for theirs if need be. As for Jaime Lannister, who gave me my sword, you don't need to worry about him, my lord. He swore an oath to free the 2 Stark girls and return them to their mother. He swore he would never take up arms against House Stark or House Tully again. But by the time we returned to King's Landing, Lady Arya was gone, and Lady Sansa was already married to Tyrion. He couldn't help her, or he couldn't find a way. And shortly after we returned, Joffrey died and Sansa vanished. He couldn't keep his promise to Lady Catelyn. Since Jaime had lost his sword hand and could no longer fight or travel easily, he gave me his Valyrian steel sword, and he gave me armor and entrusted me to carry out the task of finding and protecting Lady Sansa and Lady Arya in his name. Jacob's voice was cold. You still haven't answered my question. All of Westeros knows that Jaime Lannister is an oathbreaker. What if he breaks his oath again and tries to harm Sansa or Arya? Would you protect them from him? Would you take his life to save theirs? Or would you let him kill you instead of fighting back? He paused. Think carefully before you answer. Brienne did not hesitate. He will not break his oath, my lord. But if he did, then he would no longer be the man I admire. I would fight him with all my strength. I would kill him if I can or die trying. I will never give up. I will never let him kill me without a fight. Jacob listened to her heart. She wasn't lying. He smiled and restrained his aura. All right. Sansa doesn't need your protection, but you can serve her if she wishes. As for Arya, she's my Kingsguard. She doesn't need your protection or your service. He looked at Sansa. I will make you strong. You won't need anyone's protection. The choice is yours. You can accept her service if you want. And I think you should. Sansa nodded. She turned to Brienne. I swear that you shall always have a place by my hearth, and meat at my table. And I pledge to ask no service of you that might bring you dishonor. Jacob let go of Sansa's hand. He stood and faced Brienne. Stand up. I don't like people kneeling. From now on, don't kneel again. Brienne stood. Jacob asked, You're not a knight yet, are you? Brienne shook her head. No, my lord. Women can't be knights. Jacob smiled. That's an old-fashioned tradition. Now that you're serving my wife, that means you're one of my people. I'm going to knight you if you'd like. Brienne asked cautiously, Can you tell me first who you are, my lord? Arya sighed. Oh no, here we go again. Jacob cleared his throat loudly and dramatically. I am Jacob of House Alexander. King of Dragons. King of Serendel. Also future King of Westeros. And King of Harems and Protector of Women. And let us be honest with one another, the most handsome man alive. The 12 Vale Knights, Podrick, and even Littlefinger heard his arrogant self-introduction. They were deeply offended, and every one of them wished they could teach him a lesson. Sansa murmured, King of Harems? He didn't say that before, Arya said. You added a few titles again. And when you say King of Dragons, do you mean your 3 swamp puppies? Jacob ignored Arya. My house words are family first. He paused, smiling warmly. That sounds warm, I know. A bit soft. A bit, let us hold hands and sing by the fire. But let me clarify. The smile vanished. Jacob released a little bit of his aura again, and this time everyone felt it. The horses froze in fear. The Vale Knights went rigid. Littlefinger and Podrick both went pale. Even Brienne's hand trembled on her sword. Family first means I love my family. And I will kill and destroy anything that tries to harm them. I do not care if it is 1 person or 1,000,000. I will slaughter anyone who threatens my family. Without mercy. Arya, who had felt his dragon aura before, wasn't scared. Jacob, stop. You're scaring your new wife. Jacob looked at Sansa, pale, shivering. He restrained his aura and scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Sorry about that. I got a little carried away. He walked to her and pulled her into his arms. But imagine if I released my aura in a room filled with the Lords of the North. Do you think they would surrender without a fight? Sansa calmed down. Probably not. They'd be scared of you, sure, but that would only make them try harder to get rid of you. They'd call you an evil sorcerer or something. Jacob shrugged. Well, if they want war, then war they'll get, I guess. That's more fun anyway. He released her from his hug and turned back to Brienne. Do you want to become the 2nd female knight in Westeros or not? Brienne asked. Who's the first? Arya smirked. Me. Brienne looked Arya up and down, then back at Jacob. You know being a knight isn't child's play, right? Jacob smiled. Then how about you spar with her? He looked at Arya. Make it quick. Arya stood from her chair and walked in front of Brienne. Let's spar. You can use your sword and all your strength. Brienne said, all right. I'll play with you. But where's your sword? Arya said, I don't need it. I'll only use my dagger. Now attack or I will. Brienne drew her sword and attacked, intending to place the blade near Arya's throat to end the fight quickly. But Arya sidestepped, caught Brienne's arm, flipped her in the air with ease, and slammed her onto her back on the ground. Sansa's eyes went wide. The Vale Knights, Littlefinger and Podrick stared in shock. Arya smirked down at Brienne. Be more serious. If we were fighting for real, you'd be dead by now. Brienne rose, her expression now focused. All right. I'm sorry I underestimated you. Let me see how strong the first female knight in Westeros really is. She attacked again, cautiously at first, using only the flat of her blade, not wanting to hurt Arya. But soon she realized she couldn't even touch her. Arya was too fast. Brienne grew serious, swinging with all her might. Arya drew her combat knife and blocked every strike with ease. Then she decided to end the fight. She knocked the sword from Brienne's hand and pressed her knife against Brienne's throat. Arya smiled. You lost. Brienne smiled back. I did. She tilted her head. Where did you learn to fight like that? Arya sheathed her knife. Here and there. Brienne asked, and your strength? It's impossible for someone your size to have such raw power. Arya grinned. That's a secret. She returned to her chair. Brienne walked to Jacob. Your Grace, I ask for the honor of being made a knight. She started to kneel. Jacob stopped her. I already told you not to kneel. Kneeling is reserved for God alone. And I'm not a god, I'm just a creature of flesh and blood like you. Brienne straightened. Then what should I do? Jacob said, place your right hand over your heart. Brienne placed her hand on her heart. Jacob drew his sword and tapped the flat of the blade once on her right shoulder, once on her left. I charge you to act with courage when even brave men are scared. I charge you to be just, to judge with your head, not your heart. I charge you with mercy when mercy is needed. He lowered the sword and smiled. Congratulations. Now you are a knight. Ser Brienne of Tarth. Brienne's jaw trembled. She did not cry, but pride and honor shone in her eyes. She nodded, a wide smile spreading across her face. Thank you, Your Grace. Jacob sheathed his sword and waved a hand. You can call me by my name. You only need to call me Your Grace or my king during formal meetings, with other lords or something like that. And one more thing, you only need to be loyal to Sansa, me and our family. I will not restrict you if you want to hold land, marry, or have children. That's an old, stupid tradition too. Brienne said, Thank you, Your Grove. Jacob interrupted. I said call me Jacob. Brienne shook her head. I can't do that, Your Grace. Please allow me to call you Your Grace. Jacob sighed. Fine. Do as you please. He turned and walked slowly toward Littlefinger, an evil smile spreading across his face. Littlefinger, still on the ground, began backing away in fear. His hands scraped the dirt. His eyes were wide. Jacob used his earth element. A stone chair rose beneath Littlefinger, and stone shackles wrapped around his wrists and ankles that he walked to him and stood in front of him. Now, Littlefinger, Jacob said. Look at me. Littlefinger raised his head, and met Jacob's glowing red eyes. He froze. Jacob activated his new compulsion ability. From now on, you will answer every question we ask you truthfully. You will not lie. You will only answer truthfully. Chapter 179, The Confession. Jacob reached inside Littlefinger's clothes and pulled out a dagger. He drew the blade, examined it briefly, then sheathed it and turned around. He walked back to Sansa and Arya and tossed the dagger to Arya. Here, he said. It's a Valyrian steel dagger called the Catspaw dagger. The same one used in the attempt to kill your brother Bran. Arya caught the dagger, turned it over in her hands and nodded. Thanks. She tucked it into her belt. Jacob sat back down in his chair, interlaced his fingers and stared at Littlefinger with cold amusement. The stone chair held the master manipulator tight, his wrists and ankles bound by earthen shackles. Now, Littlefinger, Jacob said, his voice calm. Let's start at the beginning. Tell us everything you did to the Starks. Every single thing. Littlefinger's mouth opened. His lips twitched. He tried to form a lie, he could feel it, the familiar taste of deception on his tongue. Instead, the truth came out. I poisoned Jon Arryn. Brienne, Podrick, and the Vale Knights stared in shock. Sansa went rigid. What? Littlefinger's face contorted. He tried to stop, tried to lie, but the truth kept coming. I had a long affair with Lisa Aaron. Her son Robin is mine, not John Aaron's. But I hate that weak little bastard and his mother. I manipulated Lisa into poisoning her own husband. Then I had her send a letter to Catelyn, falsely claiming the Lannisters were responsible. His voice cracked with desperation. This isn't me. He's a sorcerer, Sansa. He's using magic to make me say things I don't want to say. The Vale Knights were even more shocked now. Keep going, Jacob interrupted. Littlefinger tried to close his mouth, but the words spilled out like blood from a wound. The dagger. The Valyrian steel dagger you just took, it was mine from the beginning. I'm the one who gave it to the assassin to use in the attempt on Bran Stark's life. Then I lied to Catelyn. I told her it belonged to Tyrion Lannister. I knew it would trigger a war between the Starks and the Lannisters. Arya's hands curled into fists. Her knuckles went white. I wanted chaos, Littlefinger continued, his voice rising in panic even as he confessed. Chaos is a ladder. I needed the great houses to tear each other apart so I could climb. Sansa's voice was shaking. You started the war. My father. My mother. Robb. Bran and Rickon. All those people who died, all of them because of you. Littlefinger tried to deny it. No. I loved Catelyn. I never wanted her to die, Jacob said coldly. Continue. Littlefinger's face was slick with sweat. Ned Stark. After Robert Baratheon died, I pretended to help him secure the City Watch. But I had already taken Cersei's gold. I bribed the Watch to turn on him. In the throne room. He swallowed hard. I held a knife to his throat. I told him, I did warn you not to trust me. Arya shot to her feet. Her breathing turned ragged. Her hand went to her new dagger. I'm going to kill you. Jacob grabbed her arm and pulled her back down. Not yet. Keep going, Jacob said. What was your plan in bringing Sansa back to Winterfell? Littlefinger was desperate. He looked at Sansa, searching her face for mercy, but saw only sadness. I arranged a marriage for her with Ramsay Bolton. I knew Roose Bolton murdered her brother. I knew Ramsay was a monster. But I needed the Boltons to control the North through her. Sansa's face was pale. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but her eyes were no longer soft. They were hardening into something cold and sharp. Joffrey, Jacob prompted. Tell them about Joffrey. Littlefinger's voice dropped to a desperate whisper. I was the one who whispered in Joffrey's ear and convinced him to execute Ned Stark. Later, I conspired with Olenna Tyrell. We poisoned Joffrey at his own wedding. I framed Tyrion and Sansa for the murder. Then I played the hero and took Sansa away from King's Landing. Sansa's voice cracked. You ruined my life. You used me. You killed people I loved. You started a war that butchered my family. And you did it all so you could climb your ugly ladder. Littlefinger looked at her and for the first time, he saw no naive little girl. He saw an angry wolf. Sansa, please, he begged. I never meant to hurt you or your mother. I loved Catelyn. Don't, Sansa said, her voice like ice. Don't you dare say her name. Jacob leaned back, satisfied. Now, Sansa. Do you have any questions for him? Anything specific you want to ask? Sansa was silent for a long moment. Her tears had stopped. She looked at Littlefinger with hatred and disgust. Yes, she said quietly. I have one question. She stood and walked toward Littlefinger. She stopped a few feet away, her blue eyes boring into his. Did you know that my Aunt Lisa was there that day? When you kissed me? Littlefinger's mouth opened. He tried to say no. He tried to lie. But the compulsion held. I did know. I wanted her to see, Littlefinger continued, his voice mechanical, stripped of all charm. I knew it would drive Lisa into a jealous rage. I knew she would try to hurt you. Maybe even kill you. I planned to show up at the right moment, save you by killing her, and then you would help me cover it up. That way I could smoothly take over the Vale. He paused, then added with horrifying honesty, and just as I thought, she tried to push you through the moon door. I saved you by pushing her instead. Sansa staggered back and collapsed onto her chair as if she had been slapped. You planned that too, she said. My aunt's death. My near death. All of it. Just another step up your ladder. Littlefinger said nothing. He couldn't deny it. Jacob's expression shifted. His easy humor drained away, replaced by something darker that he turned to Sansa. He kissed you? Sansa's eyes went wide. She saw the cold fury building in Jacob's face and panicked. He forced me, she said quickly. I swear, Jacob. I didn't want to kiss him. I never. Jacob caught her hand and kissed it gently. Relax, he said softly. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at him. He stood up slowly and walked toward Littlefinger. You forced yourself on my woman, Jacob said, his voice low and dangerous. Littlefinger's eyes went wide with terror. I only kissed her. I swear. She is still a virgin. I never. It doesn't matter, Jacob interrupted. His smirk was evil now, cruel. You still forced yourself on my woman. He crouched down to Littlefinger's eye level. Did you like that? Did you enjoy kissing a scared 17-year-old girl, you creepy old bastard? Littlefinger wanted to lie. He tried to lie but he couldn't. She is beautiful, he confessed, his voice cracking. I like her. So why wouldn't I enjoy kissing her? He swallowed hard. But as enjoyable as the kiss was, it was only part of my plan. Although I wanted to sleep with her very badly, I couldn't. Not for my grand plan. I had to deliver her as a virgin to the Boltons so she could marry Ramsay. That way, the Boltons would have more northern houses join them, and Stannis Baratheon would go to war with them. I needed both sides to bleed each other dry. Then I would swoop in with the Knights of the Vale, destroy the weakened victor, and rescue Sansa. He met Jacob's eyes, helpless to stop. That way, I would control the North and earn Sansa's love. Sansa's face was no longer pale. It was red with rage. Jacob smiled. It was not a happy smile. I'm going to enjoy what I'm about to do to you. He pulled back his fist and punched Littlefinger square in the face. The crack of bone echoed across the mountain. Littlefinger's head snapped back. Blood sprayed from his nose. But Jacob had held back, using only a fraction of his true strength. Enough to hurt. Not enough to kill. Jacob punched him again. And again. And again, each blow landed with a wet, sickening crunch. Littlefinger's nose broke. His lips split. His teeth loosened. Blood dripped down his chin and stained his fine clothes. Then Jacob stepped back and kicked him in the chest. The stone chair shattered. The rock shackles crumbled. Littlefinger flew backward, rolling across the ground before coming to a stop several meters away. The kick had broken several of his ribs. Littlefinger lay on his side, coughing. Blood bubbled from his lips. He was choking on his own blood, gasping for air. Arya jumped to her feet and started running toward Jacob. She wanted to stop him. She wanted to kill Littlefinger herself. It was her revenge. Jacob turned to her. His eyes were glowing bright red. Don't worry, he said, his voice deeper than normal, almost monstrous. I will not kill him. But I need to vent my anger first. Arya stopped. She looked at his eyes, those terrifying, glowing eyes, and nodded once. Without a word, she turned and walked back to her chair. She sat down. Sansa leaned toward her, her voice trembling. What's wrong with Jacob's voice and eyes? Arya shrugged, though her own heart was still racing. It's part of his abilities. He didn't tell me about it. Sansa stared at her new husband, at the monster wearing a handsome face, and said nothing. Jacob walked to Littlefinger, who was still coughing, still bleeding, still gasping. He waved his hand. White light enveloped Littlefinger's broken body. Bones knitted. Flesh mended. Cut sealed. Within seconds, Littlefinger was whole again. He sat up, patting his chest, his face, his nose. All healed. He looked at Jacob with desperate, pleading eyes. Please, he whispered. Please have mercy. He turned to Sansa. Sansa, please hell. Jacob waved his hand again. Littlefinger flew forward as if yanked by an invisible rope. Jacob caught him by the throat and lifted him off the ground. I'm a very jealous man, Jacob growled, his voice deep and terrifying. You not only forcibly kissed my woman. You planned to sell her to the Boltons. He smiled. So I'm going to make you wish you were dead. He raised his free hand and curled his fingers into a claw. Littlefinger's fingers, all 10 of them, snapped at once. Littlefinger screamed. A high, wet, awful sound. Jacob dropped him. Littlefinger fell to the ground, cradling his broken hands, sobbing. Then Jacob raised his boot and brought it down on Littlefinger's groin. Once, twice, 3 times. Littlefinger's screams turned into a choked, gasping wheeze. Jacob raised his boot one more time and stomped down hard. Littlefinger's testicles and pelvis shattered. His body went into shock. His eyes rolled back. He stopped screaming, he couldn't anymore. He just lay there, twitching, tears streaming down his face. Podrick winced. He closed his legs so tightly his thighs ached. Every single knight of the Vale did the same. Brienne swallowed hard. She leaned toward Podrick and whispered, "Never look at Lady Sansa the wrong way. Do you hear me? If you do, I won't be able to help you." Podrick whispered back, his voice barely audible, "Not only will I not look at her the wrong way, I won't look at her at all." Jacob waved his hand. White light enveloped Littlefinger again. His fingers straightened. His testicles and pelvis healed. He was whole. Then Jacob stomped on his groin again. Littlefinger's scream returned, raw, hoarse, broken. Jacob healed him, and stomped again and healed him and stomped again. Each time Littlefinger lost consciousness from the pain. Jacob zapped him with a bolt of electricity from his fingertips until he woke up screaming again. After the 10th cycle, Littlefinger stopped screaming. He stopped begging. He just lay there, sobbing like a child, tears, snot, and blood mixing on his face. He looked at Sansa, not with calculation, not with manipulation, but with genuine, broken desperation. "Sansa," he wept. "Please. Please help me. Please." Sansa looked at him, her face was cold. She said nothing. Littlefinger sobbed harder. Arya watched with a small, satisfied smile. She wasn't smiling because she was cruel. She was smiling because she had waited years for this, years of running, of hiding, of reciting names before bed. And now one of those names was weeping on the ground. "I should beat the others from my list near death and ask Jacob to help me heal them so I can beat them again and again," she thought. Like he just did to Littlefinger. After finally venting his anger, Jacob healed Littlefinger one last time and stepped back. He left him lying on the ground, physically whole but utterly broken. Chapter 180, The Fall of Littlefinger. After finally venting his anger, Jacob healed Littlefinger one last time and stepped back. He left him lying on the ground, physically whole but utterly broken. Jacob walked back to his chair and sat down. He let out a long breath, ran a hand through his hair and turned to Arya. "Arya," he said, his eyes and voice normal again. "He's all yours." Arya's smile widened. She stood up, cracked her knuckles and walked toward Littlefinger. Then Jacob turned to Sansa. His expression softened. "Sorry you had to see that," he said quietly. "I love my wives and family. I'm very good and tolerant toward them. But I show no mercy to my enemies." Sansa looked at him, at this strange, arrogant, terrifying, handsome gentleman who had appeared out of nowhere and inserted himself into her life. She should have been afraid of him, but somehow she wasn't. He was even pleasing to her eyes. "You don't need to apologize," she said softly. "He deserved much worse than that." Arya walked toward Littlefinger, drawing her dagger. Littlefinger looked up at her, at the youngest Stark, the one he had never bothered to factor into his plans, and saw his death in her eyes. "Wait," he begged. "Please. Don't kill me." He looked at Sansa desperately. "Sansa, please. I can give you the Vale. I can help you take back Winterfell. I can help you ally with the Tyrells and the Martells. I can help you destroy the Lannisters. I can give you the Iron Throne." "Please," Sansa interrupted him. "You can't give me anything. And I don't want anything from you, Lord Baelish." She caught Jacob's hand and looked at him with a smile. "If I want something, my husband will give it to me. As for the Iron Throne, my husband said he wants it, and he will be the king of all Westeros. And I believe him." Jacob just winked at her with a smile and said nothing. Sansa turned back to Littlefinger. "Your scheming and plans end here, Lord Baelish." Her voice was cold, final. "Arya, kill him." Arya crouched down beside him and pressed the tip of her knife against his cheek. "I will see how many stabs you can take before you die," she said. "Consider each stab is for my parents, my brothers, and every northern man, woman, and child who died in the war you caused." Littlefinger stared at her in horror. Before he could say anything, Arya stabbed him in the arm, making him scream. Then she kept stabbing. His arms. His hands. His legs. His stomach. She finished with a few quick stabs to his chest and his heart, then slashed his throat. She sheathed her dagger and watched the light go out of Littlefinger's eyes. Then she stood up. "Don't worry, Littlefinger," she said quietly. "I will send Cersei and everyone else who wronged my family soon to join you in hell." The Vale Knights watched everything in stunned silence. Their leader cleared his throat and spoke carefully to Jacob. "Your Grace, may we leave?" Jacob nodded. "Sure." The leader hesitated, then asked, "Will Lady Sansa be staying with you or will she be returning with us?" Sansa shook her head. "No. You can go back. I'm staying with my husband and sister." The leader bowed. "All right, my lady. Stay safe." He turned to leave with the other knights. Jacob's voice stopped them. "Wait a moment." The knights turned. The leader asked, "What can we do for you, your grace?" Jacob's expression was serious. "Tell Yohn Royce everything Littlefinger did. Tell him he manipulated Lisa into killing Jon Arryn, then killed her himself. Tell him that Robin isn't an Arryn, he's the bastard son of Littlefinger and Lisa." He paused. "And tell him that I will visit him soon, with Sansa and Arya. The entire Vale will have to choose, swear allegiance to me as their king, or go to war with me. I don't really care what they choose. I will take the Vale either way. But if they choose war, you know the consequences." Jacob stomped high foot and used his earth element. 30 rock golems emerged from the ground, surrounding the 12 knights. The knights stared at the stone monsters around them in fear. Their leader swallowed hard. I will tell Lord Yohn Royce everything you said, your grace. As for what he will decide, that's not up to me." Jacob nodded. "All right. You can leave." He was about to make the golems disappear, but Arya spoke up. "Jacob, can I fight your rock puppets?" Jacob paused. "Sure. Go ahead. But be careful, they're strong." Arya smirked and attacked one of the golems. Jacob ordered it to fight back. The rock golem's fist clashed with Arya's. The golem's fist cracked. Arya was sent flying backward, hit the ground, and rolled several times before she stood up. She clenched her aching fist and smiled excitedly. She attacked again. She managed to break the first golem's rocky arm. Jacob didn't bother to strengthen it. Arya only had beta werewolf strength, so he didn't give the golems too much energy, just enough to be almost as strong as a beta werewolf. Let Arya enjoy her fight. Arya was fast, but the golems attacked together. Although they were slightly weaker than her, with 30 of them, she was getting beaten badly. But she didn't give up. She kept fighting and managed to destroy 2 of them. The Vale Knights, Sansa, Brienne, and Podrick watched in shock. The fight between Arya and the golems was terrifying. Every time Arya's fist or kick clashed with the golems, it sounded like thunder. The knights swallowed hard, exchanged fearful glances, then mounted their horses and whipped them hard, fleeing as fast as they could. Jacob hugged the stunned Sansa from behind and whispered in her ear, "Don't be too shocked. I will make you strong too. Strong enough to fight an army of knights, or even wyverns or what you call dragons, and win with ease." Sansa turned excitedly to Jacob. "Really?" Jacob smirked. "Really?" Sansa realized her face was so close to Jacob's that her nose was touching his. She blushed and turned back to watch Arya fight the golems. Jacob just smiled, rested his chin on her shoulder, and watched with her. After a while, Arya lay on the ground, exhausted. She had destroyed 10 more golems. Jacob made the rest melt back into the earth. He released Sansa, waved his hand, and a fire serpent burst from his palm, burning Littlefinger's body to ash. He stored the 3 chairs back in his pocket dimension, then took Sansa in his arms again, wrapped everyone in his telekinesis, and teleported to the gate of Moat Cailin. When they reappeared, Sansa was dizzy but didn't fall. Jacob was still holding her. Brienne and Podrick fell to the muddy ground. Arya managed to stay standing, but barely. She looked at Jacob. "Can you warn me next time you use your tele-whatever ability?" Jacob ignored her and looked at the 3 lizard lions, who had spotted him and were moving toward him with excitement. Sansa saw them and screamed. She hid behind Jacob and peeked out. "Oh my God! What are those?" Brienne and Podrick scrambled to their feet. Brienne drew her sword. "Those are lizard lions. But I've never heard of them being this big." Jacob raised a hand. "Everyone relax. They're just my sweet pets." Sansa stared. "Pets?" Jacob nodded and walked toward the 3 lizard lions. They stood on their hind legs and awkwardly raised their front legs near their heads, a salute. Jacob saluted back. "Nice. Your salute is almost perfect. Now I only need to teach you to walk upright and ask Cogman to make you suits and sunglasses. Then you'll be my bodyguards." He looked at Arya. "What do you think? It took me a lot of food and effort to teach them that. But they look cool saluting me, right?" Arya shook her head. "No. They look scary and creepy. What's next? Are they going to talk?" Jacob laughed. "I wish." He looked back at the 3 lizard lions. You boys did a good job scaring Littlefinger. So I will reward you with a feast. But first. He pointed at Sansa behind him, then at Brienne and Podrick. Don't attack them. They're my people. The 3 lizard lions lowered themselves and studied Sansa and the others, memorizing their faces. Then they looked at Jacob expectantly. Jacob smiled and bought enough Sea King meat and Skyr buffalo meat from the system store to fill the bellies of the 3 giant creatures. He tossed it to them. Remember, don't fight. The 3 lizard lions ate without fighting. Jacob turned to Brienne and Podrick, who were still dirty from the mud. He cast a cleaning spell on them, then handed them water bottles, bread, fruits, and 4 rotisserie chickens. This is your lunch and dinner, he said. Find a place to stay in this castle tonight. Sansa, Arya, and I will be staying in the round white house inside the fortress. You'll know it when you see it, it's hard to miss. We'll see you tomorrow. Brienne took the food. Thank you, Your Grace. We will keep watch tonight. If anything happens, we'll let you know. Jacob nodded, hugged Sansa, placed his hand on Arya's head, and teleported them in front of the capsule house. He opened the door and smiled at Sansa. Welcome home. Sansa stared at the beautiful house, nothing like she had ever seen before. Then she looked at Jacob. Just who are you really? And where did you come from? Jacob held the door wider. Come on in. I'll tell you everything. Arya bounced excitedly. Can we watch The Lord of the Rings again? I want her to see Boromir. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Isn't that going to make her sad? Even you, who pretends to be a tough girl, cried when you saw him. Arya shrugged. Well, Boromir is the spitting image of him. I couldn't help it. And I think Sansa will be sad, but she will want to see him again, even though it's not really him. Sansa looked between them. Who is this Boromir you're talking about? Arya smiled. You'll see him soon. Don't be too shocked. Jacob sighed. Fine. We'll watch The Lord of the Rings again. Now let's go inside. He cast a cleaning spell on all 3 of them and they entered the house. Jacob and Arya gave Sansa a tour, explaining everything about the house, the lights, the refrigerator, the television. Then Jacob told her that he was from another world. They sat at the table and Jacob pulled out all kinds of food from his pocket dimension: pizza, burgers and fries, cooked steaks, salads, fruits, and sodas. Arya ate happily. Sansa tried everything, surprised and delighted at how tasty it was. When they finished eating, Jacob gave Sansa some of his clothes, sweatpants and a hoodie, to change into. Arya took her to a room upstairs and they both changed. Jacob changed into comfortable clothes too. Then the 3 of them gathered in the living room. Jacob put on The Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring, and sat in the recliner. He opened his arms to Sansa. Come sit with me. Sansa blushed, but she walked to him and sat with him in the recliner. He hugged her close. Arya sat on the couch alone, not caring about them. The 3 of them watched the movie together. Chapter 181, Sansa's Story. As they started watching the first movie of The Lord of the Rings, Boromir appeared on the screen. Sansa froze. Her hands flew to her mouth. She began crying, her body trembling in Jacob's arms. That's not your father, Jacob explained gently. That's just an actor, or what you call in your world a mummer. His name is Sean Bean. In my world he plays characters in movies and shows. A movie is what's playing now on TV. It's a story recorded with a special device called a camera. I'll show it to you later. It's like a mummer's show but recorded. He paused. There are many worlds like yours and mine. You could probably find someone who looks exactly like you or people you know in other worlds. Sean Bean just happens to look and sound like your father. He has nothing to do with him. Sansa nodded, wiping her eyes, but she couldn't stop staring at Boromir. Younger than her father had been, but the same face. The same voice. The same sadness in the eyes. Then Boromir died, pierced by arrows, trying to protect the hobbits, and Sansa broke down completely. Not quiet tears this time. Real, heaving sobs. Arya cried too, though she tried to hide it by pretending to rub her eyes. Jacob just held Sansa tighter and said nothing. When the movie ended, the room fell quiet except for the soft hum of the television and Sansa's occasional sniffles. Jacob looked down at her. His expression was soft, but his eyes were serious. I hate to do this to you right after you cried, he said, but can you tell me what happened to you in King's Landing? Arya sat up on the couch. Her face was serious. I want to hear it too. Sansa looked between them. Jacob's arm was still around her, warm and solid. Arya was watching her with an intensity that said she was ready to kill anyone who had ever wronged her sister. She took a deep breath. I was so naive back then. So stupid. Unlike Arya, I was the good girl, the proper lady. I did everything I could to be what my mother wanted me to be. Sansa's voice was soft, distant, as if she were speaking about someone else. When we left Winterfell, I was so happy. I was going to marry a prince. I was going to be a queen. I thought King's Landing would be like the songs. I thought Joffrey was the true knight I'd always dreamed of. She laughed bitterly. But he was just a demon who turned my dream into a nightmare. She paused, collecting herself. I didn't see what he really was, not at first. Even after he had my wolf lady killed, even then, part of me still wanted to believe there was good in him. I wanted to be his queen. I even lied and let my own sister down so I wouldn't ruin my engagement to him. She looked at Arya. Sorry about that, by the way. Arya sighed. It's all right. Sansa continued. Not long after we arrived at King's Landing, the nightmare started with my father's arrest. Traitor's daughter, that's what they called me. Cersei tried to manipulate me into believing father was a traitor and that the only hope for his survival was for me to write a letter to Robb telling him to swear fealty to Joffrey. Naive and stupid as I was, I never believed her. I knew father was no traitor, he was an honorable man. But to save him, I wrote the letter. I believed Robb would never fall for such an obvious lie. Her voice trembled. The day of the execution, the Lannisters made me stand on that platform with them against my will and made it look like I was there by choice. Cersei convinced me that if I publicly begged for mercy and father confessed to his alleged false crimes, Joffrey would be merciful and let him live. She swallowed hard. I had an agreement with Cersei and Varys. I don't think they lied about that agreement, but they didn't account for Joffrey's recklessness and stupidity. Or Littlefinger's manipulation, as we learned today. The agreement was for father to be sent to the Night's Watch, not executed. But Joffrey suddenly ordered the execution. I screamed. I fought to reach father, but I was held back by the King's Guard. That was the moment my naive world officially ended. After they killed father, Joffrey made me walk out onto the bridge and look at his head on a spike. He told me he'd give me Robb's head next. Every day after that was a trial. If Joffrey was bored, he had his King's Guard beat me. A knight named Meryn Trant would strike me in the face or stomach with his sword while the whole court watched. They stripped me in the throne room, in front of everyone. Just to shame me. Arya's voice was cold. Meryn Trant. He's on my list. Sansa touched her cheek absently as if she could still feel the sting. I was alone in a city full of enemies. And the boy I thought loved me made sure I knew I was nothing. Jacob's arm tightened around her. His jaw was tight. His eyes flickered red for just a moment before he controlled himself. Too bad that little shit Joffrey is dead, or I'd make him beg for a merciful, quick death. But Meryn Trant will get what he deserves for beating and humiliating you, he said. Did anyone else hurt you? He asked. I want names. Sansa's voice grew steadier. Cersei. She was worse than Joffrey in some ways. She never hit me, not with her hands. But her words. She shuddered. She would smile at me while telling me how my mother was probably dead. How my brothers were probably dead. How I was a fool for ever believing in love or honor. She made me undress in front of her while she inspected me. She made sure I knew I was a hostage, not a guest. That my only value was as a womb to carry Lannister children. She paused. Tyrion was kind to me. He never hurt me. He never even looked at me the way other men did. He was the only Lannister who treated me with basic human decency. He intervened to stop Joffrey's public beatings, and after our forced marriage, he never laid a hand on me. Sansa looked at her sister. Do you remember what I was like before? All the songs and the stories and the silly dreams about handsome princes. Arya nodded slowly. Sansa smiled, a small, sad smile. I hated you for calling me stupid. For saying I was blind. But you were right. I was stupid. I was blind. And I paid for it. Arya's voice was softer now. Well, you were just a little girl back then. But don't worry, sister. She nodded toward Jacob. I think you finally found your handsome prince. And I think this one is a good one. Sansa turned back to Jacob with a smile. I think so too. Jacob kissed her forehead. Sansa sighed and continued her story. When Joffrey decided to marry Margaery Tyrell instead of me, I was so happy. I thought I was free. I thought he would send me back to Winterfell, or at least let me live quietly somewhere away from him. I remember I couldn't control myself. A laugh escaped my mouth. I had to quickly hide my happiness. Her voice hardened. But Littlefinger didn't let me enjoy that happiness, not even for a moment. He appeared before me. He told me Joffrey would never let me go, even after he married Marjorie. That he would keep me in King's Landing forever as a plaything. That he would still visit my bed and abuse me whenever he wanted, still have his guards beat me or marry me off to someone cruel. She swallowed. And I believed him. Because I already knew Joffrey was a monster. Why wouldn't he do that? She paused. I naively thought Littlefinger was a friend. So when he offered to take me away, I went. I had no one else, no family, no allies. Just a man who said he loved my mother and wanted to protect me. Her voice dropped. But it turned out he was the worst of them all. Jacob asked, anyone else? Marjorie was kind to me, Sansa said with a bittersweet shrug. She gave me cakes and spoke of sisterhood. I know she was just trying to use me, to get me to marry her brother so the Tyrells could control the North, but it was still nice to have a friend, even a fake one. Myrcella and Tommen never actually hurt me. She thought for a moment. Myrcella and Tommen were just children. They were the only ones in that city who smiled at me and meant it. They didn't inherit any of Joffrey and Cersei's cruelty. Myrcella was a sweet, gentle girl, and Tommen reminded me of my brother Bran. She paused again. And there was the Hound. Sandor Clegane. He was a monster to everyone else, and to be honest, he creeped me out too. But he was the only one who told me the truth. He frequently insulted me, called me a little bird who only sang what she was told, but I think he did it to toughen me up so I could survive. He saved me from being raped and probably killed by a mob during a riot in King's Landing. He cut through the attackers and carried me back to safety. And during the Battle of the Blackwater, he came to my room, drunk and terrified of the fire, and offered to take me to Winterfell. But I was too scared of him to go. She exhaled. That was my life there. Until I escaped in Joffrey's wedding chaos with Littlefinger's help. She fell silent. Jacob pulled her closer. You're safe now. Sansa pressed her face into his chest. I know. Arya stood from the couch. She walked to the recliner and, without asking, squeezed in next to Sansa. I'm sorry, Arya said quietly. I hated you from the day I saw you standing with the Lannisters when they killed Father. I'm sorry for thinking you betrayed our family and chose them over us. Sansa wrapped an arm around her sister. I'm sorry too. For not defending you when you needed me. For lying to King Robert. For being mean when we were kids. For calling you Horseface. Arya snorted. You called me Horseface because you thought it hurt my feelings. It didn't. I always knew I was prettier than you. Sansa laughed, a real laugh. You are not. Am2. Are not. Jacob watched them bicker, a small smile on his face. Then he looked at the TV, then back at the sisters. So, he said, should we watch the second Lord of the Rings movie, The Two Towers? Or do something else? Sansa looked at Arya. Arya looked at Sansa. Let's watch the movie, Arya said. Sansa nodded. Yes. I want to see how the story ends. You said there are 3 movies. Let's watch them all. Jacob grinned. All right. Then he glared at Arya. Arya, go back to the couch. I want to snuggle with Sansa. Arya hugged Sansa tighter. You go to the couch. I want to hug my sister. I haven't seen her in years. Sansa smiled. How about we all stay like this? Jacob snorted. Arya smirked, and the 3 of them settled in, pressed close together, and started watching the next movie. Chapter 182, The Truth About the Trees. Jacob, Sansa, and Arya didn't sleep until they had finished all 3 Lord of the Rings movies. Arya went to her room, and Jacob took Sansa with him to his own room. Seeing Sansa's panicked expression, Jacob smiled and said, Relax. I just want to sleep next to you. I'm in no hurry to consummate our marriage. I'll wait until you're ready. Sansa let out a small breath. Thank you. Jacob pulled back the covers. All right. Let's go to sleep. They lay down and Jacob turned off the light. He hugged her close and she rested her head on his chest. After a while she asked, Can you tell me about your family? Jacob ran his fingers through her hair. I don't have any brothers or sisters and I don't know where my parents are. I thought they were dead since I was 8, until 2 months ago when I found out they're actually alive and had to fake their death for some reason. He smiled softly. I'm really looking forward to meeting them again. Sansa asked, and your wives? Can you tell me about them? Jacob nodded. There are 4 of them, Allison, Lydia, Malia, and Melissa. Except for Melissa, who's a bit older, the others are the same age as you and me. They're all nice, you're going to love them. He smiled. Allison is my first woman. She's the good girl in our family. She was raised to become a hunter, but she never did because she met me. Sansa frowned. When you say hunter, what do you mean? Jacob explained, her family hunts supernatural creatures. She was taught how to fight and use weapons from the time she was a child. Sansa's eyes widened. What are supernatural creatures? People like me who have powers to turn into animals, use fire to attack, and so on. He paused. Her family tried to break us up because of what I am, but we're all good now. Her family is my family now. Sansa asked, what about your other wives? Jacob continued. Lydia is the smartest of us all. She has red hair like you, and she's a spoiled, mean, narcissistic girl who loves buying new clothes and watching romantic movies and shows. I think you and her will get along well because both of you like romantic stories. He smiled at the memory. Then there's Malia. She's a tomboy just like Arya. She's rude and always says what she thinks. She doesn't know how to lie. And she loves to fight and kill. She has a tragic story of her own, but you'll have to ask her about it yourself. Sansa asked, and Melissa? Jacob's expression softened. She's the sweetest. She's a gentle woman, unless someone threatens me, my other wives, or her son. Sansa sat up slightly. Her son? Do you have a son? Jacob chuckled. He's not mine. Actually, he's my age and he's my friend. At first I was just teasing him about marrying his mother, but then I met her and I liked her. So I ended up marrying her. Sansa lay back down. Is that all your family? Jacob shook his head. There's still another friend and his father, Lydia's mother, and like I said before, Allison's parents. And a crazy psychopathic butler. And also a talking cat and a dragon. Sansa stared at him wide-eyed. A talking cat? And a dragon? Jacob nodded. Yes. The cat's name is Kitty. She's just like Arya and Malia, she likes to fight too. And by the way, she's very strong. As for the dragon, her name is Saphira, and she's a real dragon, not like the dragons from your world. Sansa frowned. What do you mean by a real dragon? Aren't the Targaryen dragons real? Jacob explained. The dragons from your world, the ones the Targaryens own, are a type of dragon, but in my world we call them wyverns. What we call dragons have 4 legs and 2 wings, instead of 2 legs and arms fused with wings. And they're much stronger. Anyway, I'll show you tomorrow what a real dragon looks like. Sansa asked, Are you going to call your dragon Saphira? Jacob shook his head. No. The dragon you're going to see tomorrow isn't Saphira. Sansa's voice wavered. I'll be safe, right? I heard dragons are violent. Other than their riders, they kill anyone who gets close to them. You'll be totally safe. He smirked. Actually, you can ride the dragon you're going to see tomorrow in more ways than you think. He can even ride you too. Sansa raised an eyebrow. Ride me? Is it small? Jacob laughed. He's not small. You'll understand tomorrow. Sansa pouted. Why are you laughing? Jacob kept laughing, hugged her close and said, Good night. He closed his eyes and soon drifted to sleep. Sansa sighed and sleep took her too. The next morning Jacob woke up first and found Sansa deep asleep with a peaceful smile on her face. He quietly left the bed and went outside the capsule house. The 3 lizard lions were still fast asleep not far away. Brienne and Podrick sat on rocks nearby. Jacob walked to them. Brienne and Podrick started to stand, but he waved a hand. You don't need to stand. Just relax. Brienne smiled. Morning, Your Grace. Jacob nodded. Morning. He took out the cookpot of perfect meal, the reward he'd received yesterday, and filled it with skir buffalo meat, onions, carrots, and potatoes from his pocket dimension. He added seasonings and water, pressed a button to start the pot, and let it cook. When he finished, he noticed Brienne and Podrick staring at him. Do you want to ask something? Brienne looked at the hoodie and sweatpants Jacob was wearing, and the cute puppy slippers on his feet. I've never seen clothes like the ones you're wearing. Jacob shrugged. Where I'm from, everyone wears clothes like these. Brienne's expression turned serious. She met Jacob's eyes. Your Grace, are you really a sorcerer, like Littlefinger said? Jacob sat down on a chair he pulled from his pocket dimension. What if I am? Brienne's voice was steady. Then I hope you're a good one. I'm not going to lie, I hate sorcerers and witches. They killed someone I cared about. But I will not betray Lady Sansa or your family, Your Grace. I just really hope you're not an evil sorcerer, because I will not participate in any dark magic. I would die before I did that. Jacob smiled. I'm not a sorcerer. And I hate witches and wizards too, especially dark ones like the followers of that demon Lawler. So you don't have to worry. My family and I will kill any dark wizard or witch on sight. Brienne nodded, visibly relieved. That's good to hear. Then she asked, By the way, Your Grace, we found a lot of weapons and blood in front of the North Gate. Did a battle happen here? Jacob nodded. Yeah. 200 Bolton men came here 2 days ago. Arya and I killed them. My 3 pets helped too. Brienne and Podrick stared in shock. Jacob smiled. Now tell me your story, Brienne. Brienne told him about serving Renly Baratheon and witnessing his murder by a shadow that looked like his brother Stannis. Then her service to Catelyn Stark and her oath to find her daughters. She told him about Jaime Lannister saving her from both Bolton men and a bear pit before she began her failed quest to locate Arya and Sansa. She explained how she lost Arya after defeating the Hound, how Sansa had rejected her a few days ago, and how she had been hunted by several Knights of the Vale, but had managed to kill them. She had followed Sansa from a distance, intending to rescue her from Littlefinger. That was why she had been watching Sansa from afar yesterday when Jacob read. Just as Brienne finished her story, Sansa and Arya walked out of the house toward them. Arya looked at the pot. What's cooking? It smells delicious. Jacob said, beef stew. It's almost done. He looked at Sansa. Good morning, beautiful. Sansa smiled. Good morning. She hesitated for a moment, then kissed his cheek, and blushed while doing it. Brienne watched Sansa with a soft smile. Arya ignored everything, squatted next to the pot, crossed her arms over her knees, rested her head on her arms, and waited for the food to be ready. Podrick panicked. He lowered his head and didn't dare look at Sansa, remembering what had happened to Littlefinger yesterday. Jacob smiled, took another chair from his pocket dimension, and placed it next to him. Sit. Sansa sat down. Why didn't you wake me? Jacob caught her hand. You seemed peaceful. You were actually smiling. I didn't want to wake you. Sansa smiled. Thank you. Jacob said, You seem like you had a good dream. Care to tell me what it was about? Sansa panicked. No, I didn't have any dream. Jacob smirked. It was about me, wasn't it? You don't need to be ashamed. I totally understand. With how handsome I am, it's natural for you to dream about me. They call me Prince Charming. No woman can resist my charm. Arya rolled her eyes. Here we go again. I told you, you're not as charming as you think you are. I don't find you charming, and Brienne doesn't find you charming either. She looked at Brienne. Right? Brienne smiled and looked at Jacob. His Grace is definitely a handsome man. But he's not my type. Arya smirked at Jacob. See? Brienne doesn't find you charming either. Only a lovesick fool like Sansa would fall for you. Jacob shrugged. You don't find me charming because you're a stupid kid who looks more like a boy than a girl. He looked at Brienne. As for you, Brienne, you dress like a man and have short hair. Maybe you don't even like men. Brienne said, I do like men. She sighed. Unfortunately, the only 2 men I've been interested in don't seem to like me. The first liked men and the second loves his sister. Sansa's eyes widened. You like Jaime Lannister? Brienne nodded. Yes, my lady. But worry not, me liking him doesn't mean I will let him lay a finger on you. I will kill him with my own hands if he tries to harm you. Sansa said, Well, you'd better move on. That guy only has his sister in his eyes. She's got him wrapped around her little finger. Brienne sighed and said nothing. Just then, the pot rang, announcing that the food was ready. Jacob took a ladle and 4 bowls from his pocket dimension, filled them, and handed them out with bread. Everyone ate happily. Jacob said, This is delicious. Arya, Sansa, and Brienne nodded and didn't even stop to comment. They kept eating. Podrick was crying while he ate. Sansa ate 2 bowls and was full. Podrick ate 3. Arya and Brienne ate 4 each. Jacob ate the rest, shocking everyone with how much he consumed. After they ate, Jacob stored the pot back in his pocket dimension. Arya said, "We already found Sansa. So what's next?" Jacob thought for a moment. "We'll stay here for a day or two. Then we'll head to Castle Black to get your brother Jon and conquer the free folk. On our way there we'll pass by Last Hearth, the ancestral home of House Umber. I heard your little brother Rickon is hiding there." Both Sansa and Arya were stunned. Sansa's voice trembled. "That can't be true. Theon killed him and Bran." Jacob shook his head. "No, he didn't. They both managed to escape. So, to avoid looking weak in front of his men, Theon killed some farm boys instead, burned them and hung them on the walls. Both your brothers are alive for now. And I heard Bran is north of the wall." Arya and Sansa were overjoyed. Arya looked at Jacob. "By the way, how do you know all this? You said you're not from our world. But how did you know about Bran and Rickon? How did you know about Sansa? And how did you know about Littlefinger and everything else?" Jacob said, "Let's just say that when I arrive in a new world I learn about its past, not everything but the most important things. And actually there are other people who can learn the past and spy on everyone in Westeros. They call them the Greenseers." Then Jacob asked, "Do you know those trees people worship? The heart trees?" Everyone nodded. Jacob continued, "You call them gods, but they aren't gods. Those trees are just recorders. Biological archives." Sansa frowned. "The old gods watch through the trees, Jacob. My father always said, there is only one God, Sansa." Jacob interrupted. "The Creator, who created everything and wasn't born or created. Your father was told a story to make sense of something he couldn't understand. Those trees are a network. They record every word whispered, every drop of blood spilled, every secret kept in their shadow. Those trees are just creatures, very old creatures that remember everything." Arya narrowed her eyes. "Then who is watching the biological archives recorded by the trees? Greenseers?" "Yes," Jacob said with a look of pure disgust. "Creepy voyeurs. People like the three-eyed raven, an old shriveled pervert named Brynden Rivers. They're not divine. They're just creepy men sitting in the dark, plugging themselves into the weirwood so they can spy on the world. They watch you dress. They watch you cry. They watch you sleep. They watch you laugh. They watch you die. All while you pray to them for help they'll never give and cannot give." Everyone was shocked. Arya asked, "Who is this Brynden Rivers?" Jacob explained. "According to my knowledge, Brynden Rivers was a Targaryen bastard who spent his life as a kinslayer and a spymaster. He was so obsessed with power and control that when his body finally started to rot, he crawled into the roots of a tree to keep his 1,000 eyes and one open. He was a man who executed his own family, a criminal sent to the wall in chains before he vanished into the north to become the three-eyed raven. Now he's nothing more than a creepy old man in the dark, recording your lives because he can't let go of the world he was kicked out of." Sansa's face was pale. Her voice was a whisper of pure revulsion. "A Targa. Ryan? My grandfather and uncle were burned alive by the Mad King. And you're telling me that while I knelt to those trees, begging for my family's safety, I was actually performing for the amusement of a Targaryen bastard?" Arya didn't look sad. She looked dangerous. "I just added him to my list." Brienne looked deeply unsettled. "A knight's oath is sworn before the old gods so that the heavens may judge him," she said, her voice trembling with rare anger. "To think that those gods were just stories and that what was watching through those trees was just a disgraced prisoner of the Night's Watch, it makes a mockery of everything. There is no honor in a man who hides in the roots to steal secrets he has no right to hold." Jacob nodded. "It's a violation. You were worshipping a surveillance system for a man who lost his humanity centuries ago. But don't worry, I will deal with that creepy bastard. And no one should kneel to those trees. I'll burn them until there's nothing left but ash. We don't need a peeping Tom watching our lives through trees." Arya asked, "Are you a Greenseer too?" Jacob shook his head. "No. But one of my wives can probably connect to all plants better than any Greenseer could." Sansa asked, "Which one of them?" Jacob said, "Melissa. She can control plants and make them attack people. She can even turn trees into humanoid monsters, like the rock puppets I used to scare the Vale Knights yesterday." Arya asked, "Is she a witch?" Jacob shook his head. "No. She's like me, a creature with supernatural abilities." He stood up. Now, Sansa, come with me. As for you, Arya, stay here with Brienne and Podrick until we come back. Arya frowned. Where are you two going? Jacob smirked. None of your business. He hugged Sansa and disappeared, leaving Arya pouting. Arya looked at Brienne and Podrick with an evil smirk. Which one of you wants to spar? Brienne shook her head. Not me. You're too strong for me, my lady. Podrick hid behind Brienne. I don't know how to wield a sword, my lady. I'm still learning. Arya snorted. Boring. She went off to train alone. Chapter 183, Gifts of Power. Jacob teleported with Sansa far away from Moat Cailin, landing atop a grassy mountain. Sansa looked around, brushing a strand of red hair from her face. What are we doing here? Are you going to call your dragon? Jacob shook his head. Not yet. First, I want to ask you again, are you willing to marry me? Are you willing to spend the rest of your life with me? Sansa met his eyes without hesitation. Yes. Jacob raised his right hand. A red tattoo appeared in the center of his palm, a circle with a dragon's head at its heart. Then drop your blood here. Sansa studied the glowing symbol. What for? Jacob explained, so you will become my wife. You'll understand after you do it. Sansa nodded. Okay. But I need something to prick my finger. Jacob took her hand. With his claw, which made her eyes widen, he made a small cut on her finger. You'll understand why I have claws later. Now drip your blood on the tattoo. She let her blood fall onto the symbol. The tattoo glowed with a bright, vivid light, then slowly faded until it vanished entirely. Both of them closed their eyes as the magical contract sealed their bond. In Jacob's mind, a screen materialized frowny face contract successful. Congratulations, host. You are now married to Sansa Stark. The two of you are bound for life. You cannot betray one another, and her mind is protected from being read by any other creature. You can communicate with her telepathically and you will sense when she is in danger. Jacob opened his eyes and looked at Sansa, who was still processing the connection with her eyes shut. I wonder what kind of bloodline Sansa will get when we sleep together, he mused. Soon, Sansa opened her eyes, a look of wonder on her face. Do you understand what that tattoo was now? Jacob asked. Yes, Sansa said, a small smile playing on her lips. It's amazing. Jacob smiled. So you understand now that I will never hurt you or abandon you. Sansa nodded. Yes. We cannot betray or harm one another. Then she felt the other connections. But I seem to feel 4 connections other than you. Jacob explained, those are my other wives. They can feel you too, but you can't communicate with them yet. They're in another world, and I still need to build a travel room in Serendel, our home, so we can talk to each other even if we're in different worlds. He sighed. And since they can feel that I added a new girl to our family, I need to find them some gifts before I return home. Sansa's voice was tentative. Will they hate me? Or be angry at me? Jacob shook his head. No, not at you. They'll blame me. But they know and have accepted what I am. So they'll just act angry at me to get me to coax them, take them on dates and do things they like. Sansa sighed in relief. By the way, I learned some ability that lets me talk to you telepathically, but I don't know what that means exactly. Jacob smirked and spoke directly into her mind. Oh, it's like this. You can talk to me and my other wives directly inside our heads without using your mouth, no matter how far apart we are. Try it. Just focus on the connection between us and send your thoughts to me. Sansa focused and managed to reach him. Like this? Can you hear me? Jacob responded aloud. Yes, I can hear you. We can even share memories. He smirked and sent her a memory, himself looking at his naked reflection in a mirror. Sansa stood frozen as the memory played in her mind. Her eyes snapped open. Ah, pervert. Stop showing me that. Jacob laughed. I was just demonstrating the ability. Sansa, still blushing, avoided his eyes. Couldn't you have shown me something else? Jacob shrugged. That's the most beautiful memory I could think of. You're welcome. Sansa crossed her arms. You are shameless. And why were you looking at your naked self in a mirror anyway? Jacob grinned. I was admiring myself and making my reflection jealous of how good-looking I am. Sansa's mouth dropped open. After a moment of stunned silence, she shook her head. I don't know what to say anymore. Jacob laughed in. Dee pulled a space ring from his pocket dimension. He slid it onto her ring finger. Drop your blood on it. Sansa admired the white gold ring, a dragon's head with 2 blood-red diamonds for its eyes. She squeezed her still-bleeding finger and let a drop fall onto the ring. Her eyes widened as she felt the connection, understanding what the ring was. She immediately picked up a rock from the ground, stored it in the ring, and retrieved it several times, a happy smile on her face. Then she threw the rock away and looked at Jacob. Thank you. Jacob smirked. A simple thank you isn't sincere enough. Sansa hesitated, then stepped closer. She intended to kiss his cheek, but Jacob caught her waist and kissed her on the lips. She was surprised but returned the kiss, and he didn't let her go until she was breathless. Jacob rested his forehead against hers and smiled. That's more like it. He kissed her again, a quick peck this time, and released her waist. Sansa looked away, embarrassed, unable to meet his eyes. Jacob pulled out the Hulk serum vial. Here, drink this. It will grant you immense physical strength, far stronger than Arya right now. You'll even be stronger than a Targaryen dragon. Normal swords, daggers, and arrows won't penetrate your skin, unless someone uses Valyrian steel. You'll gain super healing, never get sick again, and deep wounds or broken bones will heal within seconds. And you'll become very fast when running. Sansa took the vial, which was filled with a vibrant, translucent green liquid. Jacob gestured to the grass. Sit first. It will hurt a little, but nothing unbearable. Sansa nodded, sat on the soft grass, and looked up at him. Thank you. She opened the vial and drank. Almost immediately, her skin flushed deep red, and her veins became prominent beneath the surface. She grimaced as waves of intense heat and mild pain washed through her, but nothing she couldn't bear. Jacob watched her for a moment, ensuring she was stable, then lay down on the grass beside her, closed his eyes, and waited. 45 minutes later, Sansa opened her eyes excitedly. Jacob opened his eyes. How are you feeling? Sansa beamed. I feel great. She looked at Jacob lying beside her and wanted to kiss him, but in her excitement and with her new strength, she leaned in too fast and headbutted him hard in the face. She raised her head, screaming. Ah! That hurt. Jacob rubbed his sore nose. I should be the one screaming. Sansa rubbed her forehead. I am sorry. I didn't mean to hit you. Jacob pulled her down and gave her a deep kiss. Then he released her lips and smirked. Now it's time to help you control your new strength. Sansa's eyes widened. I don't like that smile of yours. How are you going to help me? Jacob said, by sparring with you. And I will not go easy on you. So use all your strength and try not to get beaten too badly. Sansa protested. Can we not do that? I don't know how to fight. Jacob smiled. You will learn. He pushed her off him, sending her flying several meters through the air. She screamed in panic. When she landed, Jacob ran over and kicked her in the backside, sending her tumbling forward and crashing hard into the ground. She rolled several meters before stopping. She stood up, groaning, but realized she wasn't hurt at all. Still, she pouted. Can you be more gentle? Jacob smirked. Nope. Now fight back. He attacked again. She awkwardly put her hands up to defend herself and even closed her eyes. Jacob shook his head but didn't stop. He punched her, sending her flying and crashing to the ground again. Get up, he commanded. You need to learn how to fight. There is no weak woman in my family. Stop closing your eyes and fight back. Think of your enemies. Joffrey. Cersei. You need to become strong so no one can abuse you or humiliate you again. Sansa got up. This time she attacked. She punched awkwardly, but her strength was no joke. Jacob blocked her attacks with ease. That's it. Use your legs too. Try everything to land a hit on my handsome face. Sansa snorted and kept attacking. As she fought, she began to enjoy the rush, the adrenaline. Every time Jacob sent her crashing to the ground, she stood up grinning and attacked again. They sparred for 2 hours before Sansa finally lay on the ground, exhausted, but with a happy smile on her face. After catching her breath, she sat up and looked around at the deep craters she and Jacob had made while fighting. Then she looked at him and said sincerely, Thank you, husband, for making me strong. Jacob smiled. You're welcome. He pulled out a small table and 2 chairs from his pocket dimension, then covered the table with food, roasted meats, fresh bread, fruits, cheeses, and bottles of cold water. Come, let's eat. There's still more I want to give you. They ate together and afterward, Jacob handed her a vial of white honey potion. She drank it and gained immunity to all poisons. Then he gave her scrolls: Weredragon, lightning beast, quench shield, cleaning spell, and repair spell. She learned them all, practicing each with an excited, happy smile. After that, Jacob gave her a concealment charm bracelet and a cup of fountain of youth water. She drank it happily after learning its effect. Then Jacob reached into his pocket dimension and retrieved a beautiful feather. It glowed with an inner, warm light, as if crafted from gentle flame. He handed it to her. This is a phoenix feather, also called a phoenix down. It can restore a dying person to full health. Most importantly, it can cure injuries inflicted by dark magic or curses, and can be used as a potent weapon against dark creatures. Keep it safe in your ring. To activate it, simply will it and it will dissolve into healing flame. Sansa thanked him and carefully stored the luminous feather inside her space ring. Next, Jacob produced a large, futuristic-looking energy weapon. This is a Spartan laser. He handed it to her. I'll teach you how to use it. He hugged her from behind and guided her hands, showing her how to aim and fire. Sansa fired a test shot toward a distant mountain peak. A thick crimson energy beam lanced out and struck the peak, causing a large explosion. Sansa was surprised but not too shocked. She had already used her new immense physical strength, the Weredragon spell and the lightning spell. She stored the Spartan laser in her ring, turned to Jacob, and kissed him gently on the lips. To be honest, she said, when I woke up this morning I was still a little scared that you would abandon me, that you just wanted to use me to control the North. But after I dropped my blood on that mark on your hand, all the doubts in my heart vanished. And with all these powers you've given me, I'm sure I could defeat any army, even one with dragons and tens of thousands of men. And I'm weaker than you. Way weaker than you. She looked him in the eyes and smiled. Now I know for sure that you don't need me to control the North. You don't need anyone, even if you wanted to control all of Westeros. She paused. You probably don't even care about ruling Westeros, do you? Jacob shrugged. Not really. I mean, it would be fun, but I need to wait for the rest of the family before I decide. I can't do it alone. I mean the ruling part, not the taking over and defeating armies. I don't know anything about ruling a country. And if I wanted to truly rule Westeros, I'd need to do it right, change this continent for the better. That's a lot of work and I know I don't have the patience for it. Sansa placed a hand on his arm. Well, whatever you decide to do, I will help. And if I don't know something, I will learn. Jacob gave her a quick kiss. We'll talk about that later. He smirked. Now let me show you a real dragon. Chapter 184, The Dragon Revealed. Jacob smiled at Sansa. Now let me show you a real dragon. He stepped away from her and after a moment of thought said, I'll be right back. He teleported back to Moat Cailin and found Arya alone in the capsule house, watching Tom and Jerry and laughing after finishing her training. Arya startled when he appeared. You scared me. Jacob put a hand on her shoulder. Let's go. I want to show you something. Then he teleported back to Sansa and dropped Arya beside her. He walked away from them and began to remove his clothes. Sansa blushed. What are you doing? Jacob said, I'm going to show you girls what I am. Clothes won't survive the transformation. Seeing Jacob down to his underwear, Sansa covered Arya's eyes. You shouldn't watch that pervert. Arya tried to pull Sansa's hand away but couldn't. Hey, how come you're freakishly strong now? Sansa smiled. Jacob made me strong. Arya shouted, Hey Jacob. Why is Sansa stronger than me? That's not fair. Jacob called back, Behave yourself and I might make you as strong as her. He added, Sansa, I won't take off my underwear, so you can remove your hand from Arya's eyes. She needs to see what's going to happen next. Sansa removed her hand and both girls watched, wondering what Jacob was about to do. Jacob said, All right, remember, don't be scared. I won't hurt you. Sansa and Arya watched with wide eyes as Jacob began to shift into his full dragon form. His human frame expanded and transformed. Horns grew from his head. Black scales spread across his body. He grew and grew until a 30-meter black dragon with a 60-meter wingspan stood before them. He raised his head and let out a deafening roar, a sound they felt in their bodies before they heard it. The ground trembled beneath them. Arya stumbled back and fell to the ground, staring at Jacob in shock. Even though he was restraining his aura, what leaked out was still overwhelming for her. But Sansa wasn't scared. She felt something else entirely. She felt stronger. She took a step toward Jacob, then another, until she stood just 3 meters away, looking up at his massive frame. Jacob lowered his massive head toward her. She reached out and touched the hard, smooth surface of a scale on his snout. It was warm. She traced its edge, then curiously touched one of his fangs. "So," she said softly, "when you said you were going to show me a dragon, you were talking about yourself." Jacob's deep, monstrous voice rumbled. "Yes, I'm a dragon." Arya gathered her courage, walked to Sansa's side, and hesitated. Jacob's voice was gentle despite its depth. "Go ahead. Touch me if you want. I won't eat you." Arya touched his scales and smiled. "I've dreamed of seeing a dragon for as long as I can remember." Jacob asked, "So what do you think? Are you disappointed?" Arya shook her head. "No. You're everything I imagined and more. I can't stop my body from shaking, even though I know you won't hurt me." She looked at her sister. "But why aren't you afraid of him?" Sansa smiled. "He's my husband." Arya shook her head helplessly. "Lovesick fool." Then she turned to Jacob excitedly. "Can I ride you?" Sansa suddenly stiffened. "No." Arya frowned. "Why? It's not like I'm trying to take him away from you. We could both ride him." Sansa's cheeks flushed. "No, that's not it." She hesitated, then added, "You just can't ride him. Or let him ride you. You're too young for that." Arya looked confused. "What are you even talking about?" Sansa's face burned. "Jay, just trust me. Stay away from him." She turned to Jacob and glared. "I was wondering why you said a dragon could ride me, and why you were laughing yesterday. Now I understand, you pervert." Jacob's deep laughter rumbled through the air. "I didn't lie, did I?" He burst out laughing, his voice so deep and loud it shook the ground. His massive body collapsed onto its side, and he pounded the earth with his hand, creating a crater. Sansa grabbed Arya and leaped away, landing far from him as he writhed with laughter. She shook her head helplessly. When Jacob finally composed himself, he wrapped Sansa and Arya in his telekinesis and lifted them onto his massive back. Then he took off, flying high into the sky. Sansa and Arya both enjoyed the flight. Arya screamed with excitement. "We flew on a carpet from Braavos to Moat Cailin, but this is much more exciting." "Much better." Jacob flew for a while, then turned back toward Moat Cailin. On the roof of a crumbling tower in the abandoned fortress, Brienne and Podrick kept watch, scanning both the northern and southern roads. Podrick suddenly began to shake. His eyes went wide. Fixed on something in the eastern sky, Brienne frowned. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Podrick didn't answer. He just pointed a trembling hand toward the sky. Brienne followed his gaze and froze. That's a dragon," she breathed. "And it's coming straight for us." She grabbed Podrick's arm. "Let's go." Podrick stammered. It's too late, it's already here and it saw us." Brienne looked back. The massive black dragon was only a few meters away, its red eyes fixed on them. She tried to draw her sword, but her body was shaking and her hand wouldn't obey. She sighed. "We're dead." Then, in front of their shocked eyes, Sansa and Arya appeared above the dragon's head and jumped down beside them. Even more shocking, the massive dragon began to shrink, transforming until a naked man hovered in the air. Brienne's jaw dropped. "Your Grace?" Jacob disappeared and reappeared behind Sansa, winking at Brienne. "Good afternoon." He hugged Sansa from behind. "Let's go change our clothes." Then he vanished again with Sansa. Brienne finally found her voice. She turned to Arya. "Can you help me understand what I just saw?" Arya shrugged. "Remember when Jacob said that people from where he's from can shift into animals? Well, he has that ability too. He can shift into a dragon." She turned and started walking. "Let's go. It's time for lunch." Brienne sighed. "Podrick, let's go." They followed Arya. When they reached the capsule house, Jacob and Sansa came outside. Jacob had changed into his noble Westerosi outfit, dark leather and fine fabric, with his sword griffin at his waist. Sansa wore a dark blue Westerosi gown. At the center of her chest, a circular sigil showed a fierce dragon's head with glowing red eyes, giving off a subtle, fiery glow. Brienne smiled at her. "You look beautiful, my lady. I suppose I should call you your Grace from now on." Sansa smiled happily. "Thank you. And you can call me Sansa when there are no outsiders." Brienne shook her head. "No. I should call you your Grace." Sansa nodded. "As you wish." Jacob clapped his hands. All right. I need to go somewhere. I'll be back tomorrow or the day after. Sansa asked, Where are you going? Jacob smiled. I'm going to bring you a gift. Sansa shook her head. No. I don't need any more gifts. You've already given me enough for a lifetime. I don't even think I deserve what you've given me. Jacob caught her hand. You are my wife. There is no gift you don't deserve. Remember that. He turned to Brienne, pulled out a Mirakuru vial, and handed it to her along with a silver knight's outfit bearing his sigil. Go inside the bathroom and drink this. It will make you as strong as Arya. Then wear these clothes, they're enchanted and cannot be penetrated by normal weapons. Brienne took the vial and clothes like they were treasures. Remembering Jacob disliked kneeling, she didn't know what to do and simply said sincerely, Thank you, Your Grace. I will serve your house until I die. I swear it. Jacob smiled. You're welcome. From now on, if you want to greet me, you can give me a salute like this. He demonstrated. This is a formal gesture used to display respect, honor, or greeting where I'm from. Brienne returned the salute. I understand, Your Grace. Jacob turned to Podrick. He pulled a camping tent from his pocket dimension and set it up not far from the house. Then he handed Podrick food and drinks. Work hard and I will reward you. You're a man, so you can't stay inside the house. This tent is yours. I've given you enough food to last 2 days. If you need more, ask Sansa. He pulled out a large amount of raw sea king meat and skur buffalo meat from his pocket dimension and tossed some to the 3 giant lizard lions. Then he looked at Sansa. Store this meat in your ring and feed my 3 pets until I come back. Sansa stored the meat in her ring. Jacob kissed her. All right, I'm leaving. Remember, you can always talk to me if something happens. I'll show up immediately. Sansa nodded. Be safe. Come back soon. Jacob used his telekinesis to lift off the ground, soaring into the sky. He pulled out Jack Sparrow's compass and thought of King's Landing. The compass pointed south. Jacob flew in that direction at high speed, using telekinesis and lightning. Chapter 185, King's Landing. Meanwhile, in the Teen Wolf world, a few minutes before Sansa became one of Jacob's wives, Beacon Hills, Jacob's mansion, Lydia, Allison, Malia, Melissa, and Kitty were having lunch in the kitchen while Cogman served them. Lydia, Allison, and Melissa chatted quietly. Kitty ate with focused determination. Malia lay slumped across the table, absently pushing food around her plate. Melissa looked at Malia, rubbed her head gently, and said, We all miss him, but you have to eat something, Malia. You haven't eaten anything all day. Malia didn't lift her head. I don't like how I'm feeling. Especially when I woke up today. I feel like part of me is missing. Allison set down her fork. We all feel the same. But he'll be back soon. Besides, it's only been 3 days. Malia sighed. It feels like 3 years. And he said he'd be gone for a whole month. That's way too much time without him. And I hate going to Sarandel because time there moves too slow. Lydia pushed a piece of meat around her plate. We all hate going to Sarandel after he left. To be honest, I didn't sleep much last night. I kept thinking about him. Is he hungry? Is he cold? Is he alone? Is he safe? Or did he find a new woman or several women and is enjoying himself while forgetting about us? Melissa gave her a patient smile. Well, he's definitely not hungry or cold. And from our connection to him, we all know he's safe. As for whether he found a woman or not, who knows? But he will never forget about us. He'll be back. You girls just need to be a little patient. Go shopping. Play video games. Or how about we travel, go to Europe or something? Lydia perked up slightly. That sounds like a good idea. Let's travel tomorrow. Allison smiled. Let's go to Europe and spend a few days in Venice. Then let's go to Japan. I've always wanted to visit ever since I started watching anime. Melissa nodded. And maybe we can go on a safari in Africa. What do you think, Malia? Malia shrugged. That's fine, I guess. I'll join you. Melissa patted her back. Then eat your food and let's get ready to travel. They all began eating, chatting about their upcoming trip, but suddenly all 4 of them froze. Their forks clattered against plates. They felt it, a new connection. A new wife. Malia's eyes glowed golden. A low growl rumbled in her throat. Kitty looked up, startled. Hey! What's wrong with you? You scared me. Malia's voice was tight. Jay just added a new wife to the family. Kitty's eyes widened. Really? He's only been gone for 3 days.
Melissa sighed.
Calm down, Malia. We all know what he is. Malia's growl deepened. I don't care about him getting more wives. I'd even help him kidnap any girl he likes. But the least he can do is take us with him, not leave us behind, thinking about him day and night, while he's out there enjoying himself. She clenched her fists. I'm going to beat his ass when he comes back. Lydia's face was flushed with anger. From now on, he's not allowed to go to a new world alone. He'll take us with him. Or if he wants to explore a new world first, he'll go for only a few hours and come back for us. She crossed her arms. He will definitely pay for leaving us behind when he returns. Cogman tilted his head thoughtfully. I wonder what my new lady is like. I hope she likes to fight and kill like Lady Malia. Or a sadistic woman who enjoys torturing people. Allison glared at him. Cogman, shut up. Go book us a flight to Europe for tomorrow. Cogman straightened. We don't need that, my lady. I purchased a private jet for Sir's birthday, but I thought he would prefer the Cybertronian robots, so I never told him. The jet is at the airport. We simply need to obtain the necessary international permits and submit a flight plan, and we will be ready to take off. Allison waved a hand. Then go do that. And stop standing there like an idiot. Cogman saw that Allison was not in a good mood and wisely left the kitchen without another word. Allison turned to Malia. How about we go spar? I need to do something to stop thinking about that idiot having fun with another woman while we're here missing him and worrying about him. Malia stood. Okay. Let's go. They both teleported to Sarandel and began a serious sparring session, using their full strength. Kitty finished her food in a few quick bites and followed them. Lydia looked at Melissa. Aren't you upset? Melissa shook her head. Not really. I miss him terribly, but I think he's allowed to have some fun. A small smile crossed her lips. But I will teach him a lesson if he doesn't come back after a month. Lydia smirked. When he comes back, I'm going to make him watch several romantic movies with me. And take me shopping for a whole day. And also take me shopping in the New World too. She leaned back, thoughtful. I wonder what our new sister is like. Is she someone from a show or a movie we've seen? Is she old or young? What kind of personality does she have? A genuine smile appeared. I'm actually looking forward to meeting her. Melissa nodded. Me too. I want to know who she is. She stood. Now let's go plan our trip. Lydia jumped up excitedly. Oh yes. Let's go. They moved to the living room, pulled out their phones, and began planning where to visit, what fun activities to do, where to eat, and most importantly, where to shop. Back in the Game of Thrones world, Jacob had already arrived above King's Landing. He pulled a long, hooded cloak from his pocket dimension and wrapped it around himself to avoid attracting too much attention. Then he teleported from the sky down to the streets of King's Landing and began walking. The city was overwhelming. The stench hit him first, a thick, sour mix of sweat, garbage, human waste, and something rotting. He wrinkled his nose and kept to the cleaner streets, steering clear of alleyways where the smell was worse. Flea Bottom must be unbearable, he thought, remembering the name from the show. That he passed the Street of Steel, where blacksmiths hammered swords and armor. He passed the Street of Silk, where women in colorful dresses called to him from balconies. He passed the Great September of Baylor, its crystal dome glinting in the afternoon sun. The richer neighborhoods were cleaner, wider streets, fewer puddles of filth, more guards in golden cloaks. But even here the smell of the city clung to everything, faint but persistent. King's Landing stinks, Jacob concluded. It stinks of piss, shit, and desperation. After finishing his tour, Jacob snuck into the Red Keep. He found a secluded corner of the castle gardens, hidden behind a hedge of roses, and sat down. A system window had appeared the moment he arrived in the city. Location sign in available sign in location. The underground storage chamber of the Red Keep, where the skull of Balerion the Black Dread, alongside 18 other Targaryen dragon skulls, is located. Jacob dismissed the notification and thought, Allison and the others definitely felt the connection to Sansa. I should go back home after I return to Moat Cailin and talk to them. If I stay here for a whole month, that will only make things worse. Besides, I already miss them terribly. I can't stay away for a whole month. He paused. But before that, I need gifts. I already got a bow for Allison. Lydia will probably love the enchanted Westerosi clothes. Maybe Malia will like the 3 lizard lions. As for Melissa, let's hope I get something good from the location sign-in. He looked at the Red Keep and activated his X-ray vision. Guards patrolled the hallways, stood at every entrance, watched from every tower. Too many guards to sneak in without being noticed. Let's avoid unnecessary trouble for now and teleport directly to the underground storage chamber. He thought. He scanned the underground levels until he found the storage chamber with the dragon skulls. It was empty, no guards inside or nearby. Jacob teleported directly into the chamber. He stood before a massive skull. This is Balerion the Black Dread's skull, Jacob thought. That thing was enormous. Even in my dragon form, I'm not even a third of its size. He walked around it, studying the empty eye sockets, the rows of dagger-like teeth, the sheer scale of the creature that had once ridden the skies of Westeros. After a long moment, he addressed the system. System, sign in. Location sign-in successful. Rewards obtained: 1 fire element crystal, awakens fire element upon consumption. 2, wyvern eggs x10, hatches wyverns loyal to you and your wives. It is best to let each wife hatch her own egg by dropping her blood on it. That way the wyvern will gain some of her powers. 3, enhanced Luke Cage serum, Marvel, x20, a serum with no side effects. Grants complete immunity to fire at any temperature, from any source, magical or mundane. The user's skin, muscle and bones become as strong as titanium steel, rendering them immune to conventional firearms and bladed weapons. Enchanted bullets and enchanted blades can still penetrate. The serum also provides superhuman strength with a lifting capacity of 50 tons, as well as accelerated cellular healing. Jacob read the first reward and smiled. Nice. Lydia would love this fire element crystal. He read the second reward and nodded approvingly. That's a good reward too. I'll have my own small army of wyverns and they can breed and multiply. I can't wait to hatch my own wyvern. And with these eggs, I don't have to worry about gifts for the girls anymore. I'm sure they'll love baby wyverns. Then he read the third reward and asked, System, can you tell me how this enhanced Luke Cage serum compares to the Hulk serum? The superhuman strength and supernatural healing granted by the Hulk serum after consumption are far superior to the Luke Cage serum. However, the Luke Cage serum grants immunity to fire and superior skin defense. The Hulk serum only makes the skin impenetrable to small-caliber weapons. You can give it to your wives to drink. As for you, you do not need it. Your human skin already protects you even against weak enchanted weapons, and your dragon scales provide even greater defense. I see. I'll give it to the girls when I return. Jacob looked at Balerion's skull and smirked. It's a shame to leave you here gathering dust. I'll take you to decorate the garden in front of the palace in Sarandel. He placed a hand on the giant skull and stored it in his pocket dimension. He took 7 other large skulls, not as massive as Balerion's but still enormous. The smallest among them was larger than Daenerys's largest dragon, Drogon, at the end of the show. When he finished, Jacob used his X-ray vision to locate the royal treasury. He teleported inside, intending to plunder the Lannister gold. The treasury was vast, but the chests were empty. Not a single coin remained. Jacob spat on the ground. What a disappointment. These bastards are broke. He used his X-ray vision again and located the Great Hall of the Red Keep, where the Iron Throne Saturday. He teleported directly from the underground chamber to the empty Great Hall. The hall was vast and cold, its high ceiling lost in shadow. Tapestries depicting Lannister victories hung on the walls. And at the far end, on a raised dais, sat the Iron Throne. Jacob walked to it, climbed the steps, and sat down. He shifted, trying to find a comfortable position. He couldn't. He sighed. This thing is uncomfortable. He addressed the system. How come you didn't give me a location sign-in for this room? Or a quest to sit on the Iron Throne? Do not be greedy, host. You already received a location sign-in. Perhaps another time. And if you want a quest to sit on the Iron Throne, it will not be simply sitting as you are doing now. You would need to become the new king of the 7 kingdoms. Jacob sighed again. Fine. He removed his cloak and stored it back in his pocket dimension. Then he pulled out his phone, took a few selfies with the Iron Throne in the background, and put it back in his pocket dimension. Time to grab that bastard knight and head back to Moat Cailin. Chapter 186, The Small Council. Jacob sat on the Iron Throne, leaning back with his legs crossed, and activated his X-ray vision. He scanned through the stone walls of the great hall, past corridors and chambers, until his eyes landed on the small council chamber. Cersei Lannister stood near a window, her golden hair catching the afternoon light. She was speaking to Mace Tyrell, who sat at the council table with a puffed chest and a foolish smile. Grand Maester Pycelle hunched in his seat, playing frail as always. And on another seat sat a thin man in dark robes, Qyburn, Cersei's loyal lackey, the disgraced former maester who had taken Varys's place as Master of Whisperers. But Jacob wasn't interested in any of them. His eyes locked onto the man standing in the shadows of the chamber. Tall, blonde, grim-faced, wearing the golden bronze armor of the Kingsguard with a golden helm tucked under his arm, Ser Meryn Trant. Jacob teleported from the Iron Throne directly into the shadows of the small council chamber, leaning against the cold stone wall with his arms crossed. No one noticed him. No one sensed him. He was a ghost in the corner, listening. Cersei turned from the window, her voice smooth and commanding. "We must send an envoy to the Iron Bank. Someone of importance to show these bankers our respect." She looked directly at Mace Tyrell. "As the King's Master of Coin, I can think of no one more qualified." Mace Tyrell swelled with pride. He placed a hand on his chest and beamed. "I would be honored, Your Grace." Cersei's lips curled into a smirk. "The king has expressed concern about his good father's safety on this voyage. He's ordered Ser Meryn to personally lead your escort." Meryn Trant stepped forward from the shadows, his golden armor clanking with each step. He stopped beside Cersei, his face expressionless. Mace Tyrell looked at the Kingsguard knight, then back at Cersei, his smile faltering slightly. "A member of the Kingsguard? Please, Safe travels, Lord Tyrell." Cersei cut him off, her tone final. Mace Tyrell hesitated, then recovered his smile. He stood and adjusted his robes. Of course. I'll give your regards to the Titan of Bravos." Jacob stepped out of the shadows. His boots clicked against the stone floor. Everyone turned. They saw him. Jacob smiled, polite, pleasant, entirely out of place. "I'm afraid you won't be able to go to Bravos." Mace Tyrell squinted at him. "Why not? And who are you, boy?" Jacob's smile didn't waver as he looked at Mace Tyrell. "Not you, old fool. I wasn't talking to you." His gaze shifted to Meryn Trant, and his smile turned sharp. "I was talking about him." Cersei backed away slowly, her eyes fixed on Jacob. Qyburn rose from his chair and moved to stand beside her, his expression curious rather than frightened. Meryn Trant drew his sword and stepped in front of Cersei. "Who are you? And how did you get past the guards?" Jacob tilted his head. "I'm your worst nightmare, you bastard." His voice dropped, cold and quiet. "You hit my wife. You humiliated her. And now you're going to pay for it." Meryn Trant laughed, a short, ugly sound. "Which whore is your wife?" "I meet a lot of whores every night. I can't remember them the next day." He grinned, showing teeth. "But maybe if you tell me her name, I might remember her." Jacob didn't get angry, he laughed. It started as a chuckle, then grew into something louder, manic, unhinged, echoing off the stone walls. He walked toward Meryn Trant slowly, each step deliberate, and stopped a few feet away. The laughter stopped. "That was a good comeback," Jacob said, almost admiringly. "I'll give you that." His smile faded, the temperature in the room rose. The air grew thick, heavy. Everyone began to sweat. Grand Maester Pycelle wiped his brow with a trembling hand. Mace Tyrell tugged at his collar. Even Qyburn shifted uncomfortably, then they felt it, not heat. Not pressure. Terror. It pressed down on their chests like a giant hand squeezing their hearts. Their breaths came short. Their legs weakened. Cersei grabbed the back of a chair to steady herself. Jacob's voice was low and deadly. "But as funny as that was, you shouldn't have said it." He took another step forward. "I already hated your guts. But I was just going to take you back to my wife and her sister so they could deal with you." Another step. "Now I've changed my mind." Meryn Trant's hand tightened on his sword. His heart pounded against his ribs. Every step Jacob took sounded like a drumbeat of doom. When Jacob was only a meter away, Meryn Trant gathered all his courage and swung his sword. The blade arced toward Jacob's neck. To everyone's shock, Jacob caught the blade with his bare hand and shattered it like glass. His hand didn't stop, it continued through the broken blade and closed around Meryn's throat. He lifted the Kingsguard knight off the ground. Meryn Trant's eyes bulged. His legs kicked uselessly in the air. Jacob slammed him onto the stone floor on his back. The impact knocked the air out of his lungs. Jacob stepped on Weredragon's right arm. The bone snapped like a dry twig. Weredragon screamed. Jacob stepped on his left arm. Another snap. Another scream. He stepped on his right leg. Then his left. Bones cracked. Weredragon howled. Jacob tore the golden chest plate from Weredragon's chest like it was paper. The metal screeched and folded in his hands. He tossed it aside. Then he pressed his thumbs against Weredragon's rib cage and began breaking them. One by one. Crack. 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 Weredragon's screams filled the chamber. High. Wet. Desperate. Cersei and others watched in horror. Grand Maester Pycelle, who usually pretended to be a frail, doddering old man, shot to his feet and scrambled toward the door. Jacob didn't stop breaking ribs. "Old man," he said casually, "take one more step and you'll be next." Grand Maester Pycelle froze. He swallowed hard and didn't dare move. Jacob finished breaking Weredragon's ribs. Then he started punching his face. The first punch broke his nose. Blood sprayed across the floor. The second punch split his lip. The third punch caved in his cheekbone. Weredragon's face became a bloody, unrecognizable mess that he lost consciousness. Jacob zapped him with a bolt of electricity from his fingertips. Weredragon woke up screaming. Jacob stood up and stomped on his groin. Once, twice, 3 times, crunch. Weredragon's testicles shattered. His pelvis cracked. He screamed until his voice gave out, then he kept screaming silently, mouth open, tears and blood streaming down his ruined face that he lost consciousness again. Jacob stepped back. He waved his hand. White light enveloped Weredragon's broken body. Bones knitted. Flesh mended. Cuts sealed. Within seconds he was whole again. Weredragon sat up, gasping. He patted his face, his chest, his arms. All healed. If not for the blood soaking his clothes and pooling on the floor, he might have thought it was all a bad dream. Jacob smirked. "Ready for round 2? Weredragon's eyes went wide with primal terror. "No." Jacob didn't listen that he beat Weredragon half to death again. Broke his arms. Shattered his knees. Crushed his ribs. Stomped his groin, healed him, beat him again, healed him, beat him again. Weredragon lost count. He lost track of time. He lost his sanity. Finally, Jacob stopped. He healed Weredragon one last time. Weredragon sat on the floor, covered in blood, staring up at Jacob with hollow, broken eyes. He began crawling backward, his hands slipping in the blood. "Please," he whimpered. "Please, just kill me. Please." Jacob walked toward him. Weredragon started crying. "No, no, 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 please, don't come near me, you demon, please." Jacob slapped him across the face, once hard, and Weredragon's eyes rolled back. He collapsed, unconscious. Jacob turned to face Cersei and the others. His face was splattered with Weredragon's blood. His clothes were clean, enchanted after all, but his skin was painted red. He waved his hand over himself, and a white light swept across his body. The blood vanished, leaving him spotless, that he gave them a gentle smile. "Sorry you had to see that. I just hate it when someone disrespects my family." Grand Maester Pycelle and Mace Tyrell scrambled behind Cersei, using her as a shield. Qyburn stood his ground, but his hands were trembling. Cersei forced herself to stand straight. Her voice was steady, but Jacob could hear her heart hammering in her chest. "Who are you, sorcerer?" Jacob shook his head. "No, I'm not a sorcerer. And you'll hear my name soon enough." He tilted his head. "You can relax. Although we are enemies, I'm not here for you today. I'm only here for this pig, Weredragon." Qyburn stepped forward slightly. His eyes studied the sigil on Jacob's chest, the black dragon's head with burning red eyes on a crimson field. "That sigil," Qyburn said. "I've never seen it before. Are you related to the Targaryens?" Jacob smirked. "No." He paused. "Not yet, at least." Cersei's voice was tight. "Are you aiming for the Iron Throne? Is that why we are enemies?" Jacob walked toward her. She didn't back away. She was terrified, but she stood her ground and looked up into his eyes that he stopped inches from her, close enough to count the freckles on her nose. He could hear her heartbeat. He could smell her fear that he looked her up and down, then met her eyes. "You must have been a beauty when you were young," he said. Then he shook his head. "Too bad. You're an evil woman and an incestuous bitch." Cersei said nothing. She just stared at him, her face pale, her lips pressed together. She didn't dare show anger. Jacob walked past her to the window behind the council table. He looked out at the city, at the rooftops and the distant sea. Grand Maester Pycelle and Mace Tyrell, who had been hiding behind Cersei, dropped to the floor and began crawling away from him on their hands and knees. Jacob ignored them. "As for why we are enemies," he said, still looking out the window, "it's because you are the enemy of my wife. And you can never make peace with her. You hurt her too much. You hurt her family too much." Cersei's mind raced. She thought through every possible candidate. Every noble house. Every surviving daughter. "Who is your wife?" she asked. Jacob turned from the window and walked toward Meryn Trant. He paused beside her. "You're a smart woman," he said. "I'm sure you've already guessed." He walked past her and grabbed Meryn Trant by the ankle. "My wife said that your daughter and Tommen were very kind to her." His voice was quieter now. "So let me give you a piece of advice. Save Myrcella as soon as possible. Illyria Sand will definitely try to kill her." He glanced back at her. "And you'd better send an army. One man can't save her." He was about to teleport but stopped. "I shouldn't teleport in front of them," he thought. "I want them to think they have a chance against me. Maybe they'll even send a few assassins after me. That could be fun." He dragged Meryn Trant out of the chamber and into the corridor. Guards rushed toward him, swords drawn. Jacob didn't even look at them. He waved his hand and telekinetic force slammed them against the stone walls. Their heads cracked against the rock. They slumped to the ground unconscious. Jacob teleported out of King's Landing. Chapter 187, Meryn's End. After Jacob left, Cersei's legs gave out. She stumbled to a chair and sank into it, lost in thought. Qyburn hesitated, then ran to the door. He looked out into the corridor. The guards lay scattered on the floor, unconscious but alive. He hurried back inside. "He's gone, Your Grace," Qyburn said. "Should I tell the White Cloaks to search for him?" Cersei shook her head slowly. "No." She looked at Grand Maester Pycelle and Mace Tyrell with disgust. The two old men were still sitting on the floor, trembling. "Lord Tyrell," she said coldly, "I will arrange a new guard to escort you to Braavos. Now leave us." "You too, Grand Maester. Leave us." The two old men scrambled to their feet and fled the chamber. The heavy oak doors clicked shut, leaving the room in cold silence. Cersei's green eyes fixed on Qyburn. "I don't know how that man knew," she hissed, her voice a sharp whisper, "but Jaime already went to Dorne to rescue Myrcella. Now that whore Illyria Sand will kill him and my daughter." Qyburn tucked his hands into his sleeves. "What do you think we should do, Your Grace?" Cersei leaned close, her voice a sharp whisper. "We cannot send an army to Dorne. That would trigger an unwinnable war, one we are not prepared to fight. So we take away what she cares about most. Her biological daughter, Tyene. I want her in chains." Qyburn nodded slowly. "Capturing her will require local sellswords who know the terrain. I do not care about the cost. I have gold." Cersei's voice was iron. "Hire the sellswords. But remember, Tyene must be taken alive and brought to me as soon as possible." She glanced at the window. "The moment she is in our custody, I will tell Illyria that if Jaime is hurt, or if Myrcella so much as coughs, I will turn her precious daughter over to Gregor Clegane." She turned back to Qyburn. "Now go. Do it quietly." Qyburn offered a small bow. "Do not worry, Your Grace. I will not let you down. By the time Illyria realizes her daughter is missing, she will be crossing the Blackwater." Cersei nodded. "Also, help me find out who that man who took Ser Meryn is." Qyburn asked, "Do you know that man's wife, Your Grace?" Cersei's jaw clenched. "The little bitch Sansa Stark. She is the only one I can think of who knows my children and was beaten and humiliated by Ser Meryn." Qyburn nodded. "I will do my best to find out who he is, Your Grace. Also," Cersei added, "call Baelish back. He was tasked with finding Sansa, but I haven't heard from him in a while. And speed up your experiment. I want Gregor Clegane at my side, protecting me as soon as possible." Qyburn offered another small bow and left. Cersei sat alone in the council chamber, her gaze fixed on the bloodstains spread across the floor, lost in thought. Moat Cailin, Knight Jacob appeared in front of the capsule house. The three lizard lions raised their heads, saw him, and lowered them again. Bowser let out a sleepy hiss that might have been a greeting. The lights were on inside the house. Through the window, Jacob could see the glow of the television. Sansa felt him through their bond before she saw him. She came running out of the house, her red hair flying behind her, wearing his sweatpants and hoodie. She jumped into his arms. Jacob caught her with a grin. "Did you miss me?" Sansa smiled. "Yes, I did." She kissed him deeply. When they separated, she asked, "Where did you go?" "King's Landing." Her eyes widened. "King's Landing? You went there and came back in just a few hours?" Jacob nodded. "Yes." He pointed at the unconscious figure lying on the ground a few meters away. "I brought you a gift." Sansa looked at the man and recognized him. "That's—" Meryn Trant lay face down in the mud, still unconscious, what was left of his armor stained with dirt and blood. Arya and Brienne came out of the house. Arya's hand went to her dagger. "That's Meryn Trant," Arya said, her voice cold. Jacob nodded. "He's all yours, girls." He sent a small spark of electricity from his fingertip into Meryn's body. The knight jerked awake. Meryn groaned and raised a hand to shield his eyes from the porch light. Then he saw Jacob standing over him. He screamed in terror. "Please!" Meryn Trant scrambled backward, his hands slipping in the mud. "Please, just kill me. Please!" Arya smiled. "Jacob, what did you do to him?" Jacob shrugged. "I might have beaten him half to death and healed him a few times." Sansa stood in front of Meryn, her voice cold with anger. "Do you remember me?" But Meryn didn't hear her. He was curled in a ball, rocking back and forth, repeating the same words over and over. "Please, just kill me, please, just kill me." Sansa looked at Jacob. "It seems like you broke him." Jacob sighed. "Sorry about that. Let me fix him." He walked to Meryn, crouched down and grabbed his chin, forcing the man to look into his eyes. His own eyes glowed red. He activated his compulsion ability. "Forget that we met before," Jacob commanded. "Forget that I beat you. Forget everything that happened to you today." Meryn Trant's eyes glazed over. When Jacob released him, the terror in his face faded. He blinked and looked around, confused. "Where am I?" he muttered. Then he saw Sansa. His brow furrowed. "You're the Stark girl," he said. Sansa's voice was cold. "Yes, I am. I'm glad you remember me." Meryn Trant looked around at the ruined fortress, at the strange house, at the 3 massive lizard lions sleeping in the shadows. "Where is this? How did I get here?" Sansa ignored his questions. "It doesn't matter. What matters is that you're going to pay for what you did to me." She looked at Arya. "You said he's on your list." Arya nodded. "He murdered my teacher and friend, Syrio Farrell." Sansa's voice was cold. "Then go ahead. Kill him. But make it slow. I want him to suffer. I want him to be humiliated. And I want him to beg for a merciful death." Arya smirked. She went inside the house and returned with her sword needle. She looked at Podrick, who had come out of his tent when he heard the commotion. "Podrick, give him one of the swords left behind by the dead Bolton men." Podrick went to a corner near the capsule house, retrieved a sword and tossed it toward Meryn. The blade landed in the mud beside him. Arya pointed needle at him. "Pick up the sword and fight." Meryn Trant didn't need to be told twice. He grabbed the sword and scrambled to his feet. His eyes darted from Arya to Jacob to Sansa to Brienne to Podrick, then dismissed them all and locked onto Brienne. In his mind, she was the only real threat. He was wrong. Arya attacked. She used the water dancing move she had learned from Syrio, toying with Meryn. She moved like water. Her blade flickered and flashed, and Meryn Trant could barely follow it. He swung wildly, desperately, but Arya was always somewhere else, behind him, to the side, above him. She stabbed him in the arm. He screamed. She stabbed him in the thigh. He stumbled. She poked out his left eye. He howled and dropped his sword, clawing at his face. Her blade sliced through the tendons in his wrists. His hands went limp. He fell to his knees, begging for mercy. "Please," he begged, blood streaming from his eye socket. "Please have mercy. I beg you." He received no mercy from her. Arya slashed his chest. His cheek. She stabbed his stomach, his shoulder, and his hip. Not deep enough to kill. Deep enough to hurt, Meryn Trant sobbed. "Please, please." Arya didn't stop. She kept slashing and stabbing with her thin sword, methodical and precise. Sansa watched until Meryn was choking on his own blood, unable even to beg anymore. She was satisfied. "That's enough, Arya. Put him out of his misery." Arya drove needle through his heart. Meryn Trant's eyes went wide. He gasped once, twice, then slumped forward into the mud. Jacob waved his hand. A fire serpent burst from his palm and consumed the body. When it faded, nothing remained but ash. "All right," Jacob said, clapping his hands together. "Let's go inside. I'm hungry." Brienne inclined her head. "I will stay outside with Podrick and keep watch, Your Grace." She met Jacob's eyes. "And thank you again for making me strong." Jacob nodded. "You're welcome." He went inside with Arya and Sansa. They ate dinner. Then they watched the movie Brave. "Is that a bear?" Sansa asked, pointing at the screen. "That's a bear," Jacob confirmed. "I thought you said this was about a princess." "It is. She turns her mom into a bear later." When the movie ended, Arya went to her room. Jacob and Sansa went to his. They lay on the bed. Sansa rested her head on his chest, and he ran his fingers through her hair. "Thank you," she said softly, "for bringing that bastard to me." Jacob continued stroking her hair. "You're welcome." Sansa asked, "Did you meet Cersei?" Jacob nodded. "Yeah. But it's not time to kill her yet. Killing her now would be boring. I still need her to raise an army we can have fun with." Sansa smiled. "Did you tell her who you are?" "I didn't tell her my name. But she knows I'm your husband." He chuckled. "She also saw me brutally beat Meryn and heal him multiple times. She's terrified of me." "Did you do anything else in King's Landing?" "I walked around the city." Jacob wrinkled his nose. "It stinks." Sansa laughed. "Yes, it does." Jacob continued. "I took the skull of Balerion the Black Dread and a few other dragon skulls. I'm going to put them in the garden in front of the palace in Sarandel." He paused. "I also sneaked into the royal treasury." Sansa sat up slightly. "How much gold did you take?" Jacob snorted. "Not a single coin. The treasury was empty. The crown has a debt of 6 million gold dragons." Sansa lay back down. "If you take over as the new king of the Seven Kingdoms, you'll have to pay that debt." "Why should I?" "The motto of the Iron Bank of Bravos is, 'The Iron Bank will have its due.' They'll send armies after you. They'll fund your enemies." Jacob smiled. "I really hope they're stupid enough to do that. I was in Bravos a few days ago, but the thought of robbing the Iron Bank never crossed my mind because they weren't my enemies. But if they attack me or even threaten me, I will take everything they have. Every single coin." Sansa smiled. "You probably can't wait for them to attack you, right? With how strong you are, they'll just be delivering wealth to you." "That's right." They talked for a while longer, about the Iron Bank, about the Lannisters, about the dragon skulls Jacob had stolen. Then Jacob's expression softened. "I'll be going home tomorrow," he said. Sansa's hand tightened on his chest. "How long will you be gone?" "A day. Then I'll come back and take you to meet Alicent and the others." Sansa nodded. "Okay." She was quiet for a moment. Then she climbed on top of him, straddling his waist, and kissed him. "Then we should consummate our marriage," she said, her cheeks flushed. Jacob's hands settled on her waist. "If that's what you want, I'll gladly do it." Sansa nodded, shy but certain. "Yes. That's what I want." Jacob created an energy shield around the room to keep the sounds from escaping. He didn't say anything else. He captured her lips in a kiss and gently flipped her beneath him. Soon their clothes were gone. They made love for hours, sometimes slow and tender, sometimes urgent and passionate, until Sansa could not continue. Exhausted and satisfied, she fell asleep in his arms, a peaceful smile on her face. Jacob held her close, pressed a kiss to her forehead, dismissed the system notification without looking at it, and let sleep take him as well. Chapter 188, Sansa's Bloodline. Jacob woke the next morning to find Sansa still asleep in his arms, her red hair spread across his chest like fire. Her breathing slow and peaceful. He kissed her forehead gently, then turned his attention inward and finally checked the rewards he had received for consummating the bond. A system window materialized in his vision. "Congratulations, host. You have consummated your bond with Sansa Stark. Your strength will now begin to grow faster than before, and you may grant Sansa abilities and bloodlines rewarded by the system. Rewards for consummating the bond with Sansa Stark. 1. Aerokinesis, the ability to generate, shape, and manipulate air and wind currents. 2. Enchanted undergarments, self-cleaning underwear for men and women, shirts, shorts, leggings, tank tops, etc., that automatically shift with the wearer between human and beast forms. Point 3 Nightmare Horses Summoning Scroll. Dungeons and Dragons, a scroll that summons a herd of 40 powerful, pitch-black nightmare horses. The herd includes stallions, mares, and foals. They breathe fire, their hooves blaze with heat that can melt steel, their manes transform into roaring flames, and they can fly by galloping through the air with fiery hoofprints trailing behind. Riders gain complete immunity to all fire damage while mounted. The herd is loyal to you and anyone who shares your soul bond. Jacob read the first reward. Now I've completed the 4 basic elements, water, fire, earth, and wind, he thought. But there are still other elements, wood, space, darkness, and so on. I hope I get them all. He read the second reward and nodded approvingly. That's a good reward. I don't care when I shift and destroy my clothes, but I don't want my wives to be seen naked. Especially Malia, she doesn't care that much. When she shifts into her giant coyote form, if I hadn't stopped her, she would shift back to her naked human form in front of Stiles and the others. With these clothes, I don't have to worry that any man other than me will see her naked. He read the last reward and grinned. Nice. Those horses are cool. I'll summon them when I go back home, he addressed the system. System, show me what kind of bloodline Sansa can receive. Please select one of the following bloodlines for your mate. 1 True Alpha Werewolf, Teen Wolf. Abilities, Standard Werewolf abilities. Strength grows with willpower. Point 2 Iceman's X gene, Marvel. Abilities, an Omega-level X gene that grants complete thermodynamic manipulation, allowing the user to drop their internal and external body temperature below 0 and freeze any surrounding moisture instantly. The user can convert their entire body into organic, translucent ice, becoming highly durable and able to reform if shattered. They can build complex cryokinetic constructs from frozen moisture, ice slides for travel, shields for defense, and projectile spikes for offense. At advanced levels, the user can absorb heat energy from environments or objects to freeze them at an atomic level. Point 3 Phoenix Lifespan, ageless and long-lived. Primary affinity, fire element. Abilities, pyrokinesis, telekinesis, teleportation, fire immunity, healing and purification. Flame, can heal others and neutralize dark magic, curses, and other harmful effects. Grows stronger through fighting and near-death experiences, extremely powerful healing factor, shifting into a phoenix. Jacob read all 3 bloodlines carefully. Although the Starks call themselves wolves, the werewolf bloodline is garbage compared to the others, he thought. Iceman's Omega-level X gene is good, but the obvious choice here is a phoenix. There's no doubt about it, it's one of the strongest creatures in mythology. He looked down at Sansa, still nestled against his chest. Hey, Sansa. Wake up. Sansa stirred, rubbed her eyes, and looked up at him with a shy smile. Good morning, husband. Jacob captured her lips in a kiss. That kiss led to another, and soon he forgot about bloodlines entirely. They made love for 2 hours before finally dragging themselves to the bathroom for a shower. After they dressed, they sat on the bed, and Jacob pulled out a feast from his pocket dimension: pancakes, bacon, fresh fruit, pastries, and coffee. They ate together, trading lazy smiles. Jacob spoke between bites. It's time to make you a supernatural creature like me by giving you a bloodline. There are 3 options. I'll tell you about them and you choose one. Sansa took a bite of a brownie, her expression curious. Okay. Jacob described each bloodline in detail: the werewolf, Iceman's X gene, and the phoenix. Sansa looked at him in confusion. I don't understand these things. You choose the best one for me. Jacob nodded. That would be the phoenix bloodline. It's a legendary creature compared to a dragon. Sansa smiled. Okay. How are you going to give it to me? Let's finish breakfast first. After they ate, Jacob said, Turn around. Sansa gave him her back. He placed his hand between her shoulder blades. System, merge the phoenix bloodline into Sansa's body. Are you sure, host? Yes. A surge of raw, fiery energy passed from Jacob's palm into Sansa's spine. Her body grew instantly warm, then hot, as if every cell was igniting at once as the ancient power wove itself into her very essence. After 5 minutes, a new prompt appeared in Jacob's vision. You may remove your hand now, host. The transformation will take approximately 1 hour to complete. Jacob withdrew his hand and watched her closely. Her eyes were closed, her expression peaceful. No pain. Only calm, satisfied, he let her finish the transformation. Jacob turned back to the system. System, merge the aerokinesis ability into my body. Are you sure, host? Yes. A faint flicker of warm energy spread through his body and faded quickly. Ability has been successfully merged. He waved his hand and a gust of wind blew through the room. Then he raised his palm and focused. A sphere of cyan wind energy materialized above his palm, spinning fast. He shaped it into an arrow, then a sword, then let it dissipate. He stored the leftover food back in his pocket dimension and lay down on the bed. I wonder what the girls are doing, he thought. Although I've only been away from them for 7 days, I miss them so much. He took out his phone and scrolled through photos of Allison, Lydia, Malia, and Melissa, a soft smile on his face. An hour later, Sansa opened her eyes. They glowed golden. She jumped out of bed in excitement and was about to shift when Jacob said, "Wait. Let's go somewhere else. I don't want you burning the house down." He hugged her and teleported them both to the grassy mountain they had stood on the day before. Jacob let her go. "All right. Now you can shift." Sansa closed her eyes and focused. Two enormous wings spread from her back, layered with crimson, gold, and fiery orange feathers. A moment later, hot flames erupted across them, dancing along every feather without burning her clothes. She flapped her wings, looked at them with an excited smile, then turned to Jacob. "What do you think of my wings?" Jacob smiled. "Beautiful. Just like you." Sansa beamed. "I think I can turn into a bird." "Do it. Let me see." Sansa blushed. "Okay. But turn around. I want to take my clothes off." Jacob smirked. "Why are you still shy? We've done a lot more than just see each other naked." Sansa huffed. "I'm not as shameless as you." Jacob shrugged. "Go ahead and take your clothes off. I'm not turning around." Sansa sighed but still stripped down to her undergarments. Jacob watched, then pulled out the enchanted underwear he had just received from his pocket dimension and explained, "From now on, wear these. They're self-cleaning and they'll shift with you. They won't tear apart, so you don't have to worry about being naked when you shift back to human form." Sansa took them, pulled on the leggings and shirt, and stored the rest in her ring. Then she shifted. Jacob watched as she transformed into a majestic bird, crimson, gold, and fiery orange feathers covering a body 3 meters tall with a wingspan of 7 meters. Then she ignited her entire body in flames. Jacob whistled. "You look gorgeous. And you'll get bigger as you grow stronger." He pulled out his phone and took a picture. Sansa's voice echoed in his head. "Jacob, I want to go fly for a bit." "Go ahead. I'll wait for you here." The flames on Sansa's body vanished. She flapped her wings and launched into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Jacob lay on his back in the grass and waited. More than an hour later, Sansa suddenly appeared a few meters above Jacob in her human form, screaming. Jacob shot to his feet and caught her in his arms. "What's wrong?" Sansa clung to him, her heart racing. "That was scary. I turned back to human and tried my teleportation ability. I appeared high in the sky and started falling. I panicked and forgot about my wings." She took a shaky breath. "But luckily I thought of you and used my teleportation again. I appeared right above you." Jacob relaxed. "I thought something attacked you." Sansa smiled sheepishly. No. I just forgot about my wings and was scared of falling." Jacob shook his head with a smile. "Then you'd better get used to your powers as soon as possible." He set her down. "Let me teach you how to use your fire element, telekinesis, and teleportation." For the next 4 hours, Jacob trained her. He taught her how to shape fire into weapons, swords, spears, whips. He taught her how to use telekinesis to lift rocks, to deflect incoming attacks, to pull objects toward her, and to fly. He taught her how to teleport with precision instead of panic, and he sparred with her. He didn't go easy. He knocked her down, sent her flying, and made her use every ounce of her strength and all of her abilities. But every time she fell, she rose again, until finally she lay on the ground, spent trembling, unable to move another muscle. Then a burst of flame erupted from her body, surrounding her completely. When it faded, she stood up, fully healed, full of energy. She clenched her fists. "Although it's not that obvious, I feel a little stronger than before." Jacob nodded. "That's because your kind grows stronger through fighting and near-death experiences." Sansa smiled. "Then I'll have to spar with you more often." She opened her palm. A small, perfect bird of fire curled in her hand, wings stretching, neck arching as if it were alive. "You know," she said quietly, "my grandfather and uncle were burned alive by the Mad King. I wonder what they would do if they knew I can control fire and that I'm immune to it." Jacob said, "Considering they died by fire, I'd guess they'd be terrified of you. They'd want to stay as far away from you as possible. They'd disown you. They'd make your father disown you. They'd call you a monster and a witch, then send the whole north after you to kill you. They'd call you the bastard witch of Winterfell. Sansa Snow." Sansa sighed. "You're right. They would have looked at me controlling fire and walking through it without even my clothes being burnt, and all they would see is Aerys Targaryen, the Mad King." She closed her fist and the fire bird vanished. They would have seen a dangerous girl made of fire. A monster wearing Sansa Stark's face. Jacob said, "You should know that people will fear you when they see your powers. Then, when they understand that you won't hurt them, they will be jealous. And their fear and jealousy will turn into hatred. How will you feel about that?" Sansa's voice was steady. "I've been weak and helpless since I left Winterfell. I had to pretend to be obedient to survive. I didn't dare show my emotions. I lived in constant fear." She met his eyes. "I don't ever want to feel like that again. So as long as you don't hate me, I don't care if the whole world hates me. They can hate me all they want. But if they dare attack me, I'll defend myself. And I won't mind burning them. I'm done being nice." Jacob hugged her and kissed her. "I will never hate you. As for other people, if we end up ruling Westeros, we just need to use the carrot and the stick. We'll show them a better future where their children can live peacefully. We'll show them that we will protect them. And of course we'll punish and kill anyone who deserves it. Some few idiots will still hate us and conspire against us no matter how good we are to everyone. But I'm sure most people will just be happy to live a better life and be part of our kingdom." Sansa kissed him deeply. "Let's not talk about that stuff anymore." She kissed him again. "Thank you for giving me these powers." Another kiss. "Thank you for saving me from Littlefinger and the Boltons." Another kiss. "Thank you for appearing in my life." She pulled back and looked into his eyes. I love you, Jacob." Jacob smiled. "I love you too, Sansa." Sansa smiled back. "Are you still leaving today?" Jacob nodded. "Yes. Then let's go back. I still haven't had enough of you." Before Jacob could say anything, she used her teleportation ability. They appeared back in the bedroom of the capsule house. Without a word, she took off her clothes. She took off his. She pushed him onto the bed, climbed on top of him, and soon her soft moans filled the room as they began another love-making session. Smirking face blowing a kiss, mouth kiss mark, sweat droplets, eggplant collision, water wave, red heart, smiling face with smiling eyes. A few hours later, they took a shower and dressed. By the time they stepped outside, the sun was nearing the horizon. Arya was sparring with Brienne while Podrick watched. Jacob fed the 3 lizard lions, then pulled a table, chairs, and a feast from his pocket dimension. "Everyone," he called out, "let's eat." Everyone sat down. Arya shoveled food into her mouth and asked, between bites, "Where have you two been all day?" Sansa said, "We were sparring." Arya raised an eyebrow. "Then why didn't you take me with you?" Jacob smirked. "Because we were doing other things. Things kids like you shouldn't ask about." Arya looked at Sansa's flushed cheeks and smiled knowingly. "Oh, I understand. Although I'm 14, I've seen and heard a lot of things on the road. I know more than you think. I used to pretend to be a boy because it was safer to travel that way. And let me tell you, men talk about a lot of nasty things." Sansa's face burned. "Arya, shut up and eat your food." Arya grinned. Fine. She focused on her plate. After lunch, Arya asked, "So, should we head for Castle Black now?" Jacob shook his head. "No. I want to go home first." Arya frowned. "When are you coming back?" "Tomorrow." Arya nodded. "Okay. Don't be late." Jacob smirked. "Are you going to miss me?" Arya didn't hesitate. She didn't overthink. She just said what she felt. "Yes. Life with you is fun. It feels like I'm back home before everything bad happened. With you and Sansa, I feel like I have my family back." Jacob's smirk softened into a genuine smile. "You are family to me too, Arya. Don't worry. I'll be back tomorrow at this time." Sansa hugged her sister tightly and said nothing. Jacob stood. "All right. Time for me to go." He rubbed Arya's head, then kissed Sansa. If anything happens, contact me. Sansa nodded. Come back soon. Jacob walked to the 3 lizard lions. Go gather a few females and come back here tomorrow. I'll take you to a better place to live. The 3 lizard lions stood on their hind legs, saluted him, then ran happily toward the swamps. Jacob sighed. All right. Time to face the music. He looked back at Sansa, Arya, Brienne, and Podrick. See you tomorrow. Bye. Then he disappeared. Arya looked at Sansa. Are you nervous? About meeting his other wives. Sansa pressed a hand to her stomach. Yes. Very nervous. Arya shrugged. You'll be fine. You survived Joffrey and Cersei. A few wives should be easy. Sansa let out a small, nervous laugh. I hope you're right. Brienne stepped closer. Your Grace, if you wish, I can accompany you when you go to meet them. Sansa shook her head. No, this is something I need to do alone. Besides, even if I took you with me, what would you do? Protect me? You know they are very strong. Each one of them could snap you like a twig. They could probably kill you without even touching you. Brienne shook her head. No. I was just going to go with you for moral support. I'm not suicidal, Your Grace. Sansa sighed. Anyway, Jacob said they are very nice and I trust him. She looked up at the sky, at the clouds, at the setting sun. Jacob's family, she thought. My new family. I hope they like me. Chapter 189, Back to Sarandel Part 1. Jacob appeared in front of the palace in Sarandel. He stood there for a moment, just breathing in the clean, fresh, magical air of his home. The familiar scent of blooming flowers filled his lungs. He smiled. Home, he said softly. Sweet home. A loud roar echoed across the sky. Jacob looked up. Saphira was diving toward him, her massive sapphire-blue scales glittering in the sunlight. She had grown even larger in his absence, 25 meters long now, with a wingspan of 55 meters. Her eyes, the color of the deep ocean, sparkled with joy. She landed before him with surprising grace for a creature her size and lowered her giant head toward him. Jacob reached out to touch Saphira's massive head. Look at you. You've grown bigger. He scratched under her chin. Did you miss me? Saphira's mature voice, elegant with a British accent, sounded happily in his mind. Yes, I did. I missed you very much. Jacob smiled. I missed you too. Do you want to ride me for a little while? Saphira asked. You are going to spend a lot of time with Alicent and the others and be too busy for me. Spend a little time with me first. Jacob chuckled. Why not? I'm already in trouble with them anyway. Let's keep them waiting a little longer to scold me. He climbed onto Saphira's back and she launched into the sky. They flew around Sarandel, circling the glittering lakes and lush forests, while Saphira asked him about the new world, the people, the creatures, the dangers. Jacob told her everything and she listened with rapt attention, her tail swishing contentedly behind her. Inside the palace, Alicent, Malia, Lydia, Melissa, and Kitty were in their private living room at the royal residence, packed suitcases scattered around as they got ready for their trip to Europe. The moment Jacob appeared in Sarandel, they all felt his presence outside the palace. Malia, who had been bored out of her mind listening to Lydia debate the best shopping districts in Paris, shot to her feet. Her eyes lit up. A smile spread across her face. He's back, she said. She started for the door. Lydia caught her hand and created a sound barrier around them. Malia turned, her smile vanishing. Lydia, what are you doing? Lydia crossed her arms. I know you're happy he's back. I'm happy too. But let's give him the cold shoulder for a while. So he won't leave us behind again. Malia frowned. I don't want to do that. I want to hug him. I want to smell his scent. Lydia said, you can do that later. But first let's teach him a lesson. Malia shook her head. No. I don't want to teach him any lessons. I just want him. Lydia's eyes narrowed. If you stay, you can be the first one to take him to your room. Malia considered for a moment. Fine, she said and sat back down. Kitty raised a paw. Can I go though? I miss him so much. Lydia pointed at her. No. You stay too. Kitty sighed and flopped onto her back, paws in the air. Fine. Lydia turned to Alicent and Melissa. You two, wipe those smiles off your faces and at least pretend to be angry. Melissa just shook her head and said nothing, a small smile still playing on her lips. Alicent sighed. Fine. But it seems Saphira got to him first. They're moving away from the palace. Lydia's eye twitched. She stamped her foot in frustration. Well, let's wait for him. She sat down heavily, arms crossed. The room fell into an expectant silence. Half an hour later, palace front Saphira landed gently in front of the palace. Jacob slid off her back and patted her side. See you later, he said. And wish me luck. Saphira's laughing voice echoed in his head. Good luck. She launched into the sky and flew away, her wing beats stirring the grass. Jacob sighed, straightened his clothes, and teleported inside the palace. He appeared in their private living room, putting on his best charming smile. Hello, my beautiful wives, he said, spreading his arms. I missed you so much. Allison and the others looked at him. He was wearing his noble Westerosi outfit, dark, scaled leather resembling dragon hide, with red and golden accents along the seams and edges. A red cape flowed behind him. His sword, Griffin, hung at his waist. The sigil on his chest, the black dragon's head with burning red eyes, seemed to glow faintly. They all stared. For a moment no one spoke. Lydia bit her thumbnail, her eyes tracing every line of his outfit. Shoot, she thought. He looks so hot. I regret promising Malia she could have him first. Jacob saw them just looking at him without speaking. His smile faltered. What? He said. No welcome home? No, we missed you? Nothing. He pretended to be hurt, placing a hand over his heart. I see. I come back early because I missed you so much, but it seems you girls didn't miss me at all. He turned around dramatically. Maybe I should go back to that world for a few more days. Until you miss me. Malia growled, then shot toward him like a bullet. She slammed into him and wrapped her arms around him in a crushing hug. Don't you dare leave me behind again, she snarled. Then she bit him as hard as she could in the neck. Her teeth pressed against his skin. She didn't break through, but he definitely felt it. Ow. Ouch. Jacob yelped. That hurts, Malia. He patted her head. Calm down. I won't leave you behind again. Malia pulled back just enough to look him in the eyes. Her eyes were glowing, not golden but red. You promise? She demanded. Jacob's eyebrows rose. I promise. But why are your eyes glowing red? Malia smirked, her fangs showing. I was so angry yesterday because I missed you. I sparred with Lizen using all my strength, and in the middle of the fight, my eyes just turned from golden to red. Her chest puffed out with pride. I became an alpha. Jacob grinned and kissed her. Then we should celebrate. Kitty launched herself from the couch and landed on Jacob's shoulder, rubbing her small head against his cheek. I missed you, she purred. Jacob reached up and scratched behind her ears. I missed you too. He looked at the others. Lydia was pouting, arms crossed, tapping her foot. Allison watched him with an expressionless face. Melissa gave him a helpless smile. Jacob's smile turned sheepish. Are you angry because I added a new wife to our family? The three of them didn't speak. He looked at Allison. Allison? Say something. Allison sighed. To be honest, I'm a little angry. I know you were going to add more wives eventually, but you were only gone for 3.5 days. Jacob raised an eyebrow. 3 days? I've been there for 7 days, actually. Allison's eye twitched. Is that supposed to make me feel better? While the girls and I missed you terribly, you were out there flirting with other women. Jacob spread his hands. I couldn't help it. She's a good girl. He softened his voice. And I missed you too, that's why I came back early. I couldn't stay away from you girls. Allison studied him for a long moment. Then her expression softened. Fine. We'll forgive you easily this time. But only if you promise never to leave us behind again. Jacob met her eyes. I promise. Allison stood and moved toward him. Malia was still wrapped around him like a koala. Malia, Allison said, he's not going anywhere. Let me hug him. I miss him too, you know. Malia glared at her. Then she grabbed Jacob's face and gave him a deep, possessive kiss. Fine, she muttered, and finally let him go. Allison stepped into his arms and hugged him tightly. She kissed him, slow and warm. Welcome home, she said softly. I'm glad you're safe. Melissa walked to him next. She cupped his face in her hands, looked into his eyes and kissed him, passionate but gentle. Are you okay? She asked. You didn't get hurt, did you? Jacob smiled. No, I didn't get hurt. That world isn't that dangerous. There are a guy or two to be wary of, but I doubt they can pose a threat to me. He looked at Lydia, who was still pouting on the couch. So, he said, how many romantic movies and how much shopping will it take for you to forgive me? Lydia's pout wavered. She pretended to think. 2 movies. Actually, make it 3. No, 5. 5 movies and I pick every single one. Plus a whole day of shopping, just you and me. And you have to take me shopping in the new world too. Jacob nodded. Done. Can I get my hug and kiss now? Lydia stood and walked to him slowly. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him deeply, and then murmured against his lips, "You look so handsome in this outfit. I want to sleep with you right now. So badly." Malia grabbed Lydia's shoulder and yanked her back. Back off. You said I'm first. Lydia rolled her eyes. Fine, fine. He's yours. Malia grabbed Jacob's hand. Let's go to my room. Allison held up a hand. Not so fast. He needs to tell us about the new world and our new sister first. Malia growled. First, stupid Lydia said I shouldn't go to him when he came back. Now you're saying I shouldn't take him to my room. I'm starting to get angry. Allison ignored the growl. She grabbed Malia's arm and dragged her to sit down. Aren't you curious about the new world and our new sister? Allison asked. I promise, after he tells us everything, he's all yours. Not for the whole night, though. You can only have him for a few hours. Malia considered this. Fine. I'm curious too. But I want to sit with him. She stood, dragged Jacob to the recliner and pushed him into it. Then she curled up in his lap like a large cat. Kitty hopped onto the recliner and settled against Jacob's other side. Jacob pulled Malia close with a satisfied smile. Just then, Cogman entered the room. He was wearing his usual butler attire. He stopped in front of Jacob and bowed slightly. Welcome back, sir, Cogman said. Life was not the same without you. Jacob smiled. I missed you too, Cogman. Cogman straightened. Shall I prepare a feast? Jacob nodded. Yes. But first sit down. I have a lot to tell you all. Cogman nodded and took a seat. Lydia leaned forward. Okay, tell us about her first. Who is she? What's her name? Is she pretty? Does she have powers? Is she young or old? Does she like shopping? Does she? Allison cut her off. All right, that's enough questions. We can ask her ourselves later. Jacob pulled out his phone and showed them a picture. Sansa, standing on the grassy mountain, her red hair glowing in the sun, her blue eyes bright. He handed the phone to Allison. Her name is Sansa, Jacob said. Sansa Stark. She's 17. She's from a noble family in the world I visited. Allison took the phone. Well, she's beautiful. You pervert know how to pick them. The phone was passed around. Lydia studied the image. I love her hair. Melissa took the phone and smiled. She is beautiful. Malia took the phone, squinted at it, then handed it back. She looks soft. Jacob nodded. She was soft. She had to be to survive. Her family was destroyed by their enemies. Her father was executed in front of her. She was forced to watch his head on a spike. Her mother and brother were murdered at a wedding. She was held captive by the people who killed her family, beaten, humiliated, and forced to pretend to be loyal to them just to stay alive. The room went quiet. Melissa's voice was soft. That's terrible. Jacob continued. After she escaped her enemies, she was going to be sold to another family by someone she thought she could trust, the same family that had murdered her brother. She was going to be forced to marry a known sadist. He smiled. I found her just before that happened. I saved her. And I married her. Lydia said quietly, she's been through a lot. Yes, Jacob said. But she's stronger now. I gave her the Hulk serum. And after we got married, she got the Phoenix bloodline. Allison's eyebrows rose. Phoenix? Like your dad. Jacob smiled. Yes. I bet she's going to be his favorite. Allison asked, what are her powers? Jacob counted on his fingers. She can shift into a phoenix. She can control fire. She can teleport. She has telekinesis. She's immune to fire. She has a powerful healing factor. And she grows stronger through fighting and near-death experiences. Malia's eyes lit up. So she can fight? Jacob smirked. No. She's terrible at fighting. But she's learning. And I think she'll love to spar with you, because that will make her stronger. Malia nodded approvingly. Okay. I think I like her. Jacob swiped to the next picture. Sansa standing in front of the capsule house, smiling, with the 3 lizard lions lounging in the background. Kitty's eyes went wide. What are those? Jacob chuckled. Those are my new pets. I found them in the swamps. The big one is Bowser. The middle one is Leatherhead. The small one is Wally Gator. They're like giant alligators, but people in that world call them lizard lions. I even taught them to do tricks. They're very smart. Or maybe they just understand me because I'm kind of a lizard too. Chapter 190, Back to Sarandel Part 2. After showing them the 3 lizard lions, Jacob swiped to the next picture, Arya sparring with Brienne. Who's the little girl with the sword? Alicent asked. That's Arya. Sansa's younger sister. She's 14. Fierce. Stubborn. Hates dresses. Likes to fight. And she wants to kill everyone who wronged her family. Jacob smiled. She reminds me of Malia. Lydia studied the image. She even has her hair cut short like Malia. Jacob looked at Malia. You're going to love her. And the tall woman sparring with her, she likes to fight too. Malia's eyes narrowed at the picture. Are they strong? Jacob shook his head. No, they're not. You can't spar with them. But I'll give Arya the Hulk serum. And maybe you can give her the bite now that you're an alpha. Make her your beta. Malia considered this. I'll think about it after I meet her. Jacob swiped to the next picture, himself sitting on the Iron Throne making a silly face. Lydia blinked. What is that? That's the Iron Throne. Made from the swords of conquered enemies. It's supposed to be the seat of the King of the 7 Kingdoms. Jacob shrugged. It's really uncomfortable. Alicent leaned forward. The 7 Kingdoms? Tell us about that world. I assume it's not a world we've seen in a movie or TV show, because I've never heard of Sansa Stark or the 7 Kingdoms. Jacob shook his head. No. There's no movie or show of that world in our world. It's a medieval world with magic. He leaned back, pulling Malia closer, and began to talk. He told them about Westeros and Essos, the great continent of the west and the sprawling lands of the east. He told them about the 7 Kingdoms, the great houses, and the Iron Throne. He told them about the Starks. He told them about the Red Wedding, how the Freys and Boltons had murdered Sansa's mother and brother under a banner of truce. The room grew cold as he spoke. He told them about Littlefinger's schemes, how he had betrayed Ned Stark, started a war, tried to sold Sansa to the Boltons, and murder her Aunt Lisa just so he could take the veil. He told them about Ramsay Bolton, the bastard who flayed people for fun, who hunted women with dogs, who had been about to marry Sansa before Jacob intervened. He told them about the Targaryens, the Mad King and the dragons. About the White Walkers. About the weirwood trees and how the 3-eyed raven had fused himself to their roots centuries ago, watching everyone through the trees ever since. When he finished, the room was silent. Melissa spoke first. He watches them dress and sleep. Jacob nodded. Yes. He's an old, creepy voyeur. He's been watching people for centuries. Cogman smirked. Can I kill him, sir? Jacob said, You'll have to get in line. I want to kill him. And Arya already added him to her list. Alicent shifted the conversation. About the dragons, are they strong? Jacob shook his head. They're wyverns, not dragons like me. 2 legs, wings fused to their arms. They're not that strong. I mean, they're strong, but they can be killed by ballista spears. They can be poisoned. They don't have super healing. And only 3 are known to be alive right now, and they're still young. Jacob stood and walked to an empty corner of the living room. He reached into his pocket dimension and pulled out the skull of Balerion the Black Dread. The massive skull materialized with a heavy thud, its empty eye sockets staring at nothing. The room seemed to darken around it. Everyone gathered around, studying the ancient bone. Lydia reached out and touched one of the dagger-like teeth. This thing is huge. Jacob nodded. His name was Balerion the Black Dread. He was the largest dragon in Westerosi history. Total body length of 330 feet, 100 meters from the tip of his snout to the end of his tail. Wingspan of 540 feet, 164 meters. He paused. They say his wings were broad enough that his shadow could completely swallow entire towns as he flew over them. He died of old age after living more than 215 years. Alicent circled the skull, her eyes tracing every curve. Could something this big pose a threat to you? Jacob snorted. No. Like I said, they're not that strong. They sat back down and Allison asked, "When are we going to meet Sansa?" Jacob smiled. "I promised to go back for her in a day. 1 day in our world equals 5 days in Sarandel and 2 days in her world. So every 2.5 days in Sarandel is only 1 day in her world." He held up 2 fingers. "I'll spend 2 days here in Sarandel with you, then go back and bring her." Lydia said, "Then we need to prepare. We can't meet your new wife looking like this." She gestured at her casual clothes. "We need to look presentable. Elegant. We need to make a good first impression." Malia looked down at her own clothes, ripped jeans and a leather jacket. "What's wrong with how I look?" Lydia sighed. "Malia, we're meeting a noble from another world. We need to dress appropriately." Malia crossed her arms. "I'm not wearing a dress." No one said anything about a dress. Lydia pinched the bridge of her nose. "But maybe clean jeans? Without the rips? I want to show her that she's joining a family of sophisticated, powerful women. Not a pack of animals." Malia's eyes glowed red. "Who are you calling an animal, you stupid ghost?" Jacob raised both hands. "All right, stop arguing. Sansa wouldn't care about any of that. She's more nervous to meet you girls than you are to meet her." He paused. "After all, I told her I'm a king and you're queens." Allison's mouth dropped open. "What? Did you lie to the poor girl?" Jacob shrugged. "I didn't lie. Sarandel is my kingdom. I even have a throne room here in the palace that I've never used." Cogman stepped forward. "Sir, if you don't mind me asking, what's the plan for that world?" Jacob rubbed his chin. "I don't know. Maybe take over Westeros and make it our own kingdom." He waved a hand. "But that's a lot of work. I'll take you guys there first to see the world. Then we'll decide." Allison nodded slowly. "That sounds like a plan. But like you said, running a kingdom is a lot of work. We'd be taking care of millions of people. And since it's a medieval world, we'd have to create schools, hospitals, and rebuild the cities and towns." She trailed off. "There's so much to do." Everyone nodded in agreement. Jacob waved a hand. "We'll talk about that later." He looked at Cogman. "Cogman, go make us a feast." Cogman bowed and teleported directly to the kitchen. Jacob asked, "Where are the others? I don't feel their presence in Sarandel." Allison answered first. "My parents went to France." Lydia added, "Mom and Noah went to Miami. They'll be back in 10 days. Melissa sighed. "Stiles took Erica traveling. And Scott, he broke up with Tracy the day you left. He bought a motorcycle and said he was going on a road trip to New York. He left yesterday." Jacob's eyebrows rose. "Is Scott okay? I mean, is he heartbroken?" Melissa shook her head. "No, he seemed all right. He didn't like Tracy spending too much time with Derek. He'd been thinking of breaking up with her for a while. She knew it too. They both knew they weren't right for each other." She smiled softly. According to him, they didn't love each other. So breaking up didn't hurt. Jacob smirked. "Too bad he left before I came back. I would have given him some words of wisdom about relationships and love." He glanced at Melissa. "It's the least I can do as his dad." Melissa shook her head, but she was smiling. "He does not like it when you call yourself his dad. I'm married to his mother. That makes me his stepfather." Jacob grinned. "He's going to call me Dad eventually. You'll see." "If you want to help him," Melissa said, "find him a good girlfriend. Like you found Erica for Stiles." She paused. "Is there a suitable girl in the new world for him?" Jacob thought for a moment. "Not that I know of. The only ones I know are Arya and Brienne. Arya is 14, too young. And Brienne is already in love with someone else. I doubt Scott would like her anyway." Melissa nodded. "Brienne, that's the tall blonde woman with short hair in the picture?" Jacob nodded. Melissa made a face. "I don't want her dating my son. I want him to date a sweet girl. Not a manly woman." Jacob laughed. "Don't worry about him. He'll find love one day." They continued talking until Cogman called them to eat. They moved to the dining hall. The table was laden with roasted meats, fresh vegetables, crusty bread, and an array of desserts. After the feast, Jacob teleported with Malia to her room. They made love for 3 hours until she was finally satisfied. Then he did the same with Melissa for another 3 hours. After that, he teleported to Allison's room. 3 hours later, they lay tangled in the sheets, both breathing hard. Allison traced lazy patterns on his chest with her finger. Jacob sat up. I have a gift for you. Allison sat up excitedly, her eyes sparkling. What is it? Jacob reached into his pocket dimension and pulled out the Emberheart bow. The massive recurved bow was carved from the ivory-white bones of a true dragon. Its frame was lined with jagged spikes and draconic skull-like features. Molten orange cracks glowed through the ancient bone like flowing lava, and the string itself burned with ember-red energy. At the center of the weapon rested a blazing crystal core that pulsed like a living dragon's heart. The entire bow felt ancient. Savage. Overwhelming. Allison's breath caught. Jacob held it out to her. This is the Emberheart bow. It's indestructible. It's carved from the bone of a true dragon. He met her eyes. Without bonding with it, the bow is impossible to draw. But once you bond with it, you can create arrows made from your own elemental powers, ice, lightning, wind, any elemental ability you possess. And those elemental arrows strike with triple the normal power of your base elemental attack. He smiled. It's the perfect weapon for you. Allison took the bow with trembling hands. She touched the glowing crystal core, ran her fingers along the jagged spikes, and traced the molten orange cracks. It's beautiful, she whispered. She set the bow down, threw her arms around Jacob's neck, and kissed him deeply. Thank you, she said against his lips. I love it. You're welcome. Jacob pulled back. Now drip your blood on it to bond with it. Then go try it out. I need to go see Lydia. Allison picked up the bow, pricked her finger on one of the spikes, and let her blood drip onto the crystal core. The bow pulsed once, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the room. The molten orange cracks flared brighter, then settled. Allison grinned. She cast a cleaning spell on both her and Jacob, pulled on her clothes, and kissed him one more time. I love you, she said. I love you too. I'm going to go play now. She winked. See you later. She teleported to their usual training grounds far from the palace. Jacob dressed and teleported to Lydia's room. Lydia was pacing. She wore a silk robe, her red hair loose around her shoulders. The moment Jacob appeared, she stopped pacing and fixed him with a glare. You took for Eve. Jacob held up his hands. I had gifts to give. Lydia's glare softened into curiosity. Gifts? Jacob sat on the edge of her bed and patted the spot beside him. She sat. He reached into his pocket dimension and pulled out the fire element crystal, a small, warm, red glowing crystal the size of a grape. Lydia took it, turning it over in her fingers. What is it? It's a fire element crystal. It will help you awaken the fire element upon consumption. Lydia's eyes widened. Really? I just eat it. Jacob nodded. Yes. Without hesitation, Lydia popped the crystal into her mouth and swallowed. Her body grew instantly warm. Her skin flushed. She felt a fiery energy spread through her body, from her chest to her limbs, from her fingertips to her toes. After a few moments, the warmth settled. Lydia stood. She raised a hand and focused. A fireball appeared in her palm, small at first, then growing larger, brighter, hotter. She pushed further. Her entire body ignited. Flames wrapped around her like a second skin, but under her control they didn't burn her clothes or the room. She walked to the mirror and admired herself. Jacob walked to her, unbothered by the flames. He wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and rested his chin on her shoulder, admiring her reflection in the mirror. Beautiful, he said. Lydia smiled. After a moment she extinguished the fire and turned to face him. Thank you, she said softly. You're welcome, love. Jacob kissed her forehead. Do you want to go play with your new ability? Lydia shook her head. No. I'd rather play with you. You're not leaving my room until I pass out. Jacob grinned. I'm not going to say no to that. He swept her off her feet and carried her to the bed. Soon the room was filled with her moans.